Christian male as her running mate, just for the demographics?
Several of the names on this list are of the demographic you just described, white Christian males. I think that the party is taking this moment to kind of reset. I've been thinking a lot about the debate that I covered in Atlanta and how that was seen as this reset moment for certainly the Biden campaign to get this election, to get this campaign kind of kickstarted in a new way. I think that's how Democrats are viewing this moment, and I think there is an impulse, Matt, in this campaign to see this as a way to, yes, kickstart things, but also turn a corner, look to perhaps younger people who might be on that ticket. Again, I think this is what they're going to be debating here in the coming days as Kamala Harris, yes, meets with that team in Wilmington, Delaware, and then hits the campaign trail in earnest.
David Gura, thanks for joining us. Of course, David Gura of The Big Take. You can listen to David's podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We're now going to welcome back Ann Walsh, CIO of Guggenheim Partners Investment Management, to talk more about what the political ramifications here are for the markets. And there are a lot of worries that if Trump were to take office, then there could be an inflationary force under the market. Do you share that view? Can yields actually be rising into next year, not falling?
So, if we just take one step back for a
So we're looking now at the Fear and Greed Index, 57 out of 100, which indicates greed, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is 71 out of 100, also indicating greed. We're keeping an eye on the VIX as well. It's down nearly 2% at around 14.6 points.
We've had the current leading contender for the Democrat Party, current President Biden, step back. This is an unprecedented time. And in an otherwise larger backdrop, if you will, of all sorts of other unprecedented economic milestones that we've seen. A huge amount of fiscal spending in a very low unemployment world, tightening by the Fed. All of this is going on, and now we have, of course, the volatility made worse by the question of policies. So to your question with regard to where we are in the risk of inflation, quite clearly the bond market thinks so, that there's a risk of inflation and these policies being inflationary because we've seen a bear steepener. And so as a result, I think the market is perceiving additional risks. I'm not entirely sure that I'm convinced that it's because of inflation fears. I think it's just because of the sheer amount of volume that we have to see get placed into the markets in the Treasury space. And what we're seeing is a bit of a sell-off in advance of expectations of more Treasury issuance. We'll keep on with the spigots are still on in Washington. We're still seeing fiscal spending, and that's still going to continue.
Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab made a great point on our weekend special because, to your point, there's been a lot of history happening. But on that weekend special, she said when it comes to politics, short term it doesn't matter, but long term it does. When you think about some of the potential policies that are being floated right now. And to that point, I'm wondering how you're thinking about it as an investor. We talk about the steepener, the flattener, some of these one-off moves that we're seeing. But long term, how are you thinking about actually putting this into a portfolio?
Well, so in the what I call the intermediate term, I think that probably the more important information is still coming from inflation coming down and our expectation that it will continue to decline. And I think we're going to see the core PCE in line with expectations maybe coming in better, and by the end of this year, substantially better, relatively speaking, and a little better than our peers are expecting. And then at the same time, we see GDP slowing, we see unemployment rising a bit. So in the intermediate term, I think that Fed policy is really going to drive the markets, at least in the fixed income space, and obviously earnings and the potential slowdown in the S&P 500 and the equity markets. Moving forward beyond that, I think the number one thing I'm looking at is tax policy. And if Trump were to win again, I think we'd see deregulation again as part of an impetus there. But as far as international foreign policy, obviously tariffs, I think that will have a moving effect on the markets as well. But I think taxes and deregulation on the one side, I think both parties are going to continue to spend.
Yes.
And we're going to continue to see fiscal spending, and that's going to continue to have an impact on how much Treasury issuance we're going to see.
Does that, I've been doing this job at Bloomberg here for 25 years, and every few years somebody freaks out about the deficit and the national debt, right? It's massive, I realize, and we're making interest payments now of more than $100 billion a month. We're spending far more on our debt than we do on our military at this point. However, no one seems to care. I mean, we talked
Steve Eisman does not
Steve
care.
Eisman doesn't care. I talked to Ed Hyman. He doesn't really care. I mean, not because he doesn't care, but because the Treasury market's not freaking out. The dollar is still strong. Does it matter?
It matters. I think, however, the markets have digested it as a news element and as part of the backdrop. And so far, the sustainability of the debt payments hasn't been called into question. We've had a few bobbles with regard to rating agencies and the like, but the truth is that as long as the markets appear to feel that it's stable, then this becomes a non-event. And that's why these other participants are saying, yeah, don't worry, nothing to see here, don't look.
Even Gary Shilling doesn't care.
Well, listen, though, at one point, though, you mentioned the spigot still on in the Treasury market. People are soaking up the issuance so far. It's been on the shorter end of the curve for the most part here. At what point does that spigot start to close, or at least start to move towards being more closed?
Well, I think one of the other false narratives has been that our international friends have stopped buying our treasuries. That's not true. They are still buying. And as long as there remains an appetite for treasuries, and as long as the US dollar is the reserve currency, then it appears that we get to that world of what I call stability. It's not optimal, but it's stable. And so for the time being, as long as that's the backdrop, I don't see a whole lot of change.
And I do want to talk about a little bit more in your CIO role. We're talking about Treasury issuance. Of course, a lot of issuance at the short end of the curve. That's been met by very, very robust demand, if you want to call it that. $6 trillion in money market funds. How are you thinking about cash right now, especially with yields at 5% and change?
Well, I think that cash is very attractive for many investors. There's still $6 trillion sitting on the sidelines, ready to be redeployed into some other part of the market when the opportunity is right. But at 5%-ish, it's very attractive to sit there with no risk and yet get that kind of return. And if you compare that to pre-COVID and the years post-financial crisis, that's extremely attractive relative to history.
And of those gray swans that you started off talking about today, which are you most concerned about?
I'm concerned about the fact that we have a unique set of dynamics that are going on in the economy right now that we're not accustomed to seeing. Normally, with this timeline, we'd have seen the Fed's actions really slow down the economy. We'd see unemployment rising. We definitely have already seen the kind of economy reaction that we would have otherwise. But because of fiscal spending, because of these strange cross currents that we're getting, it's creating a level of volatility that's almost unprecedented, particularly in fixed income markets, and relative to the VIX, for example, which has been for the most part pretty benign. And I think it's this uncertainty that is relative to history. As investors, we tend to look for patterns. And what we're seeing this time around is very few of the same patterns. And it makes it very challenging to look forward and prognosticate what's going to happen. As we like to say, it makes that crystal ball very cloudy. And I think that's one of the most challenging things about being an investor right now is the lack of paradigm or pattern that we're used to seeing.
And really enjoyed this conversation. Great to have you on set and spend so much time with us. Our thanks, of course, to Ann Walsh. She is Guggenheim Partners Investment Management CIO. Meanwhile, let's get a check on these markets again, specifically on some of the earnings moves, because there are quite a lot of them. We have to start with UPS, just absolutely cratering right now. Shares down about 12%. At one point, the worst day since October 2008. Matt Miller remembers those days very well, and not a superlative you want to see.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. That was a very bad time for stocks. The interesting thing, I think, is that Lee Klaskow told us it's not so much about package volume, which would be really worrying for the economy, but about the margins at UPS. You know, are people going to go in and pay $75 to have them pack a box for you? Are you using their copiers?
And glass half empty, so to speak. Those gains in Coca-Cola actually pairing only up about 0.7% now after
that's
very
right.
strong earnings.
Although the indexes are still up, right? The S&P 500 up 0.25% right now. The NASDAQ up 1/3 of 1%.
what legacy I would love to leave is to make sure that in my village I have infrastructure. So long when I'm gone, things are still working, then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or with something else?
Wow. I'm not the right one to just do that.
I think you are.
Yeah. But with the pressure you have, and then you try to be the good one, the fancy guy, the intellectual one, I have no advice then to believe in yourself and really work hard. You know, when I started, no one would have imagined that I will be able to see my name connected with Aga Khan or Pritzker or sitting at Bloomberg to talk about sustainability, about future of sales. No, myself 5 years ago, if you told me that, I will say no. I will never imagine. So I will encourage everyone to believe in what you're doing and not try to run after the newest of the newest. Just be consistent. Just work on things that matters for you. Really, at the long term, it pays.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
One of the pieces of data we're looking at today, U.S. existing home sales fell in June to one of the slowest paces since 2010. Sellers are waiting for mortgage rates to fall further, and buyers are balking at stubbornly high prices. But I want to take a closer look at households in America and how consumers are doing in today's C-Suite conversation. Babylist is a platform that helps families with products and services across commerce, media, and healthcare. The company has surpassed $400 million in revenue for the first time, and joining us to talk about it is the CEO and founder, Natalie Gordon. Natalie, great to have you on the program. Thanks for joining us. Let's talk first about the kind of growth that you're seeing. I mean, the company has been very popular, and I guess, you know, as Americans, we're still having a lot of babies. I'm doing my part, at least. Talk to me about how the growth looks from your point of view.
Yeah, people are continuing to have Babylist, and I love to hear that you are actually a user. Last year, 9 million people actually gave a gift from Babylist, and the platform itself drove over $1 billion of GMV. And so we really have this interesting vantage point on this moment in time that millions of Americans are going through every year.
And we do have some breaking news that I want to mention just now. A headline crossing the terminal. The Secret Service Director, Kim Cheadle, has resigned. This is according to reporting from ABC News, of course, testifying yesterday in front of Congress and resigning today. That's the Secret Service Director. Kim Cheadle has resigned. Of course, a lot of scrutiny and criticism of the Secret Service following Donald Trump's assassination attempt. We'll continue to follow that story and bring you updates as we have it. But I want to go back to you, Natalie, because you think about how people shop right now, and especially coming out of the pandemic, it's in so many people's muscle memories to just go to Amazon.com for basically everything, from furniture to groceries, etc. How do you compete?
When you are having a baby, you make 1,700 decisions. And I think when you think about where's the right starting point, Babylist is that starting point. Everything we do is for someone who's going through this experience, most often for the very first time. Our millions of users are visiting us every single day during this time period to help them figure out what stuff they need, and then also to just help them make other decisions that aren't just the products.
Speaking of other decisions here, we're still sitting in an era where many Americans are really dealing with the weight of inflation, which is even harder when you have multiple mouths to feed. Babies are expensive. Natalie, how do you help clients deal with this issue?
Yeah, we're seeing very contradictory behavior with our users as they're going through this life stage. They are really trying to save money, and Babylist is the best place to help them do that. So they're asking for cash for diapers, for other essentials, often like to help with parental leave. We're also seeing them actually price up. And so we call it parent math. They'll say, okay, I will spend really like up to $1,000 for this product if I can use it for many, many years, or if it'll actually really solve one of those problems, give me back time, help me sleep, give me peace of mind.
By the way, I just came back from 6 months of parental leave, so I definitely spent a lot of time on your website. How has the funding been, Natalie? I mean, you've grown now so much, but how many rounds have you gone through? How was it to get funding? How is it to be a startup in this environment?
Yeah, I founded Babylist 13 years ago. I now have a 13-year-old, and we've reached the scale we have, raising less than $50 million. And the majority of that was in our Series C at the end of 2021. And so we've really grown in this very sustainable way, being mostly profitable every year, really self-funding our growth. I think at a time when that was not what other companies were doing. And now what we're really seeing is other companies trying to catch up to where we are, where we have this sustainable growing business where the financials actually work.
We've been talking a lot today about IPOs because of a completely unrelated story to Babylist, but do you have plans to go public, and what are you looking for in the market to get you there?
Yeah, I think no path for us is out of the picture. We're very committed to being a profitable, growing company that's independent, and that could be a path we look at.
Well, when you talk to investors, let me ask it this way, Natalie. Do you think that there's demand to go public in this market?
I think there's demand for some companies right now. I think the companies that are going public are very attractive and look like are a much better financial profile than companies that were going public a couple of years ago. I do think the markets are opening.
Natalie, can you talk to us a little bit about a point that you were making a little earlier about maternity leave, people looking for more ways to find...
Or paternity leave.
Well, that's actually was my question. Parental leave. Are more people taking paternity leave as well? What are working mothers doing to kind of find more support in their household?
Yeah. Parents... it's such an important time to be able to spend with your baby those first couple of months. America actually, parents take less leave than almost every other country. And I do think there is such an impact when fathers do take paternity leave into how they show up during that time period, but it's also shown after that time period, they actually are able to show up as confident and better dads by spending that time and not just leaving it to the new mom. So I think it's a promising trend.
All right, Natalie, really enjoyed this conversation. Hope to keep it going again soon. That, of course, is Natalie Gordon of Babylist. Now, we do want to turn to another company that we're keeping an eye on, and that's General Electric, because shares rising after the company raised its full-year profit forecast after a second quarter that beat expectations. Now, earlier, Larry Culp sat down for an exclusive interview with Bloomberg's Guy Johnson. Let's take a listen.
If you look at our order book in the second quarter alone, nearly 40% year over year. We see our utilization of the fleets, both the mature fleet, which we power with the CFM56. Yep. That has been steady, an engine that folks thought might begin to fade. Our newer generation technology, the LEAP engine on both the 737 MAX and the Neo at Airbus, that's probably up 4 points in terms of share. So our utilization could not be higher. Even just looking at the third quarter here, we have probably 90% of our third quarter projection in backlog today with respect to parts. So in terms of the demand signals we're seeing from our customers, things are strong.
So the hours being flown are going to remain consistent, you think?
We believe so. Okay. And going forward, they're going to increase.
That's the kind of the older story. That's the existing fleet that's already out there. As you say, the maintenance story is very strong. The margin off that is very, very strong. The story certainly at the Farnborough Air Show and all the air shows recently and throughout this industry has been what has been happening with the supply chain. Airbus lowering its guidance for the year, talking about engines within that guidance. Is the supply chain story getting better, or is it getting worse?
Guy, I'm strongly of the view it's getting better. It's really all about the rate of improvement.
Right.
And what we shared earlier today with investors is that we didn't have the output that we had anticipated in the second quarter with our newest generation engine in particular, with our LEAP engine. But we're going in using our flight deck, our lean operating model, to help our suppliers help us. Jointly problem solving, really understanding constraints at the point of impact. And we saw tremendous results from that in the second quarter. Didn't translate into as many deliveries perhaps as our airframer customers would have liked, but we saw 2/3 of the suppliers that we worked with improve their output to us by nearly twofold. So that's encouraging.
Just kind of talk me through what's happening. So originally the guidance was for a 25% improvement for that engine. Then you went, I think it was in April, you were kind of 10-15. Now you're at kind of flat to 5.
Exactly.
That feels like it's not getting better. You're telling me that it is, though below the surface, getting better.
It's not getting better at the rate that we had anticipated.
Yeah.
But it's getting better if you look at the sequential trends. And that, from an operating perspective, that's all that really matters.
That was General Electric CEO Larry Culp speaking earlier this morning in England. More now, though, on that breaking news. The Associated Press now saying Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle has resigned after an assassination attempt against former President Trump. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian in Washington. And we know the director had addressed Congress about a day ago, and she did refuse to disclose many specifics about that July 13th shooting. Jordan, how do we get here? What comes next?
Well, look, she'd already lost confidence in a lot of people on Capitol Hill and in the administration before that hearing, and her privacy, her lack of disclosure really angered a lot of Republicans and Democrats. You saw James Comer, the chairman of that committee, who's a Republican, and Jamie Raskin, the ranking Democrat, who don't agree on anything, come out with a joint statement yesterday calling for her resignation. So at that point, it seemed like a fait accompli that she would be out of a job.
Yeah, and of course, we are seeing the culmination of that today. Tell us a little bit about what we heard yesterday, though, that testimony that she gave, because the reception and reaction from lawmakers was pretty brutal, Jordan.
Right. She was asked a range of questions about the agency's preparation for that event, securing the area, also questions about the size and scope of the detail protecting former President Trump. And she didn't really give any substantial answers to those, basically saying that, they proceeded with the plan they had. And that wasn't satisfactory to members. You had members from, Rashida Tlaib to James Comer going after him or going after her, excuse me. And that just, further dug a hole for herself in terms of public credibility.
I gotta say, to me, this is the least surprising piece of news that I've seen in recent memory. Has there been a bigger failure by the Secret Service in your lifetime, Jordan? I mean, I would say that this is far worse than the assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan.
It's certainly the biggest in my lifetime, but it's important to remember it's not the first failure in the last decade when it comes to that agency. There was a scandal involving agents soliciting prostitutes in Colombia in 2012 before President Obama's trip to that country. And there was a famous incident a couple years later where a man jumped the fence and was able to enter the White House through the front door. There was another incident where a man got onto the grounds while President Trump at the time was in office and was able to roam around. So this is an agency that has been plagued by problems for years. And unfortunately, it culminated in this utter failure at that rally on July 13th.
Jordan, we thank you so much for your time. Absolutely encyclopedic. That is Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian in Washington. Now, coming up, what a trip across the country along the Lincoln Highway tells us about the 2024 election issues. Bloomberg opinion columnist Frank Berry talks about his new book. Next, this is Bloomberg.
does this business model work? Because it's virgin space. It's never been done before, and it'll never be done again. When you step back and you look at something that's been golf through institutions has been the way it has been for 53 years without change. In 1993, I stepped back and said, okay, this is not right. It's doing the same old Groundhog Day. Everything's the same. Players are a pass-through entity. They're not getting any equity built in their day. Once they're done playing, they're out. I thought, that's just not right. When you have to build a sustainable model, you need to have these players, these famous, the world best, the best of the best. You need to give them equity into the future. You need to give them a vision of where they need to go and how they're going to get there.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Do you ever get suggestions from your friends at dinner, this is what you should do? And how do you respond when they kind of say, maybe you should lower interest rates?
People I don't know will always say, hey, cut rates. Somebody said that in the elevator this morning.
Did that influence you or no?
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's time now for our daily Wall Street Week conversation. And the 2024 presidential election has taken unprecedented turns, but the issues really have been around for decades. That's what Bloomberg opinion columnist Frank Berry explores in his new book, Backroads and Better Angels. He sat down with Wall Street Week's David Weston to talk about why he traveled along the Lincoln Highway to write his new book.
In 2016, when the country seemed to be coming apart at the seams and lots of people were getting angry about Trump and Clinton and the race, I wanted a different way into the story. And while everyone else was exploring what is dividing us and what's polarizing us and trying to explain red America to blue America, I wanted to explore what holds the country together. And what better way to do it than, as I learned, there's this thing called the Lincoln Highway. And I thought, what a great way to explore what holds the country together by following the spirit of Lincoln along the Lincoln Highway.
And connecting Lincoln with Better Angels in the title here, which was in his first inaugural address, actually, at a time when the country was deeply divided, goodness knows, we were going to war with ourselves. So what did you find really pulled us together?
Well, I asked that question, in fact, to every person that we met along the way. The Lincoln Highway runs from New York to San Francisco, and I asked people all along the route, what holds us together as a country? And I heard lots of different answers, as you might imagine. People talked about the Constitution, they talked about freedom, they talked about love of country, they talked about neighbors. But of course, it does run deeper than that, and that's why Lincoln is so important to the story. And in fact, at a time when immigration is such a divisive issue, one of the things that Lincoln said holds us together is this idea that he calls the electric cord. He talked about how whether your ancestors came here on the Mayflower or you arrived here yesterday as an immigrant, it's the promise in the Declaration of Independence that he calls the electric cord that holds us together as a people. And I think that's something that's important to remember too. We're not a nation founded on a particular nationality or religion or language. We're founded on an idea, and it's that promise of freedom and equality.
You undertook this 7-month, I think, voyage in a Winnebago,
That's
if I'm
right.
not mistaken, with your wife.
That's right.
When we were still in a pandemic lockdown.
Yes.
It was an interesting time for the country, actually, and in a presidential election in 2020 at the same time.
That's right.
So were there forces pulling us together at that point? Because it was really a tough time for the country.
It was an incredibly tough time. We had, as you say, the pandemic, we had the election, and we also had the wake of the George Floyd protests. So there was an awful lot going on, and one of the things that we heard from people all along the route, whether they were Democrats or Republicans, was a real frustration about how divided we were. And people had different, they blamed different sides for that, but there was also a sense of frustration about how difficult it was going to be to overcome it, but also this sense of resilience that we've been through difficult things before, and that somehow, some way, America always finds a way to get past it.
You served with Mike Bloomberg, our majority owner,
yes.
founder, right, when he was mayor. And it does strike me there's a difference between the local and the national. We have a tendency in the media to focus on the national, where in fact, we're actually a country of a lot of cities and states, each of which is different from one another. Did you see a difference in the attitude toward unity with respect to cities and localities and communities versus what we see in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was one of the things I wanted to do with the book, was to step out of the 2020 election campaign, to really leave Trump and Biden behind for the most part, and to talk with people about national issues, but from a local and personal perspective. And that allowed for a much, I think, healthier and instructive dialogue, because, you know, the old Tip O'Neill line that all politics is local is a good thing. When people can talk about their local schools and their community, it keeps it away from the kind of most vitriolic aspects of partisan dialogue.
What did you learn from this extraordinary voyage with your wife that might be applicable today? We're in another presidential election now, and we have candidates, national candidates, who talk about unity, pulling us together. But often the way they run, the way they position themselves does not tend to pull us together. It tends to be more divisive. It looks like a lot of politicians have decided the way to get elected is by being divisive rather than unifying.
I think that's very true. And candidates run to the extremes because that's where the votes are often in a primary. But one of the things that we took away from the trip, from conversation after conversation, was a sense from people that there's more to the middle than the politicians in Washington are recognizing and acting on. And so one quick story. After we ended the Lincoln Highway, we traveled down on our way home on a southern route, and we went to the southern border. And I met with the deputy sheriff there, and I did a ride along of the border in southeastern Arizona, and we saw the wall being built. And the sheriff had said to me, you know, we know that the wall is not the answer to everything here. It's not the end-all and be-all. We need a balanced security plan. We need more staffing. We need more cameras. We need more technology. And he said, we also need to make it easier for people to come here. He said, we need a balanced, progressive immigration reform plan. And he blamed both parties for not delivering it. And that's from a sheriff on the border. And I think if you spoke with most people in the country, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, they would say, yes, we do need all of those things. We got to be able to secure the border, but we need to make it easier for people to come here, and that requires immigration reform. And that's something we've been arguing about for 20 years without Washington really acting on it.
That, of course, is Bloomberg Opinion's Frank Barry. He is the author of the new book, Backroads and Better Angels. Now, tomorrow, we continue the conversation about what Vice President Harris's policies could mean for the economy with former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. And we do have some breaking news right now, and that is Biden's speech on withdrawing from the campaign, from the race. That is set for tomorrow. That is according to reporting from the Washington Post. Of course, we are expecting to hear from Harris later today in Milwaukee. And now we've learned, of course, from the Washington Post that Biden speech on withdrawing from the race is set for tomorrow.
So we'll see him.
We will see him, finally. Of course, we haven't seen him publicly in several days at this point, not since he did announce that he was withdrawing, but
on Twitter.
On Twitter, on X.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
can you do that? Can you call it X?
You can.
When you're just in conversation, do you say, "Oh, I was looking at X"?
I think you have to now because that's what it's called.
I still call it Twitter.
I think we can do whatever we want. But what we know, of course, is that we will hear from Biden tomorrow. We'll continue to follow that story. This is Bloomberg.
morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
I envisage not only some kind of a bridge towards membership or language linked to the irreversibility of Ukraine's membership in NATO, but also some kind of a broader package of military material, of financial aid. The more we support Ukraine right now, the sooner the war will end.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio.
All right, a lot of talk about earnings today. General Motors was one that caught my eye, with profit up 60%, beating Wall Street's estimates and raising its full-year forecast. I thought, let me look at the stock compared to Porsche, because yesterday Porsche, obviously trading in Germany, not here in the U.S., came out with a real disappointment. Those shares are down. Porsche, if you remember, was IPO'd out of Volkswagen back in September of 2022. So I looked at all of the major car makers, ex-Tesla, because Tesla is actually down in this time period, versus Porsche since the IPO. It's amazing how badly Porsche, which arguably makes the best cars of anybody on this list, has underperformed.
Yeah, it is pretty stark. I bet that Porsche wishes that you had put Tesla on that chart as well, because that is pretty shocking. Shocking that they've done so poorly relatively, but also that Stellantis, BMW, Mercedes have done so well.
Can you explain to me why everyone in America is buying a truck?
Well, I will tell you, because of the incredible luxury and versatility that you get with the pickup truck. If you look across any vehicle right now, I would probably choose a Silverado 2500 ZR2 with the big diesel, because I could fit my whole family in there and I could take as much stuff as I want in the back.
All right, well, this was Bloomberg Open Interest. We'll see you tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
First of all, global trade, which had adverse consequences that we're learning about to this day, still unleashed an enormous amount of gain for humanity. And with the rise of global trade became the rise of information sharing around the world.
According to the Washington Post, Biden is to give a speech on withdrawing from the race tomorrow.
I mean, of note, the Chinese, for example, are leaders in solar. They're leaders in EVs. They're leaders in a number of emerging technologies. In a world which is more splintered, we'll see the gains that the Chinese have achieved in these important areas not shared by the Western countries. And conversely, the United States is a clear leader in AI, along with a number of the European countries. And those gains will not be shared with China and the countries in its sphere of influence. So it's a very clear-cut loss for all of humanity when we have the severing of ties between our countries.
On a practical level, is it getting harder to manage the risks you face?
I think that one has to be aware that there are more tail risks that are harder to ultimately manage.
Where innovation, money, and power collide in Silicon Valley and beyond. This is Bloomberg Technology with Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow.
The US to sell $90 billion in 4-week bills on July 25th to settle on July 30th.
Live from London and San Francisco, this is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up, the first of the Magnificent Seven gear up to report results. We've got you covered.
Plus, Wiz walks away from Google's $23 billion offer. Details ahead.
And we bring you our exclusive interview with Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. But first, we check in on these markets, and Ed, it is a fight to stay in the green that the NASDAQ 100 is currently losing. We're off by about 0.1% as we speak. The NASDAQ, the bigger benchmark of more inclusive names, is actually still in the green. But more broadly, we are seeing some weakness from a number of the earnings that have just come, and indeed some that we anticipated, and that's what you're watching.
Yeah, Spotify up 12% in the session. Subscribers, paid subscribers, up 12% year on year. There's a lot of focus from the street on all of the cost-saving measures that they took and the bottom line. But let's stick with the Spotify story. The company releasing those 2Q earnings this morning and bringing Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw. Lucas leads Screen Time, which is our coverage of the entertainment industry and all things streaming. And Lucas, we are so back. Streaming is back. Talk me through Spotify.
Yeah, both Netflix and Spotify having very good earnings. Look, Spotify is finally starting to look like a profitable business. I think that's what investors are excited about. They had both profit and margin that was ahead of expectations, I believe, and perhaps most notably for them, they raised prices and still beat on their premium subscriber edition. So it feels like their ability to raise prices now and going forward will be very strong, which is good news for everyone looking at it. You know, they've done what Wall Street wanted, which is cut costs and start delivering profits.
And they have really focused in on the profitability over and above, perhaps more broadly, just subscriber growth in totality, Lucas. There was a little bit of weakness on the bigger, larger number of those that aren't just paying premium.
Yeah, I mean, I've been surprised over the last couple of years at their ability to continue to grow their customer base, not just premium, but the free. They've had a lot of success in India and Southeast Asia, which is, I think, part of how they've done it. But they've reined in the spending on podcasting. They are investing a fair amount in audiobooks, and I think there's some skepticism still as to how exactly that will sort itself out. But it's a company and it's a product that people really like. They're not canceling. Spotify has pricing power. And I think that, though there have been concerns about how that business would look, it's starting to feel like a company that investors can rely on.
Lucas, this might be a little out of left field, but I'm still really focused on podcasts. I just find the industry to be so vibrant. If you track the news flow, a lot of like individual names doing licensing deals for themselves, their own properties. Spotify, do they have anything to say about that?
Well, look, Spotify is now content to be a sort of neutral distributor of podcasts, right? They spent a bunch of money buying podcast networks, funding originals, kind of securing exclusive rights to shows because they use those podcasts and those deals to bring people in and to get people listening to podcasts on Spotify. That is now happening. Spotify feels less of a need to pay for people. And feels like it can, just benefit from ad sales from shows that it doesn't control or pay for.
It's a Swedish juggernaut, Lucas Shaw. We so appreciate you bringing us all things Spotify. Meanwhile, sticking with results out of Europe, and it's SAP. CEO Christian Klein joined Bloomberg to weigh in on his company's results. Just take a listen.
we are not only focusing on moving customers to the cloud. We look into their business model transformation. So when you talk about SAP, it's all about how can you actually grow your business. I mean, take ExxonMobil, one of our largest customers now in the cloud. They are moving towards renewable energies, and our software is key for that. Or when you talk about resiliency of supply chains, we infuse AI. We are connecting your supply chain with the operations of thousands of your suppliers. And that's why SAP is so relevant these days.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's Sonia Nguyen for more on this. And Sonia, shares at a record high. Is it all about AI?
Yes, AI definitely plays a key role in SAP's financial performance and business development. We've seen some good growth on the cloud revenue, and also the backlog seems very healthy. So we can expect a lot more of the growth to come later this year and in the coming months. As the AI had a significant role in attracting new customers, as well as incentivizing the shift from the on-premise solution to the more lucrative cloud business.
Bloomberg's Sonia Nguyen out of Europe. Thank you very much. Another tech company that's reporting today is Tesla. Let's discuss what to expect with Junheng Li, Warren Capital CEO and head of research, and getting myself organized, putting my posts in for the blog that will run later today. And I think a big focus is going to be FSD, Junheng. You've got a particularly interesting view on that. Why are you watching FSD so closely?
Because the car sale data are very transparent, and it's obvious that the car sales has hit a wall, whether in California, in China, in Europe. So in California, the data are very transparent. Sales down 24% year over year in Q2, and California being 25% of the US EV sales. And in China, it's down 7%. That's on top of very aggressive promotions. In Europe, it's a different story. There's a tariff coming up. Now, the Chinese-made car going to Europe starting this month will face 20% increase in tariff. So at this cross current, Tesla all of a sudden pivoted its story from EV sales to FSD. Essentially, FSD is a story of, okay, you buy a car, I give you a driver. So that's supposed to be a differentiation for Tesla car to get more share in the market. But it is our view, after speaking extensively to the researchers in the field, as well as the competition's AI effort, that it's a very immature product. It takes time to get a higher quality data, probably a rework of the underlying narrow AI system, and waiting for more GPU cluster for this to work.
Full self-driving has actually been something both Ed and I have been playing with a lot, lucky enough to be able to do so. But why do you think the underlying technology, the overall scale of investment that Tesla needs to make, is so much larger than the market is factoring in? Because this is always the long-term bet, that Tesla is an AI play.
Yep, because Tesla's AI vision is a little bit different from everyone else. Everyone else in the industry relies on sensors in addition to the underlying AI software. But Tesla wants to differentiate itself as a unique play in autonomous AI. Therefore, it markets as the end-to-end vision only AI play. But if you talk to people in the area, they'll tell you that it's a very difficult route because it needs a lot more extensive data input, and it requires a much more extensive AI system to truly get you to L5. So now you have this very big operation domain design, and you have limited hardware tool, but you want to achieve L5. So that's a very, very tall order.
Speaking of hardware, we were just showing some of the things that are top of mind for retail investors, right? They have a platform, say.com. They can vote or upvote their questions. What's missing from that is robo-taxi. How critical is it that Elon Musk gives us a new date for the robo-taxi unveil?
Well, robo-taxi, it's just one manifestation of its vision only E2E. autonomous AI. But robotaxi, in fact, is easier to achieve than FSD because there's no one behind the wheel. So in terms of the legal liability, it's much crystal clear. So if robotaxi gets into trouble, it's Tesla that's going to fully compensate and financially, legally responsible for the accident. As opposed to FSD, as long as it's not fully autonomous and the Tesla doesn't claim 100% legal responsibilities, it's the insurance company needs to underwrite that risk. That's why you see lots of Waymos on the street in selective cities, but there's no Tesla robo-taxi because it requires a different sort of like hardware, software, and AI program integration. Tesla doesn't have that.
We're used to perhaps being patient on Elon's promises. He's pushed back robotaxi, he pushed back Optimus just in the last day or so. Does that matter in the longer term if we are seeing a vision of AI? Look, this is also an energy company that does relatively well.
Well, sure, energy does extremely well, but energy is not something you give it 100 times the price to earning ratio, right? So, I mean, the stock is at 250. The company is supposed to make $2.50 this year. So effectively, you are giving it 110 price to earning ratio. Okay, so FSD story will get this to, where the company, where Elon Musk wants the stock to go. So the math is this. So FSD will allow the penetration to go up to 30% of all cars sold in the US. So US sells about 18 million cars. So that gives you 6 million cars for Tesla because it's give you a car, give you a driver. So people will buy it for $45,000. And then the company makes 10% profit margin. And you give 30 times price to earning to that kind of a run rate normalized earning, just like you give to Apple. That gives you $2 trillion valuation. That's the story they want to tell to the investor base and pacify them. It might be true, it might not be true. And it might be someone else get there first, and Tesla is not. But if you give it 20% probability, that gives you significantly less market valuation than $2 trillion.
Well said, Junhang Li, Warren Capital CEO and head of research, as we try to vindicate that 93 times future earnings that is the valuation of Tesla. Look at what's happening with Alphabet, because it's not just Tesla out after the bell. Google's parent company is as well. We're up 0.5%. Not only are we focusing on search, cloud, and AI, we're also thinking about the Wiz rejection of Google's $23 billion offer. We're going to be talking about that later in the show as well, Ed.
All right, coming up, we bring in Bloomberg's Emily Chang for more on that exclusive interview with Meta's CEO and founder, Mark Zuckerberg. That's next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
And how mammoth value is coming from the smallest of players. 3,184 hits, 431 home runs, and of course the most famous stat that everybody knows, 2,632 consecutive games played. Unmatched career. Why are you doing this?
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
There's only one word, winning. You win on the court, you win off the court. And as you do that, you bring people along.
season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Today, Meta unveiled the largest open source AI model ever, Llama 3.1. The company is also updating its Meta AI service like it's being billed as a rival to ChatGPT. In an exclusive interview with Bloomberg's Emily Chang, Meta CEO and founder Mark Zuckerberg opened up about his strategy and why he believes it's superior to competitors like OpenAI and Google. Just take a listen.
So you're releasing Llama 3.1, this family of models, big and small, including the biggest open source model ever, 405 billion parameters. What does that jump unlock?
I actually think the main thing that people are going to do, especially because it's open source, is use it as a teacher to train smaller models that they use in different applications. If you just think about like all the startups out there, or all the enterprises, or even governments that are trying to do different things, they probably all need to, at some level, build custom models for what they're doing. And it's really hard to do that with closed systems out there, whether that's OpenAI or Gemini, Google's thing, or whatever. And this is like, it gets to a pretty core part of our philosophy is we don't believe there's gonna be like one AI to rule them all. Our vision is that there's going to be millions or just billions of different models out there.
So not one God, but many? Is that the way to think about it?
Well, I don't think they're going to be gods, but I do think that to some degree, if you're like an organization and you think you're going to create like this one super intelligence, it does have this feel to me of like people trying to create a god, and that's just I find that both the wrong way to look at it, but just also very unappealing. You know, there's almost 200 million creators on our platforms. They all are trying to build their community. People want to interact with them. There aren't enough hours in the day. Like I want to make it so that every single one of them can easily train like an AI version of themselves that they can make it what they want. So it's almost like a kind of artistic artifact that they're putting out there for their community that allows their community to interact with them, but also gives them control over how that interaction happens.
Facebook and you have been blamed for a lot of things, whether you agree or not. Why should we trust you with AI?
Well, it's a loaded question. We have gotten blamed for a lot of things. And I mean, look, I take our role in all this stuff seriously, and I think we've tried to handle all this as well as possible. I'm not sure that it's all been fair, but like, I'd like to think that we're an important and relevant company, so I think the scrutiny is generally healthy. One of the defining things around open source is that anyone can scrutinize the work. And because of that, I think it just puts a lot of pressure to make sure that the quality of the work that you're doing gets better really quickly.
That was Bloomberg's Emily Chang in her exclusive interview with Meta CEO and founder Mark Zuckerberg. And I'm delighted to say that Emily joins me here on set in San Francisco. It was so well timed, the interview, and it's critically important. I think back to the last earnings call where Zuckerberg basically said, we think Meta could be the world's leading AI company, but he's coming from behind a little bit. You did some catching up with him in that conversation.
Absolutely. And you know the scale of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp is incredible. So Meta AI, their chatbot, is already embedded across all of those products and Oculus as well, and you can use it as a standalone chatbot. But he says hundreds of millions of people are going to be using this by the end of the year. In fact, before the end of the year, which he believes would make it the most used chatbot in the world. So in just a few months, it's potentially going to be eclipsing ChatGPT. Now, we talked a little bit about the level of intelligence of these latest models, and he admits he still believes there's a gap between Llama 3.1 and the most advanced models out there, but they're already working on Llama 4, and he says they're closing that gap when that update comes out.
Emily, as you were mentioning in what he termed a loaded question, but look, he's used to criticism. But there's been a lot of criticism about the fact that this is open source and the quote-unquote danger that brings. How is he responding to that element of things?
Look, I think broadly, and this is what he's been saying now for many months, open source is more safe, is more secure. You've got all of these people around the world building on it, using it. If they see something wrong, Meta is going to get called out on it, he said, and and we'll fix it. And the question is, though, what's in it for Meta? It's not that there's nothing in this for them. If the industry builds on this and it becomes an industry standard, then Meta has more sway in how the industry evolves. So he's saying, look, this is more safe, this is more secure, but yes, this is also better for us. In fact, he believes it's safer than the closed sources approaches of OpenAI or Google, because what's happening under the hood there, you can't necessarily see when something goes wrong. And what's really interesting is, without open source, he says, I couldn't have built Facebook. This is a deep-seated part of his philosophy that he's had for 20 years. It's definitely interesting. He understands why there's been pushback, why some people see him as this sort of unlikely champion of open source, given how Meta and Facebook and its platforms have evolved, but he really doubled down that this is the best way forward.
There is Mark Zuckerberg, the gold chain wearing, new haircut, MMA fighting man. And then there is Mark Zuckerberg at the helm of a critically important company. You spent time with him at his home in Tahoe.
I did.
What did you learn about either of those characters?
I learned how they relate to each other.
Okay.
And, he just seems, I've met him many times over the years. I've interviewed him before. He just seems more comfortable in his own skin than I've ever seen. He also taught me how to wake surf. Zuck has all these side quests. Wake surfing is one of them. And, we talked about how he just has so much energy. These things keep him focused. Priscilla, his wife, was there as well. She's like, I prefer when he's doing all these other things because he just has so much energy to burn off. But my main takeaway was that he's not going anywhere. If you think about Jeff Bezos, who left Amazon, Larry and Sergey, who left Google, there are all these major tech founders who have since stepped back from their companies. Mark Zuckerberg isn't going anywhere. He said, look, I want to see this AI wave play out. It's 10 or 15 more years before the next platform is going to emerge, and I'm going to be around for that.
Emily Chang, can't wait to see more of the interview. We thank you so much. Tune in to this exclusive interview with Mark Zuckerberg online or on Bloomberg TV tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We got some breaking news for you. Apple, a foldable iPhone may be released in 2026. This is according to the information. We're currently at session highs on Apple stock on the back of that. Potentially it could fold widthwise like a clamshell, according to people familiar, and it would make it similar look to that Samsung Galaxy X Flip, Z Flip, in fact, that was released all the way back in 2020. We keep an eye on Apple shares. This is Bloomberg Technology.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Bloomberg Power Players is back this September. As the top names in tennis take the court over in Queens, we're convening the best of the sports world right here in New York. We'll host some of the most influential voices in the business and identify what happens next for players and fans in this multi-billion-dollar global industry. Bloomberg Power Players, September 5th. Register now at BloombergLive.com/powerplayers.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
Big news in cybersecurity. The startup Wiz has rejected Google. the company has turned down that Alphabet $23 billion takeover offer, sticking instead to its plans for an IPO, according to a memo that Bloomberg has seen. The move marks a blow for Google, of course, which is trying to catch up to Microsoft and Amazon on shoring up its security offerings for its cloud services. We're pleased to bring in Dana Wellman for more. And Dana, talk to us about why this was so integral to compete with Microsoft Azure, to take on the other competitors in AWS in the space of cloud.
So Wiz would have rounded out Alphabet's cybersecurity offerings. The company had already acquired Mandiant a couple years ago for a little over $5 billion. And Wiz would have just rounded out the portfolio with a real focus on detecting cyber threats in various cloud platforms. It plugs into a number of major existing platforms, including Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services. And these are Google's, Alphabet's major competitors in the cloud space. And it is an area where, as much as Google is one of the major known names, it does still trail Microsoft and Amazon in that major critical space.
You know, part of the interesting part of our reporting, according to sources, is that the leaders at Wiz are also conscious about the regulatory environment, antitrust. What do we understand there, Dana?
So this indeed would have been a really risky deal for Google had it had the agreement gone through. Rather, had Wiz agreed to an acquisition. Google is already facing various regulatory challenges on everything from its search business to its advertising tools, and probably even a much smaller acquisition would have drawn some regulatory scrutiny. And we're talking a $23 billion acquisition. This would have dwarfed previous Alphabet acquisitions, certainly even the Mandiant one that I just mentioned, which was about $5.5 billion. And it would have been a huge risk indeed, which, according to our reporting, was one factor that the Wiz team considered in choosing to IPO instead of being acquired. That not only did it feel that it could build more value as an independent company, but had some concerns about whether it could even get past those regulatory hurdles in the US and possibly elsewhere.
Bloomberg's Dana Wellman, thank you. Now, coming up on the show, we're going to be joined by Noah Aitchison, author of the Crypto is Macro Now newsletter, to get her take on the newly approved Ether ETFs from New York, not from New York, gosh, from London and San Francisco. This is Bloomberg Technology.
We want to make sure that we're exposed to categories that continue to be relevant to consumers, that we're positioned in categories where we have a competitive right to win.
By strategically adding and shedding assets, General Mills has turned over about 20% of its net sales base in the last 6 years. It's dramatically expanded its pet food platform, starting with the purchase of Blue Buffalo pet products in 2018. That expansion dovetailed with a boom in demand.
Pet in the U.S., pet feeding and treating, is a $50 billion category. It's almost 5 times the size of a category like cereal.
Is this the future of the company? I mean, we so much associate General Mills with breakfast and cereals, human breakfast and human cereals. Are we now going to be thinking about General Mills much more as a pet food company?
I think you'll be thinking about General Mills as a food company where we treat all the members of the family like family.
The humanization of pets is actually the biggest driver of pet food and pet treating growth. It has derivatives in not only feeding, which is the core thing that you know most households where most of the dollars go against the pet, but treating, and then you start to branch out to things like vitamins and minerals and supplements.
People really love their pets. They want to take care of their pets like they do their family, and it really is a global phenomenon. That's why we recently entered the China market with Blue Buffalo. That's why we bought Edgar & Cooper recently in Europe, because we see the same kinds of trends that have played out here in the U.S. playing out all over the world.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Technology. Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
And I'm Caroline Hyde in London for the week. Let's check in on these markets because I want to point you to what other earnings we've had out today. And they've actually been helping drag this market a little bit softer. NXP Semiconductors, Dutch-based company listed in the US, off by more than 9%. This is, we see revenue, particularly in the autos chip sector, just being weaker once again. And that's signaling maybe some testing times from other chip makers. We're looking at Comcast also down. Let's call it 6%. That's on the back of Comcast. Actually, the Universal side of the theme parks not looking good, off by more than 5%. And once again, look, we're seeing a little bit of struggling with wireless and broadband, even though perhaps it wasn't as bad as expected. This is, I'm afraid, perhaps to my producer, not the right company to be looking at. Logitech is the one that we wanted to have a look at. This is the maker of mice and the like. Sorry if I sent round the wrong particular company for this, but ultimately we have been seeing it on the downside after they pointed to some slower growth in the future. I'm looking at Alphabet on the higher side, up some 0.7%. We look at what the earnings are going to be like as they decide not to be buying Wiz. It seems as though Wiz has been pushing back on that offer. Tesla on by more than a percentage point. All eyes as they come out with their earnings. What will they say in terms of robo-taxi, in terms of AI? Optimus, the future. Texas Instruments off by more than 3%. As I say, NXP really signaling some weakness in other semiconductor names. And I look at Mattel. Look, is this a tech stock? Look, it had some Barbie success. We, of course, know it is an IP company with Hot Wheels and the like. We're off by more than 5% as they are going to give us their earnings after the bell. But they seem to be pushing back. And thus yet, we're still wondering whether or not they remain an independent company. This company for now says, look, we like our strategy if we remained independent. Al Catterton, of course, reports that they have been eyeing that particular company. And what are you looking at?
The world of crypto and ETFs. Regulators approved the first US ETFs investing directly in Ether. That's according to filings and statements from various asset managers. Now, trading is imminent. So let's bring in Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld. Friend of the show, friend of mine, expert in all things cat meme related, but also ETFs critically, likes crypto. I think that why this story is so interesting, we've been talking about it so much, is that it's a good test for wider interest in crypto markets, right?
You're exactly right. Demand beyond Bitcoin, obviously the spot Bitcoin ETFs that started trading in January were a wild success, really blew past expectations. We have seen 8 spot Ether ETFs begin trading in the US today, and these are expected not draw as much interest, but trading volume so far has been pretty impressive. Over 300 million in trading volume so far today. But if you take a look at BlackRock's Ether ETF in particular, the ticker there is ETHA. Volume after the first hour was about $50 million. Maybe it'll get to 200 million by the end of the day. Just for context, BlackRock's spot Bitcoin ETF did about $1 billion on its first day of trading. So impressive, but not quite Bitcoin levels.
It was never going to be Bitcoin levels, was it, Katie? Can you just mark us up to what we all anticipated and whether or not the flows are good enough for what the market needed to see?
So if you take a look at what the consensus is right now, there was an interesting note from Wintermute Trading, for example. Typical analyst projections translate into annualized inflows of about $4.8 to $6.4 billion for these Ether products. That's in the first year, which, again, is not nothing for a new ETF debut, especially in a new category. That's pretty impressive. But it's just that the Bitcoin ETFs received so much enthusiasm, net inflows of $17 billion, even with the outflows that you've seen from GBTC. There's some pretty difficult comps there, but again, it'll be interesting to see how these develops, whether financial advisors in particular will embrace these. There's a lot of question about how do you market Ether? Bitcoin is digital gold. What's the sales pitch for Ether to a non-crypto audience? Those are some of the questions that need to be answered.
Oil, silver, we've heard it all. Katie Greifeld, our ETF queen, we appreciate it. Look, let's get an insider's take. Noel Acheson is author of Crypto is Macro Now newsletter. You based in Europe a lot of the time, and Europe already has exchange-traded notes related to ETH. What are some of the issues, do you think? Is it largely because it can yield yet more if you were indeed staking it, and that's going to limit it to a certain extent?
Exactly, Caroline. I think last time I was on this circle, I was saying it's a bad product, and that's a relative adjustment. The staking rewards, as you pointed out, are not being distributed, which is effectively a 3.5 percentage point less return for ETH holders. But you have to remember, Katie's totally right. The volumes so far are pretty good, as they should be. It's not reflected in price because the market and other things. And there are many people who will happily see that 3.5 percentage point relative loss as a convenience fee. As we have many funds that can't hold anything that isn't traded on a regulated exchange. And Caroline, there is a very important
Noel?
Yes?
Noel, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're having some issues with your audio. You're a regular guest on the show. We're going to work on it. We'll get you back as soon as possible. Noel Acheson, author of the Crypto is Now, Macro Now newsletter. Thank you. Right, it's time now for Talking Tech. And first up, CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz is set to testify before Congress. A U.S. House committee has called on the executive for questioning after last week's botched software update that caused global computer outages worldwide. Additionally, the U.S. Department of Transportation has opened an investigation into Delta as it continues to see major flight cancellations and delays from the CrowdStrike outage, despite rivals' return to normality. Plus, shares of Kakao falling in South Korea as authorities have arrested its founder, Brian Kim, over alleged market manipulation. The billionaire internet entrepreneur was taken into custody after hours of deliberation on fears of, quote, evidence destruction and flight. Kim and Kakao spokespeople deny the allegations. Okay, coming up here on Bloomberg Technology, we're going to have to take a look at the world of AI and robotics, and that's through the company Mitra. CEO Chris Walty joins us next on the company's launch. This is Bloomberg Technology.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
We've seen story after story about companies delisting from the London Stock Exchange, listing in New York, listing in Europe. I want to turn that around. I want Britain to be the place of choice to make an IPO, to grow your business. That's why I welcome the reforms that the FCA put in place last week. It's also why I'm determined to change our pension system so we can keep more businesses here in Britain.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The more that you learn about this case, the more it reads like a Hollywood script. The nature of the killings, the execution, the just brutality of it.
It wasn't in the psyche of people that they could be looted because they are considered so sacred.
And we did it the way you do every single investigation. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
It jumped off the page at me that you could see that there was a Ponzi scheme taking place.
I started hearing mafia, mafia, mafia.
Il sistema è perfetto. Sono gli uomini che spesso non lo sono.
These are the holders of truth and justice. They cannot be possibly be doing this. But then they are. They are. And the evidence is there. It's overwhelming.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Talking venture now, an iconic capital, an investment firm known for, well, managing the fortunes of Silicon Valley's elite, has said it has raised $5.75 billion for a new venture-focused fund. And yet another example of the continued concentration of dollars in a handful of big VC firms. This year, over $7 billion went to a group of funds at Andreessen Horowitz, another $3 billion to Norwest Venture Partners. Ed, what have you got?
Now, Mitra is a company focusing on industrial productivity with AI, but also three-dimensional robotics, and just today launched with $78 million in total financing through a Series B. We're delighted to be joined by the CEO and co-founder, Chris Walty, who's also a former Tesla materials engineer who helped build what was Tesla Bot, now Optimus. We'll get to that. This is interesting. It's not necessarily a crowded field, but I'd say we've had several startups on the show focusing in the field of robotics. What is specific about your technology and your ambitions on how it's used in the real world?
Sure. Morning, Ed. Thanks for having me on the show. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, the challenge is that 90% of warehouses today have no meaningful automation. So there's a product market fit gap. At Tesla, we experienced some of the challenges with the current state of automation. We endeavored to make something extremely simple, user-friendly, and the more simplistic we could make the system, the more cost-effective and universal and flexible the solution could be.
And the more people want to use it. You've got Fortune 100 customers already, Albertsons, for example. What is it that the robotics are solving for them already?
What is it that robotics is not solving for them? Well, if you look at the traditional state of robotics,
is solving for them. What is the positive? What are you finding that is already the application, Chris?
Oh, sure. What is it we are solving? Yeah, so we're focused on moving material at the pallet level. It's the bread and butter of supply chain. Almost everything you see around you has been in a pallet at one point, and we're doing that a much more simple and an efficient way through the use of just two products. It's really a steel lattice structure and a bot that moves in full 3 dimensions, which allows you to basically use software to define how your warehouse operates versus traditionally using mechanisms like conveyors and elevators and that sort.
$78 million. I can't tell if that's quite a lot of money or not enough money to launch a product like this, scale it and put it into the real world. You tell me.
It sounds like a lot, of course, but you have to keep in mind that there's 7 different engineering disciplines, and it's incredibly important to make the product reliable, scalable, et cetera. I mean, automotive companies spend quite a bit of money on the manufacturing and the development to bring an electric vehicle to market. We're essentially bringing a small electric vehicle that not only moves 3,000 pounds in the horizontal plane, but also moves it up and down.
Reliable, scalable, and in a near-term ideal of being useful. Look, what's so interesting is your background, having been at Rivian, but also at Tesla. Look, we're about to get Tesla numbers. We're about to fixate upon Optimus, and once again, a slight delay to its practical use cases. What was it like at Optimus, and how did you decide that you had to do something different because, perhaps, of the delays there?
Yeah, my background at Tesla was a very interesting one. I had experience both on the traditional warehouse side and trying to get material flow up and running to support Model 3 manufacturing, and then was also asked and tasked to lead the Optimus program. Humanoid robotics, absolutely fascinating. Had a blast working on those problems and leading that team. But ultimately, it's a bit of a 9th inning problem, and there's innings 4, 5, 6, and 7. Et cetera, that still need to be solved. And, for the next 10 to 15 years of my career, as well as the rest of the team that's joined us on this mission, we're really solving a very critical problem in supply chain with a very simple and direct form factor.
I guess philosophically, but also from an engineering perspective, why is the direction you're going better than the use case of a humanoid robot such as Optimus in the warehouse or manufacturing environment?
It's a great question. I don't know if one is better or worse than the other. I would say they're solving 2 very different problems, right? What's very unique about humans is their ability to manipulate and reason at the edge. And that's where a humanoid robot is very powerful. But when you look at what's moved around in a warehouse and a manufacturing facility, a lot of that material weighs hundreds, if not thousands of pounds. And that's not something that a human really is designed to do. So you can think of what we're building at Mitra as something that's very complementary or orthogonal to humanoid robotics or humans in general.
Okay, so you're going to work in line, sort of in a sophisticated manner to work alongside the future of an Optimus. You've got strategic investment. I'm assuming you've already raised, $78 million in funding. How expensive does this get? How many more rounds of funding do you need, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear at this point. Our goal is to execute as quickly and as efficiently as possible. The next 2 years we'll develop the system, invest in the team, and launch to a few more customers. And in that time, that we'll be generating revenue and the funding environment in 2 years, who knows what that will be like. But it's safe to say that funding can help accelerate the mission. It's not necessarily always required for a company to exist.
Particularly if you're aiming to be revenue generating, maybe even profitability coming into your lexicon. Mitra CEO and co-founder Chris Welty, great experience that you have, great pushing us forward on what to expect out of robotics. Ed, what have we got?
Well, from one Tesla alumni enterprise to another, a couple of weeks ago, I took a trip on a boat, an electric boat. And it's from startup Arc, looking to launch later this year. Here's what it's like.
This is the Arc Sport, a fully electric boat from Los Angeles-based Arc, and it's built for water sports on lakes and wide rivers, but it can go in salt water. So we got to test it out in the San Francisco Bay. We set off from Sausalito Harbor, and with Alcatraz and the Golden Gate Bridge coming into sight, we took it up to full speed and we let her rip. Arc Sport can get up to 40 miles per hour, but it has a surprisingly intuitive drive-by-wire system. The operating system also looks very similar to Tesla's in aesthetic and functionality. Using front and rear cameras, you can see the front and check on the wakeboarder who's in the back or make sure no passengers have fallen off. Luckily, none of us did. The boat has 500 horsepower from a 226 kilowatt-hour battery pack. That's almost double the battery capacity powering Tesla's Cybertruck. It's meant to give you a full day on the water, about 4 to 6 hours of driving time. At $258,000, Arc Sport's price is comparable to gas-powered boats from names like Mastercraft, but the direct-to-consumer sales model means there's no dealer in the middle taking a cut. That means Arc can spend a little bit more on the design, the experience in the boat, upscale sound systems, and plush seating. It's also got a really cool thruster-jet system for docking up, and it can charge to 80% in like 45 minutes. The boat's designed by a team of former SpaceX and Tesla engineers, and it's shipping later this year to go after a $2 billion market in 2024 for wake boats.
$258,000 shipping later this year. Maybe Emily Chang and Mark Zuckerberg have got their eyes on one, Cara.
Oh, water sports. Meanwhile, coming up, tech giants Apple and Micron, they're paying Ed a visit to China as the US ramps up chip curbs. This is Bloomberg Technology.
In global leadership are on Bloomberg.
We are 40 million. We're a big country, and we really depend on the aid from the world. And we depend on the aid and the position and the stance of the US. So I would like to understand, what would it mean to finish war fast? If Trump knows how to end this war, he should tell us today. Because if there are risks to Ukraine's independence, if there are risks that we will lose the statehood, we want to be prepared for this. We want to understand whether in November we will have the powerful support of the US or we'll be all alone. Only our lives are at stake here, and nobody can just trade our lives.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I know you've always been fascinated by China, and you learned to speak Mandarin. And what do you know about where China is on AI and AGI?
I don't personally know a ton. There's this question, which is how should the U.S. approach kind of AI competition with China? And there's one strain of thought, which is like, okay, well, we need to like lock it all down. And I just happen to think that that's really wrong, because the U.S. thrives on just kind of open and decentralized innovation. I mean, that's the way our economy works. That's like how we build awesome stuff. But I think the leading companies should work with the U.S. government and make sure that our kind of national defense and things like that have sort of a perpetual first mover advantage on the leading technology in the world.
So we win the AI wars this way.
I think there's the question of what can you hope to achieve. If you're trying to say, okay, should the U.S. try to be 5 or 10 years ahead of China? I just don't know if that's a reasonable goal. So I'm not sure if you can maintain that. But what I do think is a reasonable goal is maintaining a perpetual, 6-month, to 8-month lead by making sure that the American companies and the American folks working on this continue producing the best AI system.
That was Bloomberg's Emily Chang in more of her exclusive interview with Mark Zuckerberg. And remember, you can tune into the exclusive interview with Mark Zuckerberg online or on Bloomberg TV tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's keep the conversation going on China. As US chip curbs tighten, leaders from tech giants Apple and Micron paid a visit to Beijing. I want to bring in Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, who leads our coverage of the intersection of politics and technology. Apple's COO, Jeff Williams, and Micron's CEO and President, Sanjay Mehrotra, go to Beijing. It tells us how important, despite the political backdrop, the market is and the supply chain is.
It really does, and it was a great segue into our discussion now to hear from Mark Zuckerberg, too, about the importance of China and this tension between the government here in Washington and what the industry around the world sees in the world's second largest economy, which is opportunity, both in terms of a large consumer market and also the importance of the production and supply chain lines that are embedded in China as well. So as you hear from Zuckerberg and as you see in the visit of these two key executives, China is super important for their continued growth and development.
Basically, Mehrotra and Williams, they're both part of this US-China Business Council, right? And I'm kind of trying to understand how much you think that sort of a council really achieves, how much they are able to get business done amid the tit-for-tat from a geopolitical perspective.
Well, it does counter the tit-for-tat, and that's a great question, Carolyn, because you do see all these concrete actions emanating from the Biden administration in the form of export restrictions. These are measures aimed at curbing China's access to advanced technology, especially semiconductors needed to power technology like artificial intelligence that Mark Zuckerberg was just talking about. Now, having this U.S.-China Business Council go and meet with very senior officials, including the Vice Premier, Hu Lefeng, and the Foreign Minister, Wang Yi, these are important officials to meet, and it carries some symbolism. And it allowed the Chinese to convey to the American business community at a very high level that, look, we still need you. We realize
oil futures extend losses. U.S. crude down by $2 a barrel.
Want to see this decoupling that some in Washington have been pushing for.
Just really quick, Mike, we can't get away from the US presidential election, but one strategy of the US is also to lean on its allies in respect of tech curbs in China. You know, what's the chatter in that respect in DC?
Well, that's a great question, Ed, because right now what we're seeing is a little bit more reluctance in escalating those restrictions on technology even further. We've seen pushback from the Dutch and the Japanese against efforts by the U.S. to get the makers of chip-making machinery to dial back on servicing and the sending of spare parts to China for some of those machines used in the production and the fabrication of semiconductors.
All eyes on the Dutch, the Japanese, China, US. Mike Shepard is always across it all. We so appreciate it. Thank you. Now that does it for this very busy edition of Bloomberg Technology, Ed.
Very global. London, New York, we were even in Austria at one point. Check out the pod. Big shout out to the pod wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, and on iHeart. A lot still to come this week in earnings. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Chevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
A lot's happening on Wall Street.
I couldn't have been more wrong.
It's going to stay volatile for a while longer.
It's a bifurcated market.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Year over year, you could start to see some cracks.
It might be overhyped short term, but it's underhyped long term.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
A lot of the doom and gloom has been somewhat overblown.
If you're not living near the edge, you're taking up too much space.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Live from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Shanali Basak.
And I'm Tim Stenevec. Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto. A look at the people, transactions, and technology shaping the world of decentralized finance.
Spot Ether ETFs begin trading. It's a lackluster debut for the second major digital asset approved by the SEC, but still heavy volumes.
We're going to discuss the demand for Bitcoin and Ether with BlackRock head of digital assets, Robert Mitchnick.
And Hani Rashwan of 21 Shares joins the program as his company's Ether ETF also begins trading.
That's all ahead over the next half hour. First, though, a snapshot of the market, at least of the two largest cryptos, starting with what's going on with Ether now that regulators have approved the first U.S. ETFs that invest directly in Ether. Interestingly enough, we're seeing Bitcoin and Ether both down today. Ether was a little changed when the news broke late yesterday, and it's lower today. In fact, much of the crypto market lower today on a day when we see equities generally higher. Bitcoin also lower today by 2.2%, though yesterday it did surpass $68,000. That was the first time it did that in more than a month. The recent run-up from around $56,000 just a few weeks ago, that has revived some speculation that Bitcoin could actually make another run at record highs. This comes amid optimism that a second Trump presidency, if he does win, would be good for digital assets. But Shanali, today, it's all about Ether.
It sure is. And if you take a look at Ethereum as well and the fee structures associated with those spot Ethereum ETFs here, you're looking at Grayscale coming in at about 15 basis points, ticker ETHE. Of course, remember, Grayscale's Bitcoin Trust was really what broke open the market for the spot ETFs initially, but came in with much higher fees. Let's flip the board here and take a look at more of the fee structures of some of the most hotly traded products, particularly iShares at 25 basis points. That's 0.25% here. This is more a little bit of the industry standard that you're seeing here, but the Grayscale Mini Trust, ETH, that is where you see the highest fee still, Tim. That is at 2.5%.
Well, speaking of Ether, last week, Kraken's head
The ECB always halving the LevFin Pro provision demand to about €7 billion. As looking into this now, European Central Bank officials discussing asking banks to add about €7 billion euros, or $7.6 billion, in provisions for leveraged loans going bad, roughly half of what it had initially estimated. After its in-depth review of the business, sparked a backlash among lenders.
Global engagement with exchange-traded products like the UK and Hong Kong launching their own, as well as increased access to crypto ETFs here in the US.
Let's now bring in BlackRock head of digital assets, Robert Mitchnick. Their Ether ETF ticker symbol is ETHA. And of course, when BlackRock got into this market in the first place, it was a massive wave. The Bitcoin product, of course, had near record levels of demand for many types of ETFs, let alone something in the crypto world. How do you explain Ethereum to the average person here? Is there a very large difference in how you see interest really being drummed up for this versus Bitcoin?
Sure. Well, Shanali, Tim, great to see you. Thanks for having me on. They are very different. You're right. And
I think that the simplest way to think about Ethereum is that it is a bet on technology innovation around blockchain. And that's quite different from when we think about Bitcoin as this prospective emerging global monetary alternative. And I think that's important for investors to keep in mind, is that we really view Bitcoin and Ethereum as complements, not as competitors or substitutes.
Well, it's interesting, too. I was talking to Eric Balchunas over at Bloomberg Intelligence. 250 million in volume is what ETH, if you want to call it that, is given towards the end of the day today. That would put it very high up there, one of the top 50 best fund launches. It would also mean as a group, the group would be doing about $1 billion in volume. Is that a success?
Well, I think we're thinking much longer term than any one day's particular volumes or inflows. But when we think about success in this space, it starts first and foremost with delivering a BlackRock and iShares quality access vehicle to our clients, as well as a lot of what we're focused on, similar to Bitcoin, is being a great thought partner on the education journey around Ethereum. As you note, it's even more complex in some ways than the education journey around Bitcoin, which obviously we spent a lot of time with our clients on.
So if you are thinking about this longer term than just today, of course, that certainly makes sense. But what would be a realistic assets under management in this ETF in the next 12 or 18 months? What's the number you want to see?
Yeah, well, I think it's tough to project that. There's obviously a lot of
but you gotta have
unknowns
goals.
in the market.
You got to have goals internally.
Well, I think if we look at the case of IBIT and the Bitcoin ETFs, that was pretty extraordinary, right? IBIT today at 22 billion in AUM after just more than 6 months. That broke a lot of records, obviously, in ETF fund launches. But there's a lot of room for success and significant AUM gathering, even that would fall below that very lofty bar.
Apart from minuscule differences when it comes to fees, how do you differentiate from the other products that are out there?
Yeah, well, I think that BlackRock and iShares have built a reputation, have built themselves into the leading ETF issuer in the world. We spent multiple years, starting in 2021, building a technology integration with Coinbase Prime into our Aladdin system, such that this ETF, just like IBIT, can run on the same technology and risk system that the other 1,300 plus ETFs globally for iShares do.
Let's talk a little bit about Ethereum versus Bitcoin here in the regulatory structure, right? And by the way, Rob, has the SEC even come down that hard on the crypto world if you think about two spot ETFs?
I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, what is everyone complaining about? I get the suits against the exchanges, but still, under this administration, you have seen two major spot ETFs launched. How far down the road can you go with still the remaining regulatory uncertainty? And by the way, there's tons of it.
Right. Well, I think it's a really beneficial thing for investors and for markets. What's happened with these ETFs, they've brought access to these assets, which many investors clearly have wanted and have been excited to get the opportunity to hold through an ETF, and brought that into a regulated environment into these wrappers. There's a ton of demand from our clients, clearly, to be able to access the leading crypto assets within the exchange-traded wrapper. And so it's been a great year from that standpoint.
As Sonali mentioned, we've seen the launch of Bitcoin and Ether ETFs under SEC Chair Gary Gensler. But there has been a lot of discussion in recent months about how much friendlier Trump administration would be to crypto. Certainly the crypto industry is vocal about that. What would be different, if anything, under a Trump White House than a Biden White House or a Harris White House?
Right. Well, I actually think the meaningful shifts that we've seen has been over the course of 2024, you've seen this clear growth in recognition generally from a congressional standpoint that there's a need to develop effective regulation in this space, regulation that supports innovation and also protects investors. And that actually has been bipartisan. So that's probably the most notable thing that we've seen is the emergence of this as a bipartisan concept.
Rob, how much institutional interest is there in blockchain products outside of the ETF wrapper?
Well, I think there's a fair bit. You've seen activity around tokenization. Think about the activity that's happened around stablecoins. When we think about the digital asset space, we think about it across three pillars. It's crypto, it's stablecoins, and tokenization. Many of our clients are interested clearly in investing in Bitcoin and in Ether. But they're also interested in some of these other technology applications, particularly around tokenization.
AI is certainly a theme that many investors are excited about. Curious if there are any actual real significant spillover from developments when it comes to AI into digital assets. Can you give us some examples of that?
That's a great question. When we think about longer term, and this is, there's many things that are, of course, uncertain in the way this will play out. But you think about internet native money, which is what Bitcoin brought into being. Crypto speaks the language of computers, right? So when we think about potentially greater role for AI in our economy, this is a technology construct and a way of money existing that actually fits pretty integratedly with that. So we'll see.
I'm really curious in how, we're going back to regulation for a minute, just the dynamics about Ethereum and the world of staking. How does that change the dynamics between kind of the spot Ethereum market and the spot Ethereum ETF market when there's so much uncertainty around the business of staking?
Sure. Well, I think obviously all the Ethereum ETFs that launched today do not do staking, right? That's consistent across all of them. And the way that staking works is a fascinating new construct, that Ethereum and other blockchains have brought into being. When we look at the way Ethereum's held today, though, only about 29% of all ETH is actually staked. So certainly there's a bifurcation between those who are holding it and choosing to stake it and those who don't.
BlackRock Head of Digital Assets, Robert Mitchnick. Robert, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Coming up, Henny Rashwan of 21 Shares joins the program as his company's Ether ETF begins trading.
Then Matt Helgen of Bitwise joins to pitch his firm's Ether ETF as well.
And to access all of the latest data and news on crypto, all you got to do is type in CRYP-GO on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Why does this business model work? Because it's virgin space. It's never been done before, and it'll never be done again. When you step back and you look at something that's been golf through institutions, has been the way it has been for 53 years without change. In 1993, I stepped back and said, okay, this is not right. It's doing the same old Groundhog Day. Everything's the same. Players are a pass-through entity. They're not getting any equity built in their day. Once they're done playing, they're out. I thought, that's just not right. When you have to build a sustainable model, you need to have these players, these famous, the world best, the best of the best. You need to give them equity into the future. You need to give them a vision of where they need to go and how they're going to get there.
Ever get suggestions from your friends at dinner, this is what you should do? And how do you respond when they kind of say, maybe you should lower interest rates?
People I don't know will always say, hey, cut rates. Somebody said that in the elevator this morning.
Did that influence you or no?
volumes flood into those spot Ethereum ETFs, you have actually seen Ethereum down for 3 straight days and down today 1% at least, even as those Ethereum launches are drawing in money. Here to discuss it more is 21 Shares co-founder and CEO Hani Rashwan, whose Ether ETF ticker is CETH. And Hani, when you look at the price action here, has it been priced in?
So thank you for having me. It's good to be back. It has been priced in a bit, but the other aspect of it is when we compare it to Bitcoin, which launched at the right time, in the right place, with everything going in its way, it's a little bit different. It's the summer. There have been some global macro events that have impacted it here or there, but we still are quite bullish over the next 6 to 12 months on crypto overall and Ethereum in particular.
Hani, I'm wondering who these ETFs are for. Who do you have in mind buying these?
So globally, we're the largest issuer of crypto ETFs. We have 50 of these things around the world. And what we often find are a mixture of retail investors who may not be comfortable setting up their own wallets and handling that infrastructure, and a lot of institutional investors. Less so on the insurance and pension funds. They're not quite there yet, but we believe with time they will be. And more on the family offices, independent asset managers, and the like.
But they seem like those folks are sophisticated enough to set up their own wallets and go directly to actually buy the token.
So it depends on the fund, but a lot of funds have mandates that may preclude them from investing in non-securities. They may want to have the regulated umbrella with the comfort, with the custody, with all of that.
You know, you think about that to the point that Tim is making, why buy an Ethereum ETF? You can kind of see with Bitcoin how much more there was that push into the attempted push, at least, into the FA market. Does that same push apply to Ethereum? And is it as simple when a lot of people don't know what Ethereum is even used for? Let's be honest.
No, absolutely. So the way we think about it is Bitcoin is digital gold. It is an insurance against bad fiscal and monetary policies, and it makes sense in a lot of parts of the world, and even in America. Ethereum is actually using the blockchain. Ethereum is the actual applications that move money, that can transform our financial system, are built on smart contracts. Ethereum is the biggest single platform of that. The single biggest use case of crypto today is stablecoins, by far. Visa settled $10 trillion last year. Stablecoins settled $9.3 trillion. And you'll see that happening on platforms like Ethereum, like Solana, and the others.
No staking rewards in the ETFs.
Yet, so far.
Okay, yeah.
So we've seen this around the globe. I think sometimes regulators need a little bit additional comfort. And we've launched before with no staking, and we have no issues whatsoever with taking our time and upgrading the product later.
But you do see staking happen it's a moment of when, not if?
Of course. We have a dozen or so stakeable ETPs around the world, and our ambition is to add staking as soon as possible. And it's an educational aspect with the regulator. Will take some time, but that's the plan and that's our ambition.
But what gives you confidence that you can convince the SEC to get comfortable with that?
We've been working on getting Ethereum listed for 6 or 7 years, and we finally convinced our regulators here. And so I think there's hope in the same way that Bitcoin took a minute to list, but at the end we got there. We've seen this around the globe as well with other regulators. Some regulators have gotten more comfortable with first listing sun staking without staking, and then adding staking later.
Politics front and center this week, and front and center until the election, and I imagine after the election as well. How do you see a potential return of Donald Trump to the White House, or potentially Kamala Harris becoming president? How do you see digital assets being treated differently under those two?
So I think on a day-to-day basis, the regulators don't change that much. The staff that is doing the actual work doesn't change that much, and a lot of it is iterative updates. But what I'm most excited about with the election is the fact that crypto is now mainstream conversation. It's part of the agenda, and it's very clear that a majority of Americans care about this subject, and we're getting important attention there.
Who would be better for crypto, though, Trump or Harris?
I think based on what we've seen in Congress on bipartisan bills for stable coins and other applications, I could see very positive aspects either way. Crypto makes sense for America, and crypto is here to stay, and we would work with whoever.
21 Shares co-founder and CEO Hani Rashwan, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Well, coming up, Bitwise CIO Matt Hogan joins us to discuss expectations for their Ether ETF. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
And how mammoth value is coming from the smallest of players. 3,184 hits, 431 home runs, and of course the most famous stat that everybody knows, 2,632 consecutive games played. Unmatched career. Why are you doing this?
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
There's only one word, winning. You win on the court, you win off the court. And as you do that, you bring people along.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
I envisage not only some kind of a bridge towards membership or language linked to the irreversibility of Ukraine's membership in NATO, but also some kind of a broader package of military material, of financial aid. The more we support Ukraine right now, the sooner the war will end.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep Green World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Crypto. Let's now bring in Bitwise Chief Investment Officer Matt Hogan. His Ether ETF is ticker ETHW. Matt, good to see you. Flows on a day like today. It's early, but already we're seeing some impressive numbers. How are you thinking about the reaction to the launch today?
Yeah, it's been an incredible reaction, to be honest. It's exceeded my expectations. Through lunchtime, we had about $500 million traded in these new ETFs. By comparison, the average ETF trades about $1 million on its launch day. So it's shaping up to be the second most successful ETF launch of all time after, of course, the Bitcoin ETFs. And we expect to see strong flows into ETHW, ETHW, the Bitwise Ethereum ETF, when we close out later today.
Not to move the conversation even forward even more, but given that you've had now 2 successful launches, Spot Bitcoin, Spot Ethereum, what's next? Ethereum had significant regulatory questions around it. Does this mean you can turn faster into more crypto assets for a Spot ETF?
Great question. You know, the first thing I would say is there are still unlocks to go, even for Bitcoin ETFs and Ethereum ETFs, just because they're approved and many people can buy them. Some of the largest wealth management platforms in the world, folks like Morgan Stanley and Merrill Lynch and others, are still working through the due diligence. So there's big steps to go forward just for those 2 assets. Long term, as we look into 2025, we've entered the ETF era of crypto. We're going to see ETFs on multiple crypto assets. We're going to see index-based ETFs. You've already seen firms filing for Solana ETFs. The thing we've learned from the Bitcoin and Ethereum ETF launches is that ETFs work in this asset class. They lower costs, they raise protections, and investors want them. I think we'll see a wide array in the next year or 2.
Matt, you were kind of mentioning here the reticence of some financial advisors still to put their clients in these products. What is the biggest holdup? What are the biggest questions you get? Does anything need to change?
Yeah, I'll say at Bitwise, I can only speak for Bitwise. We've been working with the financial advisor and family office audience for years, and we're seeing a very strong reception. You know, we have $2.7 billion in our Bitcoin ETF. We're seeing strong trading volume in ETHW. Part of that is because we've been educating this audience for years. So I think the real answer is just education. It takes a little bit longer for these audiences to move into these ETFs than it does for retail investors, but every indication I see tells me they're coming. I'll just share, later today, we're doing a webinar with 100 financial advisors and family offices representing billions of dollars of assets to talk about ETHW and Ethereum. We're going to be doing that every day. Eventually, that's going to pay off in billions of dollars in flows.
Well, I understand that they might be interested in Ether or Bitcoin, but what's the evidence that you have, Matt, that there is demand for cryptos beyond the two largest? ETFs, crypto ETFs beyond the two largest?
Absolutely. You know, at Bitwise, our first product was the Bitwise 10 Crypto Index Fund, a diversified index fund. And we actually find many advisors prefer that in part because they don't have to pick and choose winners. Most financial advisors are putting 2 to 5% of their portfolio into crypto. They just want to make sure they're exposed if crypto becomes more important in the next 5 years. So I think the biggest reason they want additional assets is just diversification. But there's also an element of these smaller assets like Solana that have significant momentum. So there's some that want to speculate on those individual assets. But I think the big play for institutions, family offices, and financial advisors is actually just owning the field, owning Bitcoin, owning Ethereum, eventually owning other assets, maybe owning crypto equities. They want to do the same thing they do in stocks and bonds, which is diversify and own the asset class.
Hey, Matt, why do you think we see Ether lower today on a day when these spot Ether ETFs start to trade, and yesterday even lower when we got the news from the SEC?
Yeah, I think I'd point back to what happened after Bitcoin. You know, we remember the Bitcoin ETF launch as a huge success, but we've blocked from our mind that Bitcoin traded from $50,000 to $40,000 before it recovered and ripped up to $72,000. There's an element of sell the news. There's an element of mixed expectations. But I'll say this, I'm enough positively surprised by the level of volume we're seeing in these ETFs out the gate that I think the sell the news fact may be shorter termed in Ethereum than it was even in Bitcoin.
You know, really quickly here, biggest opportunity ahead when you think about the ETF world. Is Solana the next wave, or is there something else?
Yeah, I really think it's Bitcoin and Ethereum. Remember, these are 70% of the market. They're the two biggest applications in crypto. Bitcoin as a monetary asset, ETH as the leading technology platform. If you own those, you own the largest winners in crypto. And I think most people are going to own those probably at a 2-to-1 ratio, 2 Bitcoin to 1 ETH on a proportional basis. After that, I do find investors are very interested in Solana. They're very interested in alpha strategies. They're very interested in DeFi. There's a long tail, but most of the interest is going to be in Bitcoin and ETH, at least for the next year. And I think that's a great starting point.
Matt, we'll have you talk about that long tail with us again soon. That is Bitwise Chief Investment Officer Matt Hogan. That's all for Bloomberg Crypto. Join us again next week. We're looking forward to talking to you. This is Bloomberg.
You are also an owner, I should have pointed out, of 3 major sports teams.
That's right.
Right? And you're the first woman, as I understand it, first woman to own 3 major, have a stake in 3 major sports teams. Is that right?
Yes, and we'll say African American.
You were approached by the owner then of the Washington Wizards and the Washington Caps about maybe buying the Washington Mystics, which is the women's basketball team. And what did you say?
Well, first of all, it was Abe Pollin. He did come to me and Susan O'Malley, and they said, Abe Pollin says, look, I want you to be the face of the Washington Mystics. And I said, what do you mean be the face of? He says, I want you to buy this team. His health was failing. And I have to tell you, and a lot of women can understand this, we never get these opportunities. So that was the first thing that struck me, and I was flattered. I was really flattered. I said, well, Abe, what are the financials on this? And he handed them to me. He says, well, they're not making money. But I was still intrigued about team ownership.
The more that you learn about this case, the more it reads like a Hollywood script. The nature of the killings, the execution, the just brutality of it.
It wasn't in the psyche of people that they could be looted because they are considered so sacred.
And we did it the way you do every single investigation. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
It jumped off the page at me that you could see that there was a Ponzi scheme taking place.
I started hearing mafia, mafia, mafia.
Il sistema è perfetto. Sono gli uomini che spesso non lo sono.
These are the holders of truth and justice. They cannot be possibly be doing this. But then they are. They are. And the evidence is there. It's overwhelming.
Bloomberg Power Players is back this September. As the top names in tennis take the court over in Queens, we're convening the best of the sports world right here in New York. We'll host some of the most influential voices in the business and identify what happens next for players and fans in this multi-billion-dollar global industry. Bloomberg Power Players, September 5th. Register now at bloomberglive.com/powerplayers. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu. We're about halfway through the U.S. trading day, and you look at the big cap stocks, the S&P 500, it was higher for a second day, but those gains have started to fade, and you can see the NASDAQ 100 now in decline mode before you have two of the magnificent seven names reporting, Tesla and Alphabet, this afternoon after the market closes. Small caps, though, holding up pretty well, still clinging on to a gain of 0.8%, showing there's still some momentum behind that rotation trade into the smaller companies. Treasuries are higher across the curve. The two-year yield coming down by 2 basis points or so, pushing yields lower before a $69 billion auction of two-year notes in 30 minutes. Now, let's highlight some individual movers for you. We have UPS falling the most ever after reporting a lower than expected profit last quarter. The package delivery company is suffering from wage inflation and weakened demand following a pandemic-driven boom in e-commerce deliveries. The silver lining, though, is while profit fell, UPS's volume grew for the first time in 9 quarters. Spotify rallying as much as 16%. The audio streamer reported quarterly subscriber growth of 12% that topped analyst estimates. The beat follows moves to cut costs, reduce its workforce, and pull back on podcast production. And the SEC approved the first ETFs investing directly in Ether, the second largest cryptocurrency. This decision highlights a relaxing of the regulatory climate for the digital asset sector. So let's explore that more as the new products begin trading today. I'm pleased to welcome back Sui Chung. He is CEO of CF Benchmarks, which is a subsidiary of Kraken and provides data to 6 of 11 Ether ETF applicants. Sui, it is good to speak with you, and thank you so much for joining us again. From where I sit, it feels like there was a lot less drama, a lot less regulatory drama surrounding the approval of these Ether ETFs. Do you see that as well?
Yes, Scholar, thank you very much for having me. I would agree with you. There's a lot less drama. It's certainly less, it's been less covered by the media in the lead up to the launch. And that's in large part because we had the bar that the SEC had set with the Bitcoin launches, that had become very clear, and it was very clear that Ether had crossed that bar, as we demonstrated in our comment letter to the SEC, which indeed the SEC quoted pretty extensively in their approval order.
So let's talk about demand in the near term and down the road. Who specifically do you see driving demand for Ether ETFs in the first few days of trading? Because we mentioned those spot Bitcoin ETFs. I would have thought that the crypto curious were kind of fulfilled after the launch of those products?
That's a very good point, Scholar. So I think initially you tend to see self-directed accounts, individual investors investing into them, and from the flows we've seen in the first half day of trading, in excess of $500 million across all of the instruments. That's pretty strong. Every single one has crossed $1 million, so everyone has beaten the average ETF launch volume on the first day already. Now, in terms of the crypto curious, I'd say that yes, you would have thought that their appetite would be sated by the launch of Bitcoin. However, you've got to remember that Ether is fundamentally a very different asset. It is to Bitcoin. It is a industrial asset. In fact, it is the native currency of the world's largest smart contract enabled fee generating decentralized blockchain platform, one that we see major corporations already hosting applications on and holding that Ether to pay the gas fees to enable their products to operate on the Ethereum network.
So there are people or institutions that have direct exposure to Ether. What is the benefit to owning Ether in an ETF wrapper rather than the underlying asset itself, which includes staking, and we know the Ether ETF doesn't?
Yeah, that's a good question, because the staking issue has been on everyone's mind. But let's just step back and think about what difference the staking actually makes. Right now, the CF Ether staking reward rate, the benchmark rates for tracking Ether rewards is tracking at around 3%. And now this is an asset that trades, with volatility in excess of 100. So that 3% reward is a bit of a rounding error, really. So we don't think that it will impact flows very much initially. But that's not to say it's not an important feature for Ethereum and holding Ether. And so we do anticipate that the SEC in time will allow these products and will allow future products to stake that Ether.
Oh, okay. So that's something to look ahead to. I got to ask you as well about the political climate. I know that the crypto industry has been very excited, or is very excited, about a possible second Trump term because of the former president's support for crypto overall. Is this justified? Are you, for instance, optimistic? And what specifically would you be looking for from a more crypto-friendly president?
I think that the way I see it from across the pond over here in Europe is that it's not so much each candidate and what their views on crypto are. The most important sea change we've seen is that crypto is on the agenda of political candidates. Political candidates need to have a view on crypto, and increasingly that view, whether it be from the Democrats' side or the Republican side, is that it is a progressive force for innovation and potential economic growth generation. And that, I think, is the most important change that we'll see, regardless of who wins. I think that will become the sort of mood music around crypto going forward from the political classes.
All right, appreciate the view from across the pond there. Sui Chung is the CEO of CF Benchmarks. Thank you so much for joining us. We mentioned politics, of course, so let's keep an eye on the developments taking place in Washington. Ronald Rowe has been named acting director of the Secret Service, and this is after Kimberly Cheadle stepped down. She is taking responsibility for security failures at a campaign rally where the former president, Donald Trump, was shot. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard joins us now to discuss. Mike, of course, Kimberly Cheadle was in the hot seat yesterday, testifying before the House Oversight Committee. Kind of surprising that she took this long to step down, given the calls for her to step down yesterday from both sides of the aisle.
Well, based on what we saw yesterday, she wanted to present her view and her version of events before making any decision about whether she would stay at the agency. But as was raised during the hearing, her departure was written in the stars. After the 1981 attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan, it was pointed out during the hearing, the then director of the Secret Service also resigned. And that is the kind of reminder to her of the stakes, and a reminder to all all of us of the stakes. And the shooting of Donald Trump and 3 rally goers on July 13th stands as the biggest lapse in security since the attempt on Reagan's life more than 40 years ago.
So what's the next step for her replacement? Because my understanding was these were presidential appointments, no?
Well, that's right. And Roe steps in as acting director. And Roe is inheriting an agency. He's a 25-year veteran of the Secret Service, but he is inheriting an agency that's in turmoil right now, following the attempt on Trump's life and all the scrutiny that will come. There are multiple investigations underway now in Congress in both chambers by the agency itself, and there's a broader inquiry that President Joe Biden has called for as well. And there will need to be immediate measures to make sure that candidates, including former President Trump and Vice President Harris, have adequate protection as they are out on the campaign trail. But then there will be a deeper look at the agency's mission and the degree to which it's coordinating with local law enforcement agencies on these big events.
A deeper look into the mission, but also some pragmatic questions about funding as well. Is this going to jeopardize federal funding for the Secret Service?
Well, if anything, the inquiries may expose that perhaps the agency hadn't received the support from the federal budget that it needed to be able to fulfill its mission. And that will be one of the things that we see play out. And it is a bipartisan issue. We saw both Republicans and Democrats really laying into Cheadle during the hearing yesterday. It was a bipartisan wave calling for her to resign and also demanding answers about the failures, because this is not just about Donald Trump. It's really about any national level public figure who is receiving protection from the agency who may be subject to some sort of lapse if the agency isn't doing its job or receiving adequate funding.
Yeah, what struck me in her testimony yesterday was that she wasn't able to answer a lot of specific questions. She came off as very evasive. Is that because she simply didn't know the answers, or is it a matter of national security that she can't disclose that in a public hearing?
Well, it may be a little bit of both there, Scarlett, and that was something that struck many of us who were watching the hearing, that we expected a little bit more information on key details, including how was the shooter, Thomas Crooks, able to climb upon the roof from where he fired the shots that injured the president, killed a rally goer, and injured 2 other attendees at this event. And other questions as well about if people were aware of his presence on the roof, why did law enforcement not act, including the Secret Service, not act more quickly to either shut the rally down, protect the president, or intervene in some fashion more quickly?
Yeah, it definitely reinforces the idea of the Secret Service as kind of reactive and passive as opposed to proactive. Mike, really appreciate your joining us today. Mike Shepard giving us more context here on Kimberly Cheadle resigning as the director of the Secret Service following the assassination attempt on Donald Trump last weekend. Now, coming up, Coca-Cola raises its full-year outlook as well as its prices. We've got details on the latest earnings and how inflation is affecting its business. This is Bloomberg.
In global leadership are on Bloomberg.
We are 40 million. We're a big country, and we really depend on the aid from the world. And we depend on the aid and the position and the stance of the US. So I would like to understand, what would it mean to finish war fast? If Trump knows how to end this war, he should tell us today. Because if there are risks to Ukraine's independence, if there are risks that we will lose the statehood, we want to be prepared for this. We want to understand whether in November We will have the powerful support of the US, or we'll be all alone. Only our lives are at stake here, and nobody can just trade our lives.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio. The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
We've seen story after story about companies delisting from the London Stock Exchange, listing in New York, listing in Europe. I want to turn that around. I want Britain to be the place of choice to make an IPO, to grow your business. That's why I welcome the reforms that the FCA put in place last week. It's also why I'm determined to change our pension system so we can keep more businesses here in Britain.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu. It's time now for our stock of the hour. We're looking at Coca-Cola because its second quarter earnings beat analyst estimates this morning. The beverage company boosted its full year outlook as it continues to raise prices worldwide, with the drinks costing 11% more in North America this year. The stock is up today. It's up by 0.8%. So when you look at it over a year-to-date basis, that is almost an 11% gain. Barclays analyst Lauren Lieberman joins me now with more. Lauren, good to speak with you. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks.
So higher prices helped boost revenue. Talk us through which of its products. It's got sports drinks.
The Fed bids for 2-year notes total $3.8 billion.
Of course, soda. Does Coca-Cola have the most pricing power on right now?
So in general, I'd say they have the most pricing power on soft drinks, as you might expect. But also it's important to know that of that big pricing benefit that the company showed on a total company level, a good chunk of that was because of pricing in hyperinflationary markets. So Argentina would be top of the list. Even when you look down at the North America level, about half of the price mix that was reported is just the portfolio mix. So things like Fairlife milk, which they own, grew faster than things that are lower price points. So that influenced the balance. But to answer your question directly, soft drinks is where they have the most pricing power.
Okay, soft drinks is where they have the most pricing power. At what point do consumers get fatigued by that? We've seen a lot of prices go up, and at some point people will just rebel and not buy soft drinks, which is not an essential.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also something that the company is very aware of. They say themselves, like, it's a lot harder to bring someone back into soft drinks, so we'd rather invest now to make sure we don't lose them. So what Coke is doing at both ends, so it's at the sort of affordability end, they do things so in emerging markets, it's refillable packages that are more affordable to the consumer. And at the high end, there's still lots of people that want to buy small little curvy bottles of glass Coke to serve at a dinner party. So they play both sides of that. In the US, definitely seeing some fatigue, as you're in many categories, from the consumer and the lower income consumer in particular.
Yeah, that's always a question, right? How much more can it keep raising prices? Has it really topped out? I compare Coca-Cola with Pepsi, and we know that PepsiCo, which you also cover, reported weaker than expected revenue growth, in large part due to weakness in its snacks business. What is Coca-Cola doing better than Pepsi when it comes to the beverage business?
So in beverages in particular. Yeah. So in beverages in particular, I mean, Coke's made Coke cool again, I think is actually the candid way of saying it. All the investments they've been making in the brand and in Coke Zero, making it more permissible, being very, I guess, leading the marketplace in terms of package size, so the bottles I mentioned, the small cans, things like that, but then investing in the brand. So aligning Coke brand with music, with sports, with gaming, all those sorts of things. Pepsi hasn't really done the same or to the same degree of success with brand Pepsi, if we were just even to compare those two.
That's interesting. So you're saying the marketing is paying off in big ways for Coca-Cola. I know it's a big sponsor of the upcoming Olympics. In fact, I can't remember a time when it wasn't a sponsor of the Olympics. How does that show up in the financials? You mentioned certainly in revenue, but on the cost side it does as well. Are we going to see a big bump up in costs for this quarter?
So the quarter just reported as they call direct marketing expenses, were up mid-teens. So pretty similar to the run rate on sales growth, actually. And it's amazing because they showed really good operating leverage in the P&L, even with that level of marketing reinvestment. But I would say that year in, year out, Coke is spending at elevated levels. So it being an Olympic year maybe just changes the timing of when that spend shows up in the market rather than the absolute level. Okay. It's not the Olympics, it's the World Cup. You know, it's always a something.
Right. During the summer, there's always something to get behind, right?
Yeah.
Coca-Cola is truly a global company. It only gets 37% of its revenue from North America, 39% of its operating profit from North America. How much is a strong dollar a headwind here for Coca-Cola since it relies on so much of its sales from overseas?
A lot. It hurts a lot. So just even you think about this year's earnings guidance, they're talking about, I think it's 5 to 6% reported EPS growth, but it's like 13 to 15%, quote unquote, currency neutral. So FX takes a big, big bite out of profitability for Coke.
Going forward, what is it that investors want to hear from Coca-Cola?
I think, people want to own staples for safety, right? For defensive, especially right now. We've seen a bit more interest coming into the group. So it's predictability, and predictability starts with top line. So it's all about top line growth. It's about continued strong, steady balance between volume and price mix on revenue. That is the key. It's a global growth story.
And the dividend, of course, as part of the regular payouts.
I almost see that as of course, but yes, you're right.
As a given. In terms of the universe of companies that you cover, you look at these consumer packaged goods companies like Kimberly-Clark, Procter & Gamble, beverage companies like Coca-Cola and PepsiCo. Where does Coke stand out in your universe in terms of management and execution?
High on the list. It's the Coke system I frankly find fascinating. It took me a little bit to get my head around the idea of not managing your own route to market, distribution, marketing at the local level. But that separation of the two functions, it's more than two functions, but the two functions, if you will, it allows for
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, US is due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. So the private cover was 2.75. The prior high yield was 4.706%.
Right? If it's that granular, Coke is probably the only one that can do it.
Interesting. It's kind of a model for other companies if they had the scale to be able to achieve that.
Absolutely.
Lauren, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Lauren Lieberman over at Barclays with her coverage on Coca-Cola. She has an overweight rating on the stock.
So looking at a preview ahead of this 2-year Treasury notes sale, which is again at 1 p.m. New York time. The poised to draw the lowest yield since January after the market's bull steepening trend gathered pace in the recent weeks. So the $69 billion auction is the first in a cycle this week that also includes a $70 billion 5-year note sale tomorrow and a $44 billion 7-year sale on Thursday. So on the curve, the inverted 2-10 spread, little changed on the day at negative 27 basis points, was under 50 in late June before markets began pricing in Donald Trump winning the US presidential election in November. Also just worth noting against the peers on the curve, the 1s, 2s, 3s fly at negative 16 basis points, little changed on the day and closer to the rich end of its range since mid-February.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu. The U.S. IPO market heating up with up to $5.5 billion in first-time equity issued this week. That would be the busiest week for IPOs since last fall. And this comes as the cybersecurity startup Wiz has turned down a takeover bid of as much as $23 billion from Google. Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz has been reporting on all of this. Bailey, that is surprising because, $23 billion from Alphabet, it's a clean exit for that company.
Clean exit, almost doubled their last valuation when they did funding at a $12 billion valuation round, Scarlett. But it does seem like when you look through the statement that the CEO sent to employees, really the focus is on growing the business. We've seen them actually going out and acquiring companies, wanting to get towards $1 billion in ARR, which is revenue, on an annual basis, and then eyes eventually going to be set on an IPO, it seems like.
So let's talk about the IPO market because not so long ago, it felt like a lot of companies were holding back on listing. StubHub most recently said it's going to wait until the fall.
Yeah.
And before that, Golden Goose, which I know has its main listing in Italy, also said it was holding off because of uncertain market conditions. And we could tie that to political uncertainty in Europe. But what is it that Wiz sees that some of these other companies don't?
I think the big thing when you look at a business like that, they're growing fast, they're growing really rapidly. So when you look at the expansion, they're growing both organically and inorganically. And Scarlett, I think the thing is when you read through kind of the tea leaves or some of the reporting that we have out there, both at Bloomberg and at some of our competitors, their eyes are kind of on a further out IPO. So it's not a 2024 window. We're looking, 25, 26, maybe 27 if you assume they want to get well past $1 billion in ARR. So the big thing is that when I talk to bankers and advisors, expectations are for 2025 to be the year that everyone thought 2024 would be. So it's not that they're going to file and try to get out in the fall. It will have more of a time for markets to heal overall and maybe some of those highly anticipated rate cuts to play out.
Yeah, you can really see how things have dropped off since the pandemic, and of course before the pandemic as well. I mean, there's the outlier year and then there's everything else, which just kind of pales in
It's in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. The US is due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.75. The prior high yield was 4.706%. Just making note of the latest CFTC positioning data. This shows that speculators were net short around 1.2 million 2-year note futures, a possible source of covering demand at the auction.
May and June to be better than they were. So July, we're going to have a busy week with Lineage, which will be the largest IPO of the year here in the US. Expectations for September, talk to bankers, they're more optimistic on those deals getting done, but the big question does get into how closely do you want to play it to the election? Does the market really kind of tighten up mid-October, and then you have a kind of narrow window in December when you're going between a later than normal Thanksgiving, which is November 28th, and you're trying to balance the December holidays. It does seem like some companies are altogether just focusing on 2025, which is not what we were expecting coming into the year. But when I talk to bankers and advisors, they do see some pleasant surprises. They won't say what those are, but that's something we've been seeing. But really, Scarlett, at the end of the day, it feels like we've been 3 months away from a reopening of the IPO market for about 2 years at this point.
Yes, I know. I feel like we have this conversation with you regularly. It's PE firms that do want to create a profitable exit for themselves that are kind of under pressure here, right?
Yeah, PE wants to get out the door. Traditional venture capitalists want to be able to monetize some of those assets. We'll be keeping our eyes this evening at KKR. Tech company OneStream will be pricing, so that'll be one that will kind of be a barometer of where tech sentiment is right now.
All right, looking ahead to that OneStream pricing then. Bailey Lipschultz, thank you so much. And I'm Scarlett Fu. That does it for Bloomberg Markets this afternoon. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Chevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Lots happening on Wall Street.
I couldn't have been more wrong.
It's going to stay volatile for a while longer.
It's a bifurcated market.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Year over year, you could start to see some cracks.
It might be overhyped short term, but it's underhyped long term.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
A lot of the doom and gloom has been somewhat overblown.
If you're not living near the edge, you're taking up too much space.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
So we're now shortly expecting the results of the US 2-year note sale. The Treasury pre-sale when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. Auction results normally follow a couple of minutes after this.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Well, that was fast. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons, solo here in Washington on this Tuesday, where we are now just 48 hours out from President Biden dropping out of his re-election race. And Vice President Kamala Harris already has secured pledges from enough delegates to make her the presumptive Democratic nominee. This as she campaigns in Milwaukee, Wisconsin today. And in just a few minutes,
Treasury when issued 2-year yield 4.457% before the $69 billion auction.
Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer expected to give that endorsement in just minutes. We'll bring that to you when we get it. So we have a lot to cover. First, though, as always, let's get a check on the markets with Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kayla Lyons. Speaking of a lot to cover, right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, they are both negative. NASDAQ holding on to a gain. Choppy trading right now. Stocks fluctuating. Earnings season in full swing. S&P now lower by 1 point. Again, the key takeaway, little change right now. We've got the Dow Industrials down 35, drop now of just about 1/10 of 1%. NASDAQ, as I mentioned, higher, barely up by less than 1/10 of 1%. NASDAQ 100 index now down 0.3 of 1%, while the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is advancing today, holding on to a gain, outperforming up by about 0.7 of 1%. 10-year 4.22%, the 2-year 4.49%. Gold up $8 the ounce, up 0.3 of 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 77.10 a barrel. Among the companies reporting today after the close of trading, Tesla down now by 1.8%. Alphabet up by 0.5 of 1%. Bloomberg Television Radio going to be all over these companies as they report after the close of trading. Among some of the other names out with earnings this morning, we heard from General Electric, GE up now by 7.6%. Also reporting today, we did hear from United Parcel Service, UPS right now down by 13.7%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P little changed, up right now by 0.5 point. Balance of Power continues. Lots going on in Washington. Once again, here she is, your host, Kaylee Lyons.
Lots going on indeed, especially in recent weeks. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lyons here in Washington with one eye on Capitol Hill as we await, as I
Bid to cover ratio 2.81, 2.81, high yield 4.434%, 4.434%. So the US sells $69 billion in 2-year notes and awards 37.33% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 9.01%, direct 14.42%, and indirect 76.57%.
This, of course, is ahead of what we expect in an hour to be her first real campaign speech in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where she is today. So let's get into all of this now. Gregory Cordy is here with me. He is Bloomberg White House and politics reporter in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Gregory, as we await the majority leader and House Democratic leader, I've been asking what took them so long, even though it's only been 2 days. But the answer I keep getting is this is choreographed. They're trying to keep the news flow positive, and it's just a trickling out of endorsements. Once they've done this, though, pretty much all the Democrats are in a line, right?
Yeah, I think there was also maybe a tendency among some of the senior leaders of the party not to rally too quickly around Kamala Harris, to have the momentum for her come from the grassroots, to not give the impression that this was a top-down party decision that was not in the hands of the delegates themselves. And so now that the delegates have largely spoken via, statements from state delegations or statements the Associated Press and others, that she clearly has the delegate on her as the presumptive nominee for all intents and purposes.
Well, and she's free to hit the ground running, as we basically have seen. She's going to be in Milwaukee just about an hour from now. The plane is in the air. How significant is it that she chose not just the swing state of Wisconsin, but the very city where we were last week for the Republican convention?
Yeah, look, I mean, Wisconsin is one of those states that is part of the blue wall, and I kind of think of it as the first link in the blue wall. It's the one that Democrats have to win first before they win anything else. Then they can think about Michigan and Pennsylvania, and then go on to find at least one other electoral vote somewhere else. But it starts with Wisconsin. Wisconsin has been reliably close every presidential election in recent memory. It's one of those states that could flip either way. It's on a razor's edge. And as you point out, the Republican convention was just there. Might be a little bit of a bounce of that. Candidates tend to get bounces from their convention, even more so when the convention is held in that battleground state.
Yeah, of course, we'll see how short-lived that bounce may have been, considering in the immediate aftermath, Joe Biden announced he was dropping out of the race. Again, this is a crazy news cycle we are all living in. So if we consider those battleground states, the blue wall states especially, that she's going to need to win if she wants to win the White House, those are probably states where we can also expect a great deal of money to be spent, I would imagine. And she's going to have a great deal of money to spend. $100 million raised in 36 hours, Gregory. Have we ever seen anything like this?
No, it's absolutely phenomenal. I mean, but we are in an age where fundraising is driven by social media and by email appeals. It used to be back in the day, you'd have to, send out a mailer, a donor would have to put their money in an envelope and send it back. Fundraising relies on these kinds of events to get the immediate kind of dopamine hit of donor enthusiasm. And we saw that throughout the last year. Every time Donald Trump got indicted or convicted, his donors wrote a check for him or clicked that donate button online. Now the enthusiasm is coming from the Democratic side, and just at the right moment, too, because Joe Biden had been spending a lot on ads in these swing states, had largely depleted that war chest. He had $96 million left over that he could pass on to Kamala Harris, but she's now doubled that in the span of 48 hours, which will allow her to hit the ground running with a new message, right? She's still going to be running on the Biden record, but she needs to now put her face on that message, and she's going to have to do that pretty quickly to define herself before Republicans can define her in a more negative way.
Well, we expect to hear from her just about 1 hour from now in Wisconsin. Gregory Cordy, Bloomberg White House and politics reporter, thank you so much for joining me here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We want to turn now to a sitting lawmaker from Wisconsin. I'm pleased to say Democratic Congressman Mark Pocan of Wisconsin is here with me now, live from Capitol Hill. And, sir, we do want to get into what kind of message the vice president needs to be bringing to your state today. I do first want to note, though, that you were one of the dozens of Democratic lawmakers who had publicly called for Joe Biden to step out of the race. At the time, you co-authored a letter with 3 of your other colleagues that said, in part, passing the torch would reinvigorate the race and infuse Democrats with enthusiasm and momentum heading into the convention next month. Given what we have seen over just the last few days, is everything you hoped would come to fruition coming to fruition?
Absolutely. Joe Biden has done a tremendous job as president. We owe him a great debt of gratitude for all he's done, getting us out of COVID, getting the economy going. But there is no question what's happening right now is the energy we were hoping for that we need in a place like Wisconsin. You know, whoever's going to be president likely has to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And having the vice president get out there, campaign not just on what she's done with Joe Biden and those things I just mentioned, but more importantly, what a vision forward is. You know, that night of the debate, people didn't really connect with either candidate. Well, now they still don't connect with one, Donald Trump. And now they have a new really a reintroduction of the vice president, and I think that's going to add a lot of energy.
Congressman, I apologize. We'll be back with you in just a few moments. First, though, your leader, Hakeem Jeffries, and Senator Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, are speaking in a joint press conference. Senator Schumer speaking now, so let's listen in.
Unity. On Sunday, President Biden showed the world what a great man he is. His true patriotism, his profound sense of decency came shining through. We all know it was not an easy decision for him. But just as he has done in his entire life, President Biden's selfless decision not to seek the nomination put our country, our party, and our future first. At his core, he's just an honorable man, a family man, a man of deep faith. We love him. We truly do. I'll have more to say on President Biden later this afternoon in my floor speech. But President Biden's selfless decision has given the Democratic Party the opportunity to unite behind a new nominee, and boy, oh boy, are we enthusiastic. Since President Biden's announcement, we've seen the Democratic Party swiftly coalesce behind Vice President Kamala Harris. When I spoke with her Sunday, she said she wanted the opportunity to win the nomination on her own and to do so from the grassroots up, not top down. We deeply respected that, Hakeem and I did. She said she would work to earn the support of our party, and boy, has she done so in quick order. Vice President Harris has done a truly impressive job securing the majority of delegates needed to win the Democratic Party's nomination to be our next president of the United States. The vast majority of my senators quickly and enthusiastically endorsed her. So now that the process is played out, from the grassroots bottom up, we are here today to throw our support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm clapping. You don't have to. It's a happy day. What can I say? Together, we will keep and hopefully grow the Senate majority. And under future Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, we will win back the House. Democrats are moving forward stronger and more united than ever before. In just the last 36 hours, I have seen a surge of enthusiasm from every corner of our party, uniting behind Vice President Harris. An enthusiasm felt in every corner of the country, and it's contagious among Democrats. The volunteers, the small contributions, they're just pouring in ways even beyond our expectations. Now, we all know that Vice President Harris has a tremendous record to run on. And now begins the next chapter in our quest to make sure Donald Trump does not become president. Today, with one voice, we speak about the dangers he presents to working families, to our country, and to our democracy. We see very clearly how nervous the Republicans are about our new nominee. Well, they ain't seen nothing yet. Last night, Vice President Harris secured a majority of delegates. Today, in Wisconsin and across America, we begin our next chapter, and it will be our best yet. Vice President Harris will beat Donald Trump and become the next president of the United States of America. Applause. Hakeem.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Joe Biden is a patriotic American. Joe Biden is a heroic American. Joe Biden is a great American, Joe Biden will go down in American history as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. President Joe Biden has made the selfless decision to pass the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to lead us into the future. Kamala Harris and her candidacy has excited and energized the House Democratic Caucus, the Democratic Party, and the nation. Vice President Harris has earned the nomination from the grassroots up and not the top down. She is ready, she is willing, she is able to energetically and emphatically lead America into the future. Kamala Harris is a common sense leader who knows how to deliver real results for hardworking American taxpayers. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader who has worked hard throughout her entire career to keep our communities safe. Kamala Harris is a compassionate leader who will build an affordable economy that makes life better for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris will fight for our freedom. Kamala Harris will fight for our families. Kamala Harris will fight for our future. I'm proud to strongly endorse Kamala Harris to be the 47th President of the United States of America. We're going to hold the Senate. We're going to win the House. We're going to elect Kamala Harris as our next president in November.
Thank you. Yes. Well, questions on
All right,
this,
that was the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, speaking alongside the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, both of them giving Vice President Kamala Harris their ringing endorsements. Let's turn now quickly back to Capitol Hill, where Congressman Mark Pocan of Wisconsin has been very patient with us. Sir, thank you for bearing with us through that endorsement. Obviously, your party very much behind Kamala Harris, who is in your home state today. What message is it that she needs to bring to Milwaukee? What would win it for her?
Yeah, I think, in many ways, this is a reintroduction. People don't always deal with the vice president as often.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
It's really imperative for her to let the people of the country know what we know about her, which is her ability to be the president, that she has an agenda moving forward, that there's a huge difference between Donald Trump and his Project 2025 and the values of Democrats. I just saw a Wisconsin-based journalist just was tweeting that the amount of energy in the room in Milwaukee now compared to a few weeks ago in Madison is a distinct difference. And I think that's what you're seeing. People are excited that Kamala Harris is the nominee. They're excited about the prospects. And right now, it's the Republican Party that has the problem. They've got, one of the two people during the debate that people weren't connecting with still as their nominee. We've got someone that I think is going to be really great to be running in Wisconsin.
Well, of course, sir, you are not just a sitting congressman from the state of Wisconsin. You are also the co-chair and the co-founder of the Labor Caucus. So keeping in mind the act that Harris has to follow here, President Biden, who has called himself the most pro-labor president in history, and thinking about the labor votes that need to be secured, not just in Wisconsin, but the rest of the Blue Wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Is Harris as strong on labor? Can she own that in the way that Biden has?
Well, I think she's been part of what Joe Biden has done for working people.
64 counterparties take $389 spot $837 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
2025, it wants to get rid of overtime in this country. I mean, it has extreme measures that would hurt working families in a place like Wisconsin, especially. And I think that contrast behind the pro-worker initiatives that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did versus the extremity of this extreme agenda from Trump's Project 2025. I mean, taking away overtime, your employer could make you work forever and never get paid extra. I mean, that's insane, and yet that's exactly what's in their agenda.
Congressman, in our final moment with you, it's worth noting that your district includes Madison. It's a college town. We've seen some difficulty for Biden during the primary process in places where there is a high concentration of young people, in part because of his policy toward Israel and Gaza. Is Kamala Harris the candidate to get that young vote back?
Yes. In fact, I was with a couple of UW-Madison college Democrats on Saturday, and they were talking about the difficulty they had right now with Joe Biden, but how different it would be if Kamala Harris was the nominee, and Kamala Harris is now the nominee. So I think, having to be able to kind of turn the page on that issue a little bit and having the new energy across the board is something that I see. And, we have a lot of university students in Wisconsin. I think it's something like 150,000 students. That's a lot of votes in a state where someone wins by 20,000 people.
All right, Congressman, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg today, and thank you for your patience as we got that press conference from your leader in the Senate Majority Leader, Congressman Mark Pocan of Wisconsin. We appreciate your time, sir. We have much more still ahead in Balance of Power this hour, so stick with me right here from Washington on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Do you ever get suggestions from your friends at dinner, this is what you should do? And how do you respond when they kind of say, maybe you should lower interest rates?
People I don't know will always say, hey, cut rates. Somebody said that in the elevator this morning.
Did that influence you or no?
In global leadership are on Bloomberg.
I envisage not only some kind of a bridge towards membership or language linked to the irreversibility of Ukraine's membership in NATO, but also some kind of a broader package of military material, of financial aid. The more we support Ukraine right now, the sooner the war will end.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Power Players is back this September. As the top names in tennis take the court over in Queens, we're convening the best of the sports world right here in New York. We'll host some of the most influential voices in the business and identify what happens next for players and fans in this multi-billion-dollar global industry. Bloomberg Power Players, September 5th. Register now at BloombergLive.com/powerplayers.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
We've seen story after story about companies delisting from the London Stock Exchange, listing in New York, listing in Europe. I want to turn that around. I want Britain to be the place of choice to make an IPO, to grow your business. That's why I welcome the reforms that the FCA put in place last week. It's also why I'm determined to change our pension system so we can keep more businesses here in Britain.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got a choppy trading session back in the green, barely right now on the S&P 500 index, right to the numbers. S&P higher by 1.5566 right now. Little change there. We've got the Dow up 7. Also little change. NASDAQ higher by 15, up by about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.2%. The Russell 2000 holding on to a gain right now of 0.8%. Stocks are advancing. Earnings season in full swing. The 10-year 4.22%, with a 2-year 4.48%. Spot gold up $9 the ounce to $24.06, up 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.5%, 77.20 right now for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin down 3%, 66,065 on Bitcoin. After the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from both Tesla and Alphabet. Analysts will be listening for details of Tesla's robo-taxi service, while Google parent Alphabet is expected to see a sales boost from its cloud unit. Right now, Tesla down 1.5%, Alphabet up 0.5%. In the meantime, Delta Airlines under investigation over its handling of a technology glitch that has led to thousands of canceled flights. Delta shares today down another 0.4%. Recapping, S&P up 2 points, little change there, up less than 0.1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Of course, 1 week ago today, we were broadcasting to you live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, talking about Republican unity as they rallied behind Donald Trump and vice presidential selection J.D. Vance, while the Democratic Party looked rather ununified, with growing calls within it for Joe Biden to drop out of the presidential race. Of course, this week, he has now done so. And Kamala Harris, the vice president, now is the presumptive Democratic nominee after getting pledges from enough delegates to secure her that position at the top of the ticket come the convention next month. The question is now, how do Republicans wage a campaign against Kamala Harris? And how will it be different than the one they were waging against Joe Biden? We've already seen a taste from the ticket. J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio, vice presidential nominee, talking about how Biden and Harris may be more of the same, while Donald Trump does seem to have resorted to calling her Lion Kamala, or at least in one True Social post yesterday, calling her, and this is a quote, dumb as a rock, Kamala Harris. Is that a winning strategy? I asked that of Larry Sabato of the UVA Center for Politics yesterday.
Being insulting is not a good way to go. They're going to have to take her very seriously. For one thing, she's much younger and more vigorous than Biden. The age problem is gone. There are other problems. There are always problems with any candidate. But the Republicans have to do a lot better than that.
So let's talk to one Republican now. I'm pleased to say joining me is Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia. Senator, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Always great to have you. And you, of course, speak to us not just as a sitting senator, but someone who was in the Senate with Kamala Harris and actually, in fact, at some points crafted bipartisan legislation with her. What is the smart way for your party to tackle a campaign against her?
I think there's no question that the best way to campaign against the presumptive nominee is to look at the policies. The team is Biden-Harris. The policies are Biden-Harris. So whether that's immigration policy, economic policy with rising costs of inflation, whether it's the unsure international situation where we're looked at as in a weakened position because of the policies of Vice President Harris at the same time, crime in the cities. I mean, all of the things that Americans and West Virginians are upset about lay directly at the doorstep of the Vice President. And so I think, in my view, attack on policies, attack on vulnerabilities in terms of the issues that I mentioned, and that's a winning strategy in my view.
Well, Senator, of course, Harris would not be in this position to compete for the presidency if it weren't for Joe Biden dropping out of the race this past Sunday. You yesterday put out a statement in which you basically questioned if his ability to continue on a presidential campaign is in question. What about his ability to continue on as president of the United States? You have called for his resignation. If he were to resign, though, that would make Vice President Harris president now. Is that what's better for the country?
Well, I think what's better for the country is to have somebody in charge who knows what they're doing, and that's what we're going to see in November when President Trump is reelected. So I definitely think that is a much better position for the country. But here's my concern. The president made a difficult decision to not continue campaigning. He's pretty much self-declared that he's not in a position to be able to do that. He didn't enumerate the issues, but we all know what they are. We saw them in full display at the debate. Those issues do not start on that one day. Those issues that the president has had have been going along over the last probably several years if you've had anybody in your family who's aged in this way. Vice President Harris has been right there with him. Why was she not making the American people aware? Why were they not working more hand in hand with the Congress to let us know what's actually going on at the White House? And so I just don't think 6 more months of President Biden is in our best interest. And these issues don't get better. We know that. And then sometimes they spiral out of control. And so I just think the country in and of itself would be better without President Biden at the helm.
Does that mean, Senator, considering that President Biden already, even if he does not resign as you wish him to, and there's been no sign that he is intending to do that, as in his letter, he basically just said he intends to fulfill the duties of the president for the remainder of his term. Does that signal that even in the lame duck session after the election, you don't see anything that Congress and this White House led by President Biden could work together on? Are we not going to see any movement on, say, government funding or the debt limit or the defense authorization?
No, I think we will be moving forward here in the Senate on our appropriations bills. We'll be having some of those passed out of committee this week. I'm on that committee. And we have to have our spending. We either have to have a continuing resolution or something to the end of the year. Yes, I think that can continue. We need to reauthorize the National Defense Authorization Act. We will do that by the end of the year here in Congress, and the president will sign those bills, absolutely. But the question I'm asking is he really the one in charge here? I think all Americans are wondering that themselves. And so I just want a little honesty from the White House, from his biggest supporters, from his Democrat supporters here in the Senate, to be honest with the American people, to say what the situation has been. That's really not going to impact so much the election, except if there's a cover-up of what kind of challenges have been in the White House over the last several months. That's my question. This is not a personal thing to me, because I know the president.
Well, sure. And Senator, of course, you'd worked with him in bipartisan legislative efforts like the infrastructure bill earlier on in his term. Have you seen from your position in the U.S. Senate evidence that Joe Biden has not been the one in charge or making decisions or anything concrete, or that's what you're hoping might
I think these
appear?
are the questions that need to, I think these are the questions that need to be asked. I mean, honestly, we just signed a nuclear bill into effect. The president just signed my nuclear bill. He just signed my national plan to end Parkinson's bill. So there are things that we're doing together. I just think these are questions, and I think it also lends to what kind of a candidate Vice President Harris is going to be. She's been in the White House. She's been witnessing everything that's going on. Let's just have a little honesty here.
Well, Senator, as we talk about your calls for Joe Biden to resign, it is worth pointing out we did get a resignation today, not from him, but from the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle. Of course, she'd been facing a lot of pressure to do so in the aftermath of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump last weekend. Now that she has stepped down, what do you want to see happen next?
Well, the first thing we're going to have, and this is a bipartisan issue, and you see over on the House they've appointed a committee, we got to have transparency to actually what happened that day, where the fault lines were, how this could even, how a shooter could get that close, what were the protocols in place, who was actually performing the duties. I think those are questions that she couldn't even answer yesterday or would not answer. And so, you know, I'm sorry, the head has to fall when there's such a colossal failure, and I'm pleased that she resigned. So I think, first of all, we have to find out what happened, and then we have to make sure that it never happens again. And I think that's in everybody's shared interest. I don't think you're going to find a political shade to this investigation. I think it will be very straightforward down the line, and I look forward to those answers.
Well, I'm sure Donald Trump does as well. We just had a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal, Senator, that Trump is looking forward to meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago. Before that happens, though, it is worth pointing out The Prime Minister will be addressing a joint session of Congress. He'll be there with you on Capitol Hill. What are you expecting to hear from him, Senator?
Well, I think that what the Prime Minister will do is he will reinforce the audience, and I hope we have the full audience. We're not going to have the Vice President or the President. Senator Ben Cardin, a good friend, is going to be the one who's going to be presiding over this with the Speaker. But I think what needs to be reinforced is the long-time relationship that Israel and the United States have had.
So Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris leads Republican Donald Trump 44% to 42% among registered voters within the 3-point margin of error.
With them in terms of helping them to weed out the terrorisms and the terrorists that attack them so brutally. So I'm sure he's going to reinforce the ties that bind us to Israel, and I think he should. And he should talk about where America has been great in Israel and where Israel has helped us as a nation, whether it's through intelligence or whether it's through innovation. Some of the innovations that we see are coming out of Israel are quite remarkable in small businesses. So I think we have a lot. I think he's going to reinforce where we have great agreement. I don't expect him, it could happen, I don't expect him to get belligerent or mad at the detractors. I don't think that's probably in either one's best interest. I think it's better to look at where we have such a strength of relationship with the country of Israel.
All right, Senator, thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate your time. That is Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia. Now, on the subject of the new U.S. Senate, a bit of breaking news for you. According to the New Jersey Globe, New Jersey Democrat, the Senator Bob Menendez, is going to be resigning from the chamber. Again, this is according to the New Jersey Globe. That resignation letter, they report, could come as soon as today, and it's been reported that that resignation will be effective August 20th. Bob Menendez, of course, has been indicted on multiple criminal charges about corruption, and there were a lot of calls for him to resign. Now, according to the New Jersey Globe, he does plan to do so. So we'll have more details on that for you straight ahead. First, let's get a check on other world and national news with Amy Morris in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. And as you mentioned, Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey reportedly looking to resign from the Senate as of next month after his conviction on corruption charges. We're going to keep following that developing story for you. Vice President Kamala Harris has enough delegates now to receive the official Democratic presidential nomination, including from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
From the grassroots bottom up, we are here today to throw our support behind Vice President Kamala Harris.
Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries endorsing Harris, capping off the Democrats' swift embrace of her 2024 candidacy. The director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, stepping down from her job following the assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. Henrietta Trays with Veda Partners says that is not a surprise.
I'm surprised that it lasted as long as it did. I think in the wake of the attempted assassination attempt, which was so shocking to so many Americans, we haven't seen that, in my lifetime, is really something that required a shakeup at the top.
Henrietta Trays with Veda Partners. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Why does this business model work? Because it's virgin space. It's never been done before, and it'll never be done again. When you step back and you look at something that's been golf through institutions has been the way it has been for 53 years without change, and In 1993, I stepped back and said, okay, this is not right. It's doing the same old Groundhog Day. Everything's the same. Players are a pass-through entity. They're not getting any equity built in their day. Once they're done playing, they're out. I thought, that's just not right. When you have to build a sustainable model, you need to have these players, these famous, the world best, the best of the best. You need to give them equity into the future. You need to give them a vision of where they need to go and how they're going to get there.
What legacy I would love to leave is to make sure that in my village I have infrastructure. So long when I'm gone, things are still working, then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or with something else?
Wow. I'm not the right one to just do that.
I think you are.
Yeah, but with the pressure you have, and then you try to be the good one, the fancy guy, the intellectual one, I have no advice than to believe in yourself and really work hard. You know, when I started, no one would have imagined that I will be able to see my name connected with Aga Khan or Pritzker or sitting at Bloomberg to talk about sustainability, about future of sales. No, myself 5 years ago, if you told me that, I will say no. I will never imagine. So I will encourage everyone to believe in what you're doing and not try to run after the newest of the newest. Just be consistent. Just work on things that matters for you. Really, at the long term, it pays.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that Southwest Airlines is facing heightened scrutiny by U.S. regulators over a series of flight safety incidents involving the carrier. FAA has launched an audit to review recent events. Right now, we do have shares of Southwest, ticker LUV. We got Southwest down by about 1.9%. Stocks continue to trade mixed. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down now by 17, a drop there of less than 0.1%. The S&P 500 index also fluctuating between gains and losses right now. Little changed on the day, up barely up half a point. NASDAQ up 12, a gain there of 0.1%. 10-year 4.22% with a 2-year at 4.48%. Spot gold trading higher by almost $8 the ounce to $24.04, up by about 0.3%. And a retreat right now for West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, $77.17 a barrel. After earnings, we've got UPS plunging the most in more than 15 years. UPS down now by 13.6%. Rival FedEx also lower today, down by 2.4%. Coming up after the close of trading, lots of earnings. We'll be hearing from Tesla. Tesla down 1.6% ahead of its earnings report. Alphabet shares, Alphabet parent of Google, up now by 0.5%. Again, recapping S&P down now by 1 point, little change there. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues now. And once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We are counting down the minutes now, roughly 20 of them to go, until we hear from Vice President Kamala Harris and now presumptive Democratic nominee speaking at a campaign event in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I say presumptive nominee because as of last night, she had locked up the majority of delegates to the DNC in Chicago next month that she needs to actually secure the nomination. All of this happened very quickly, as did her gathering of endorsements, securing 2 more at the top of this hour from Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, and the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, who were emphatic in their praise of her. And of course, money is flowing to her as well. Her campaign said in its first 36 hours, it raised more than $100 million. All of this coming together very quickly as we await her remarks. But of course, we got a little taste already of Kamala Harris at the podium when she visited campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware yesterday.
Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
She also said in those remarks in Delaware toward the campaign staff that they're all here because we love our country. She said she believes in foundational principles in freedom and opportunity and justice and thinks that they are going to win. The question is, what's the winning message to bring to Milwaukee today? So on that note, let's assemble our signature political panel. Rick Davis of Stone Court Capital and Jeannie Shanzano of Iona University, both Bloomberg Politics contributors, are here with me. So Jeannie, when we hear from her just about 20 minutes from now, what does she need to say, not just to the people of Wisconsin, but frankly, the people of America who may be tuning in to what is going to be her first real campaign speech?
You know, I think she needs to show that she has the vigor, energy, intellect, background to be president, the strength, certainly. I think she will highlight her background as a prosecutor, her time as vice president. I think importantly, she needs to show that she is going to be a good steward of the economy. That is something that people don't think about necessarily when they think about the vice president. And so that's going to be something she's going to have to convince people that she can do. And I've been going back and listening to how she contrasted herself with Donald Trump in 2020. And one issue on the economy that she talked a lot about at that point was housing. She said, he is owned by the big banks. I fought the big banks. I got $18 billion back for people who were victimized by the banks in terms of housing, while he was a slumlord. So she is going to continue to make the case that he is beholden to the big banks, wealthy donors, promising corporate tax cuts, and she is going to be a good steward of the economy and has the people, particularly middle and lower class people, on her mind.
Well, that does strike me, though, Rick, as a lot of the same kind of messaging that Joe Biden was trying to bring to the campaign trail in 2 swing states like Wisconsin. And we know how that effort was going for him. Since considering that Kamala Harris doesn't have the age issue, to Jeannie's point, she may seem more vigorous and energetic in this appearance. Is that enough? Is that actually enough to switch the balance in a state like Wisconsin?
Yeah, I would contend that it's probably a little less important, the actual issue set that she presents today, and more important that she pick a time, and maybe today's the day, to distance herself a little bit from the Biden agenda, whether that's on issues like foreign policy, national security, Gaza, or whether that's on taxes or EV policy. I mean, there's got to be something in there where she shows that she is independent, that she's not just the second term of Joe Biden. And I think Milwaukee's a perfect place for it. It's a battleground city. It's actually more Republicans live in Milwaukee than in any other single place in the state, and they're younger, they're more moderate, they're more diverse. It's the core of the Black and Hispanic community within Milwaukee or within Wisconsin. And so this is a really good choice to be in this place at this time. And I think being able to appeal to these voters who frankly have been a little disaffected by the Biden administration, whether it's their focus on only promoting union jobs or kind of shoving the EV policy down their throat, or, you know, being entangled in foreign affairs like Gaza and Israel. She's got a moment here, and she's used yesterday very well. Question is, how will she use today's speech?
Well, I want to tease out that one issue in particular you were talking about, Rick, when it comes to foreign policy in Gaza and Israel. We just got the headline crossing from Donald Trump on Truth Social that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be visiting with him at Mar-a-Lago in Florida tomorrow after he gives a joint session to Congress, which Kamala Harris will not be presiding over, though we understand she will be meeting with him separately this week while he's here in Washington. Jeannie, how does she handle this issue of Israel and Gaza, knowing, first of all, that her husband, the second gentleman, is a Jewish man, but also that Joe Biden had a real problem with especially the youth vote when it comes to this issue? How does she need to be different on it?
You know, I think she is going to be, just by the way that she presents in terms of the work she has done in the past, she is going to continue to say that she loves and supports Israel, but that does not mean that every Israeli elected leader like Benjamin Netanyahu is somebody that she has to embrace. And so, you know, we saw 60 Democrats skip Netanyahu's speech 9 years ago. Many more are going to skip it this time. But the reality is so much of the hype around this speech has been quelled by the other news of the day that it's not quite as damning for Democrats as it has been. But, you know, she is going to have to walk a very fine line in terms of speaking with Netanyahu, but not attending that address and making her support of Israel, which is well known, continue to be put out front. And so I think she will be able to do that.
Well, Rick, as Jeannie talks about the very different reception that Netanyahu may get from Republicans and Democrats in Congress, it's also worth pointing out that we've had an ongoing conversation about how Republicans are going to message and around and campaign against Kamala Harris, being that she is not an 81-year-old like Joe Biden. She also is a woman of color, which may complicate some of the effort. Does Israel give Republicans an opening to attack her if she doesn't appear warm enough toward Netanyahu or toward the state?
Yeah, I think the first order of events is one that's, you know, particularly powerful with voters, and that is how soft the Biden administration's been toward Iran. And there are a lot of people who believe that without Iran's support, Hamas, Hezbollah, you know, the Houthis, they wouldn't be in the position they're in to inflict so much destruction and pain on the Israeli people. So I think that's number one. I mean, will she repudiate, you know, the nuclear agreement with Iran? It doesn't look very smart now to have had that in place for the short period of time that they supported it back in the Obama administration. So kind of tag some of these Obama, Biden foreign policy decisions onto her, let her defend them if she can, or you know, distance herself from them. She's in a unique position to say on many of these occasions with foreign policy, I wasn't in the room, wasn't my decision. I'll keep my own counsel as to what I would do, but as president, I will make my mind up independently of anything any previous administration did. So she's got some options there, and it makes it harder for Republicans to pin her down.
Well, I'd like to just focus on one Republican for a moment longer. Trump is now correcting himself, saying that his meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu will be on Thursday at Mar-a-Lago. So joint address to Congress here in Washington, presumably meeting with Kamala Harris tomorrow, Wednesday, and then Netanyahu goes to Florida on Thursday. The other thing we have to look forward to tomorrow evening, Wednesday evening, and prime time is the address President Biden will give from the Oval Office, the first time he will really speak to the nation since his decision to drop out of this race. In fact, according to the White House press pool, they just got their first eyes on him since then, because he has been recovering from COVID. He is on Air Force One. He told reporters when he was asked how he was feeling that he's feeling well, and he is now en route back to Joint Base Andrews, back to Washington, where, of course, he will be giving this speech tomorrow night. Jeannie, given everything that has transpired between when he put out that statement on social media saying that he wasn't running to now, with a party that has almost seamlessly coalesced around Vice President Harris, what tone do you expect him to strike with this address tomorrow night? Is it going to be in part a campaign speech for Harris, or is this really about trying to cement and define his legacy as he is now effectively a lame duck?
You know, I think it's going to be three things. To your interview with the senator just moments ago, I think he is going to be out there to show Republicans who have been calling on him to potentially resign from the presidency or to be impeached or removed via the 25th Amendment that he has recovered from COVID and is healthy to continue the next 5-6 months. I think he is going to talk about his full-throated support for Harris and how he's going to engage in the campaign going forward. And then I think we are going to see what's he planning to do for the next 6 months in office and how does that, coalesce with his legacy. But I think we heard it from Schumer and Jeffries and other Democrats and many Americans, regardless of party, about how much love and support there is for Joe Biden. 50 years of service. So I hope he does take a little bit, it's premature, but a little bit of a victory lap on there and talk about what he has done and this selfless act of stepping aside and turning to his vice president because the voters demanded it. And I think he's going to take something, hopefully, of a victory lap on that.
Well, Rick, I'd love to get your perspective on this as well as we consider what the legacy of Joe Biden will be and whether or not there are some things he could take victory laps on when he still is facing so many questions about his ability to just continue to sit in that office. How would you advise someone to message around that?
Yeah, I think you really have to ignore the sort of public discussion of his fitness for office. He's got 6 months to go. He's up until the time he withdrew. There were not calls for him to resign. A lot of calls for him to get out of the campaign, but not to withdraw from the presidency. And I think you just go about your business. I'd say the advice I'd give him would be the advice I'd give any elected official who's under this kind of scrutiny is just do your day job. Show up every morning, do your job, hold the press conferences when you need to, make the decisions the way you want to, and make sure the office of the presidency functions. And frankly, in his case, don't get distracted by the politics of the day. You should feel liberated by the fact that you're no longer the candidate. And I think if he does that in a very short period of time, people will realize, okay, we're barking up the wrong tree. He's not going to be on a ballot in November. Vice President Harris will be. And if Republicans were smart, they would spend a lot less time on Joe Biden, where they've invested an enormous amount of time, money, and energy to define and begin the process of defining the vice president.
All right, Rick Davis of Stone Court Capital and Jeannie Shanzano of Iona University, Bloomberg Politics contributors, our signature political panel. Thank you for being with me here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we look ahead to President Biden's Oval Office address expected at 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. But of course, before we can get there, we do expect any minute now to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris, now presumptive Democratic nominee, as she speaks at a campaign event in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Of course, a key swing state that she has decided to visit as she kicks her campaign off in earnest with a number of endorsements, securing just within this last hour the endorsements from Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. We have our eye on what the Obamas may do in the coming days. And of course, this is where you can find all of the latest. We'll have much more on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern time. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week is just ahead. They'll be taking Harris's remarks, and I'll have more on that for you in just a few minutes on Bloomberg TV and radio.
season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
First of all, global trade, which had adverse consequences that we're learning about to this day, still unleashed an enormous amount of gain for humanity. And with the rise of global trade became the rise of information sharing around the world, which rapidly accelerated the trajectory of mankind. I mean, of note, the Chinese, for example, are leaders in solar. They're leaders in EVs. They're leaders in a number of emerging technologies. In a world which is more splintered, we'll see the gains that the Chinese have achieved in these important areas not shared by the Western countries. And conversely, the United States is a clear leader in AI, along with a number of the European countries. And those gains will not be shared with China and the countries in its sphere of influence. So it's a very clear-cut loss for all of humanity when we have the severing of ties between our countries.
On a practical level, is it getting harder to manage the risks you face?
I think that one has to be aware that there are more tail risks that are harder to ultimately manage.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges.
Britain's next.
It was going to keep
Green World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec. Let's get to the setup on this Tuesday, July 23rd. And yeah, first of all, we are really all in when it comes to earnings, Tim.
Yeah, we certainly are. Close to a third of the S&P 500 at market cap is reporting this week. Two big ones, Alphabet and Tesla, reporting after the bell today. We are going to bring you those numbers as soon as we get them.
It's almost the whole market cap of the S&P 500.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
The Mag 7 has that effect, but you know.
Exactly. Still important and can certainly change sentiment. We're going to get into that. Ahead of that, though, we've also got to talk about UPS because it's tumbling the most ever following earnings on a profit miss and soft demand. Some comments from the CEO. We're going to break it down. What does it say about the company? What does it say about the global economy?
Plus, politics certainly top of mind as well. This as Vice President Kamala Harris launches her presidential run. She's got a rally in Milwaukee set to begin in minutes. We're going to bring that to you live as soon as she starts.
Yep, we're looking at that live shot, and it looks pretty crowded right now, so we'll wait for her to step up to the podium. Also, a Bloomberg exclusive on Jamie Dimon's handpicked Wall Street duo. We'll get into that. It is our most read story on the Bloomberg today.
And one more thing. How about a foldable iPhone?
I'm in.
What do you think?
Full
you
transparency.
Okay, well.
I need a new phone.
You want it to be foldable?
I don't know.
All right, have you seen the price?
I don't know.
All right, the information is reporting that there's going to be a foldable phone. We're going to give you the details a little later in the program. I don't know.
Tick, tick, tick. All right, first up, let's get an update on the trading day, folks, and some of your top business stories. Let's turn things over to Charlie Bellin.
All right, I thank you very much. Happy Tuesday to you both. You mentioned Apple. We got Apple shares advancing now by 0.5%. This market, though, really struggling for direction, struggling to gain traction. Yes, key earnings after the close of trading, but right now we have got the S&P little change, swinging between gains and losses, up now by 6 points, an advance of about 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 25, now up by about 0.1%, and NASDAQ, the composite index, higher by 0.2%. Interestingly, we've got the NASDAQ 100 index in the red right now. That index trading lower by just under 0.1%, but the Russell 2000 keeps on going up another 1% right now. 10-year 4.23%, the 2-year 4.48%. Gold up $8 the ounce, up 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.8%, $76.95 a barrel. Carol mentioned UPS, the stock plunging after earnings, down 13.6%. Rival FedEx lower as well, down by 2.2%. And the big events after the close of trading today, Alphabet and Tesla ahead of earnings. Tesla down 1.5%. Alphabet ahead of earnings, up by 0.8%. Complete coverage as those numbers drop on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Again, recapping stocks higher. S&P right now up by 7 points, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Another busy Tuesday. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, just about 1 hour ago, in a show of unity, the two most senior members of the Democratic leadership were talking about Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris for president. Now, as for the VP, she will launch her nascent presidential campaign in earnest today in just a few minutes. Just a quick live shot we can show you of the group that are in Milwaukee. It's a rally that she will be holding. It's really seeking to answer some of the biggest questions on skittish Democrats' minds. There are some questions. How does she plan to beat Donald Trump? Well, one way is unifying the party. Vice President Kamala Harris speaking at Democratic campaign headquarters in Delaware. This was yesterday.
So in the days and weeks ahead, I, together with you, will do everything in my power to unite our Democratic Party, to unite our nation, and to win this election.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris yesterday at a campaign headquarters in Delaware. With more, let's go to Washington, D.C., where we find Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Kayleigh Lines joining us from our bureau there. Kayleigh, all eyes certainly on Kamala Harris. It's been a whirlwind few days as she kicks off her campaign today, and the president does leave Delaware to head back to Washington after isolating for COVID. What's top of mind for you?
Well, just how quickly all of this has come together, Tim. It's been 48 hours, essentially, since Joe Biden announced that he was leaving the race, no longer seeking re-election. And in that time, we have not only seen Kamala Harris securing the endorsement of not just him, but pretty much everyone else in the Democratic Party, cemented by Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer joining the chorus just an hour ago. But we have also seen her secure the majority of delegates to the Democratic convention in Chicago next month that she needs to secure the nomination, which makes her effectively, as of last night, 36 hours after Biden left the race, the presumptive Democratic nominee. Then you have to consider the money as well. Her campaign said in those first 36 hours, it raised more than $100 million. That is really unprecedented for any period in presidential politics as short as that. The campaign also said more than 60% of those who donated were doing so for the first time this cycle. So that really speaks to the kind of enthusiasm around her candidacy that the money is telling you. And certainly you can see on display in that room in Milwaukee, where it does indeed seem quite crowded, and the poll report suggests it's quite energetic. And the fact that she's already on the campaign trail in a key swing state is really telling as well. She wasted no time getting up to Delaware yesterday. Now she's taking her message to Wisconsin, which is part of that blue wall of states, Wisconsin, together with Michigan and Pennsylvania, that theoretically she needs to win the nomination, or not the nomination, but the election in its entirety in November.
Kayleigh, what must she do out of the gate today?
Well, in part, she needs to bring her message to the people. We were just speaking about this in the last hour with Rick Davis, who, of course, has run a few presidential campaigns of his own. This idea that in some sense today, she not only needs to talk about what kind of policy she would want to pursue as president, but the ways in which she may be different than Joe Biden, knowing that Republicans are very much going to try to tie her to everything Joe Biden has done and the issues that come along with him. She may have some opportunity here to dictate the ways in which we may see a different kind of policy pursuit under what her administration would be. So she does have a chance to do that, she also has a chance to speak to a few constituency groups that are key. In Milwaukee, you do have a high concentration of Black and Latino voters. Of course, you have a concentration of young people nearby in Madison. All of these are part of that coalition that elected Joe Biden in 2020, and that she is going to need to try to piece back together here in 2024 if she wants to win, knowing that a lot of those voters had strayed away from Biden over issues like Israel and the ongoing war in Gaza. And of course, that's something that she's going to have to try to figure out how she wants to address as well.
Gotta say, Kaylee, I know you and Joe talk about it a lot. Joe Matthew, Tim and I talk about it a lot, the double haters and where they end up ultimately, where, these are a group of voters here in the United States that, as you well know, did not like President Trump. Former President Trump did not like President Biden as their choice, hence double haters. That's part of what she needs to win over. What is it going to take to get them in her camp?
Well, there's the question, Carol, of how much those people may already be willing to join her camp, just because it is another option that isn't Trump or Biden. I think no one really has a way to estimate what that effect could actually look like, because we haven't really been in a position like this before. Remembering the last time we saw a sitting president eligible for a second term leaving the race was back in 1968 with Lyndon B. Johnson, and that was much earlier in the process. Here we are in July, just 4 weeks out from the convention, and that's when all of this is going down. So we have to consider that. On the idea of when this could show up in polls, I would caution that it is likely going to take some time for this actually all to filter in to an electorate that probably is only just now starting to really pay attention to what the architecture and the characterization of this race actually looks like. For all the talk of me and Joe here in Washington and those like us who live and breathe politics every day, it still is a bit early for the average American to be tuning in. So the fact that they may be now starting to do so as it is around convention time does give her a chance to define herself at a moment in which it is likely that more people are engaging in the political process than they were just a few months ago. And on that point, I would note we are just over 100 days out from that election. It doesn't give a lot of Republicans time to try to define Kamala Harris either. So this creates obviously challenges for her very new candidacy. She doesn't have a lot of time to try and convince the American electorate that she deserves to be elevated to president, but it also is probably causing a scramble in Republican circles as well, as they try to figure out how to message around her candidacy, knowing she isn't 81 years old like Joe Biden was. She's only 59. It kind of removes the age issue. And because of the historic nature of her candidacy, she's not just a woman, but a woman of color. They're going to have to figure out how to navigate attacks against her as well.
We are awaiting Vice President Kamala Harris speaking in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We see the governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers, taking the podium right now as we do await the vice president kicking off her campaign. We'll bring you her comments as soon as we get them. Hey, Kaylee, we did hear Carol talk about Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the nominee, to be president. Who is missing at this point? Who are the notable voices that have not yet endorsed her?
Really, the only ones we're still waiting for are the Obamas. That would be, of course, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. They are too late to this process, although this is kind of in keeping with pattern in that former presidents don't really like to weigh into anything that could be perceived as a primary process, not put the thumb on the scale until the party has coalesced around one individual as the nominee. But now that this has happened, it wouldn't be surprising to hear from them in the coming hours or days on Harris's candidacy. I would point out that when we got that endorsement from Schumer and Jeffries just over 1 hour ago, even Schumer suggested that the reason they had held off is they wanted to see that there was going to be the support of the delegates for Kamala Harris's candidacy. Again, she has the majority of the pledged delegates saying they will support her in Chicago, but there was some wariness among the top levels of the Democratic Party about this appearing like just a coronation, like they were just anointing Vice President Kamala Harris, who didn't earn any votes throughout the primary process. 99% of the pledged delegates went to Biden, so they didn't want this to look like they were just choosing someone and not letting this play out in a process that is democratic. So appearances do matter here, and that may be factoring in to the former president and his wife.
As we wait for the vice president in Milwaukee, Kaylee, the other thing we are awaiting is a speech by President Biden, expected to be tomorrow evening.
Yes.
What are you hearing about that?
Well, this is going to be a big moment. Of course, President Biden promised that this was happening in that statement that he put out on social media on Sunday. He did say that he would be explaining his decision to leave the race to the American people later on in the week, which is where we will arrive tomorrow. He, of course, needed to recover from COVID-19. His doctor today just saying he has done so, which is why we have now seen the president boarding Air Force One from Delaware, heading back to Washington, getting set to make this primetime address to the American people. This is going to be a bit complicated for him because, of course, on the one hand, he is now officially going to be a one-term president. So he is already effectively a lame duck. Part of this will be telling the American people what he would like to do with this lame duck part of his term, what he might want to accomplish within the next 6 months. Part of it also may be about defining his legacy, talking about what he has accomplished already, trying to cement how he will be viewed in history by the American people when it comes to legislative accomplishments like the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, those kind of things. I wouldn't be surprised to hear about from him. But then we were talking about this with strategists during Balance of Power over the last few hours as well, this notion that this may in part turn into a campaign speech, not for himself as he is no longer on the ticket, but for who he chose to be his vice president, Kamala Harris. How does he push the country toward her candidacy and advocate for her in this speech? So he's likely going to be trying to accomplish many different things here when he speaks to the nation, knowing that this is likely a very difficult personally time for President Biden as he was just effectively pushed out from his own party.
Hey, Kaylee.
Or by his own party.
What role do you think he takes over the next 100 days in the campaign of his vice president, in the campaign of Kamala Harris? He said he'll do whatever it takes. He said he'll do anything it takes. But at the same time, it seems like the vice president wants to a certain extent, put some daylight between her campaign and the administration. Yeah. So it's a tricky line.
It is, and I would point out, Tim, that it frankly at this point is not really entirely President Biden's call. He will have to participate in this campaign to the degree that Kamala Harris wants him to. You, of course, are alluding to the remarks he made when he called into campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware yesterday. While she was there, the first time we had heard his voice since he announced that he was leaving the race, in which he did say, even though I'm not on the ticket, I will be actively engaged in the process. He talked about being part of the campaign for Harris. The question really is going to be, to what extent does Kamala Harris want to embrace that, and to what extent may she want to keep Joe Biden at arm's length, knowing that there will be the difficulty for her of navigating the idea that because she was part of his administration, all of the issues that come with it, be it the economy or the border, or even Israel and Gaza, are going to be attached to her in some way. So if she wants to create some distance between the kind of policy she would pursue as president versus what Biden pursued, that relationship could only realistically be so close on the campaign trail. So this is definitely going to be a tricky one to navigate. Areas in which you could see them work together may include, I would speculate, things like when it comes to the labor movement, when it comes to unions, knowing how important that is in those blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and of course, Wisconsin, where she is today. Joe Biden has cast himself as the most union-friendly president, labor-friendly president in American history. So she may try to align herself more with that kind of policy, but it's going to be a tricky dance to do for these next 100 plus days.
All right, we're dancing a little bit too as we await for Vice President Kamala Harris, expected to make her really first rally here. And she's expected to step up to the podium at any moment, but really kicking off officially, if you will, her run for the White House. As we've been talking with our Kaylee Lyons, who's been covering this, kind of feel like nonstop for the last 48 hours, as she mentioned. A lot has changed for the race come November, but we are expecting her to step up at any moment. Having said that, you know, the other thing we are thinking a lot about is who's going to be her running mate. There is a rather long list. We'll see if we get any clues. Right now, we're watching the Wisconsin governor, Tony Evers, stepping away from the podium at that rally in Milwaukee. Quite a large crowd there. As we know, this is an important state for the upcoming race in November and the ultimate outcome. So we are anticipating the vice president to step up at any moment. In the meantime, you know, Kaylee, as we await for her to do so and see what she says specifically, we are thinking a lot about who might be her running mate. Are we getting any clearer picture of who that might be?
There is an understanding of what this short list could be, Carol. the prevailing notion is that she is likely going to pick someone from a swing state, thinking about the Electoral College here, wanting to secure those votes that would get her to 270 to win the presidency. So the names that we keep hearing include Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper. I had a congressman from North Carolina, Wiley Nickel, on with us yesterday who was strongly advocating for a Harris-Cooper ticket. And then, of course, it could come from within the halls of Congress in Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. That is another name we keep hearing a lot about. Of course, a former astronaut, the husband of Gabby Giffords, who was the subject of gun violence at the time that she was serving as her own term in elected office. So there could be some attractive qualities to that candidate. But really, it's going to be about how does this vice presidential selection help balance out the ticket and make it more attractive when it comes to the electoral map, knowing that we're really just talking about a handful of swing states here. I've mentioned the blue wall a few times now, but you could also consider that the Rust Belt, whereas someone like Mark Kelly would be considered more the Sun Belt, or Roy Cooper for that matter. Those were states that it really looked like, when we were looking at polling consistently, Joe Biden was going to have a much tougher time of winning. His whole hope was in the blue wall, but Kamala Harris may have a chance to really look at some of those Sunbelt states and potentially target them too, in addition to these other blue wall states that she is going to want to capture. So that's really where we're all focusing our attention right now. There has been reporting already that Eric Holder's law firm is doing the vetting of those three, but of course there's always the potential for surprise. You never know anything until you know it, and I think the last few weeks has certainly taught us that lesson.
Speaking of surprises, Kaylee, it's fair to say, I think, that the Trump campaign and many other people were surprised over the last 48 hours to Sunday afternoon when we got that notice from President Biden that he was stepping aside. How has the strategy of the Trump campaign shifted just in the last 2 days, as it seems like Kamala Harris has really sucked the wind, at least out of the media cycle, post-RNC for the Trump campaign?
Yeah, it certainly isn't a very elongated post-RNC bump, because they all left Milwaukee, and just days later, Joe Biden left the race and completely upended that news cycle. I would say you're seeing different approaches depending on what part of the Trump campaign that you're talking about, or really Republicans as a whole. Donald Trump himself has seemed to resorted back toward the kind of name-calling type of behavior we've seen in a succession of True Social posts, him calling Kamala Harris, quote, lion Kamala. He has also referred to her as dumb as a rock Kamala, but both he and his vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, have also talked about this notion that essentially Joe Biden and Harris are one and the same. To paraphrase their words, they're basically arguing that Kamala Harris was up front and signing off on every single decision Joe Biden made. I heard much the same when I spoke with Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia in the last hour. She was effectively making the argument, too, that everything Joe Biden was, Kamala Harris also is, because they were together as president and vice president for the last 3.5 years. So that's likely the attack line that they're largely going to go with, knowing that the age issue is one that has now been taken away from them. Kamala Harris is only 59 years old. That makes her almost 20 full years younger than Donald Trump. So it no longer is the questions of age and acuity that haunted Biden, and frankly are still haunting him, as some are calling for his resignation now that he has left the race. But that kind of strategy isn't going to work. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we do have to consider that the vice president here is a woman, and she is a woman of color. And, and the degree to which Republicans attack her may be colored in and of itself because of who she is, and the idea that if they don't want to turn off independent voters, people that they still may have a chance to capture, knowing that the base Trump voter is still with them, if they want to bring those other people in, they're going to be probably have to be very, very careful with how they do that.
So many interesting aspects, certainly, to this race already. All right, Kaylee Lyons, we're talking with, of course, co-host of Bloomberg's Balance of Power. We do want to get back to the markets right now.
Yeah, we certainly do. We see Tammy Baldwin, senator from Wisconsin, at the stage right now in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. As we do await Vice President Kamala Harris, we'll bring you her comments as soon as she starts speaking. In the meantime, let's get a check of the trading day. Here's Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much, Tim and Carol. Indeed, stocks struggling for direction, but right now higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the green. S&P up 6, higher by 0.1%. Has been swinging between gains and losses. 55.71 right now on the S&P. We got the Dow up 70, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 32, a gain there of 0.2%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, the outperformer, up now by 1.1%. Cannot ignore the NASDAQ 100 index, full of big tech names, it is down now by just under 0.1%. 10-year 4.23%. The 2-year auction saw record investor demand. 2-year yield 4.48%. We've got spot gold trading higher by 0.3%, $24.04 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, $77.17 a barrel. Lots of earnings, as you well know. Coca-Cola up by 0.7%. Rival PepsiCo, it is down 0.6%. Kimberly-Clark shares, they're down 4.7%. And after earnings, Spotify up by 11.5%. Briefly, one additional political note. Sources tell Bloomberg Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey has told staff that he does intend to resign after a chorus of fellow Democrats demanded he step down following his conviction on federal corruption charges last week. Again, recapping, S&P up 7, higher by 0.1%. And that, Tim and Carol, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to date on the markets. Of course, some big earnings after the closing bell, as you know, so we'll be all over that. Having said that, we are, of course, awaiting Vice President Kamala Harris in Milwaukee, a rally, really her first in her run for the president. Right now, we have Wisconsin Senator, I should say, Tammy Baldwin, making some comments. She's leaving the stage, so we're going to await and see if ultimately who we see next up on that stage is the vice president. And then we will, of course, take you there for her comments. In the meantime, Reuters out reporting about a recent poll, a Reuters Ipsos poll finding basically that Vice President Kamala Harris opening up a marginal 2 percentage point lead over Republican Donald Trump. This is after President Biden ended his reelection campaign and passed the torch to her. The poll was conducted on Monday and Tuesday and followed both the Republican National Convention, where Trump, as you know, on Thursday formally accepted his party's nomination, and then, of course, the Biden announcement just over the weekend, on Sunday, where he was leaving the race and endorsing Harris. So that's coming up. Our own Gregory Cordy has also done some reporting. He certainly tracks a lot of the polling that we do here at Bloomberg.
Yeah, the polling is notable now because it has only been 48 hours since we did learn that President Biden planned to leave the ticket, and over the last 48 hours, Vice President Kamala Harris has taken to the top of the ticket following getting the delegates late last night, according to the Associated Press. It's notable, though, Carol, because polling tends to take a few days to do and a few days to analyze. So there weren't any polls that showed in recent days what type of lead or what type of lead Kamala Harris or Donald Trump had post this announcement. There was lots of polling done in the last few months about a potential matchup between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. But those polls can be flawed because the idea is that that hasn't actually been announced yet. So voters don't necessarily think the same way as somebody who is actually going to be on a ticket.
Yeah, so it's interesting. But so this is a poll, a national poll, right, that kind of does show that Harris has led Trump or is leading Trump 44% to 42% in the national poll, a difference within the 3 percentage point margin of error. So just something.
And it's also not a swing state poll. This is a national poll.
Exactly.
So we live in a, in an electoral system that uses the electoral college. So it's not the popular vote.
It's not the popular
vote. It's only the
vote.
electoral college.
I will say what many folks have been saying is that this is going to be still a very close race, right? And it is going to come down to the electoral college and who probably wins those key swing states. But again, early in the going, we still have, over 100 days to go until we all pull levers, unless you're voting early, which means you might be going a little bit early as well. We're going to continue our coverage. Right now, Bloomberg News Real Economy team reporter Mark Niquette joins us, too, who is following the race. We still have Kelly Lines with us. She's, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. As we wait, Vice President Kamala Harris, now the presumptive Democratic candidate for the presidential race here. Mark, what are you looking out for in terms of when she takes the stage, what she needs to do, what she needs to say, perhaps?
Well, she's still kind of introducing herself to a lot of people, I think. I mean, obviously people knew of her as the vice president, but, this is all very brand new for everyone, for her as the presumptive Democratic nominee and top of the ticket person. So I think, a lot of people are tuning in and, will be parsing what she says and looking for clues about how she might run differently than President Biden.
Mark, Kaylee bringing up the record more than $100 million that's been raised by Harris just in the last 48 hours. What does that tell you about enthusiasm within the party for a change at the top?
Well, Democratic strategists are certainly looking at that as a sign of voter enthusiasm and a sign of optimism. I mean, there was always sort of a risk in the scenario that's playing out with President Biden stepping down and Kamala Harris coming in. The polling wasn't conclusive that she would run better than President Biden, particularly in some of these swing states. So I think there was a lot of apprehension about this move, and the fact that she was able to raise that much money, particularly small dollar donors, which is a sign of enthusiasm among the grassroots. Certainly, Democratic strategists are taking it as a good sign and a reason to be optimistic that her joining the ticket, becoming the presumptive nominee, is going to energize the base of the Democratic Party for sure, and be positive for the party in the election against Trump.
It's interesting, as you say, to have to, kind of reintroduce herself, certainly to the country. But what's interesting is, you've got an economy that many would say is doing better. There are a lot of other big developed economies that wish that they were kind of the United States right now. We are seeing some softening in the job market, but there are still many Americans still at work. Many would still say it's a strong job market. We do have economic growth. Inflation has come down. I realize that Wall Street is not Main Street, Mark, but what does the vice president, now presumptive presidential candidate for the Democratic Party, kind of need to stress when it comes to the economic record of the Biden-Harris team, which has not seemed to have gained as much traction as one would have thought on the campaign trail?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, the challenge remains the same for Democrats. I mean, the players have changed, but inflation remains the same, right? And we've seen this disconnect between an improving economy. If you look at the economic indicators, things are getting better. The inflation rate's coming down, but on the ground, prices are still too high for people, and the perception is that the economy is not headed in the right direction because prices are elevated from where they were 4 years ago. And one of the things that Democratic leaders are saying that Kamala Harris has to do differently than President Biden did, and that's sort of meet voters where they are. Not just tell them that, hey, the statistics are great, the economy is getting better, but do a better job of acknowledging that yes, they're going through tough times. In some cases, the prices are beyond what people can afford for housing or other needed goods, and really sort of connect with those voters in a way that President Biden really wasn't, because there was a sense that while Biden would talk about President Biden would talk about, I understand, the struggles the middle class is going through and so on, that there really wasn't a connection there, that, voters felt like, the party leadership was out of touch in that sense.
What would strategists, Mark, tell you about how Kamala Harris can connect with voters in a way that Biden didn't do, even though she was the vice president during his administration? How does she put some daylight between the two of them?
Well, part of it's going to happen on its own in the sense that she's a fresh face, a new voice, and she certainly is, younger than President Biden, and a woman of color. So that sort of helps her, I think, in the introduction phase we're talking about. But also, I think the strategists are looking to her to make more of a personal connection with voters, particularly younger voters. There's a lot of talk right now about the Gen Z memes that are coming up with Kamala Harris being brat and so forth, sort of indicating that the hope is at least that there'll be a real connection with younger voters in particular, but all voters in a way that President Biden certainly tried, but it didn't always make that kind of connection.
Remind us once again, I'm thinking about where the vice president is today as she makes her case to voters nationally, but certainly in the state of Wisconsin, how important that state is and how that economy is doing.
Well, it's probably not hyperbole to say that Wisconsin could decide the election. I mean, the way the polling was shaking out, the race was going to be decided, I think, in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, the so-called blue wall states in the Midwest, because President Trump was opening up big leads over Biden in the Sun Belt states, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina. And the thinking is that Kamala Harris might be able to do better in the Sun Belt states, improve the party's standing there. We'll see, what the polling shows, when it starts to come out now with her as a presumptive nominee. But I don't think there's any doubt that the blue wall states are still going to be pivotal here. I mean, it just doesn't seem to be a path for Kamala Harris and the Democrats to get the electoral college votes they need if they don't win. For sure Wisconsin, but probably Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
I do want to point out from Mark's story that employment in Wisconsin hit a record there in May, one of the lowest jobless rates in the United States, and workers there have won bigger pay gains over the past year than the rest of the country on average. So, you have to remind us there's national stories in terms of employment.
NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at $2.41 a gallon. NYMEX diesel August futures settle at $2.40 a gallon.
To make some comments, just very briefly talk about the statistics that Carol mentioned, but the
NYMEX WTI crude September futures settling at $76.96 a barrel. That's down $1.44 or 1.84%.
And improving, but polling shows that a majority of Wisconsin voters think the opposite. That it's
NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at $2.18.
Talked to auto repair shop owners who said, their customers are not paying for preventative maintenance and other type of services that they may have paid for a year ago because they don't have confidence in the direction of the economy. So again, it was just sort of illustrating the disconnect between, what the statistics would show as an improving economy and what voters were feeling on the ground.
So it is notable because, as Carol mentioned, and as you point out in your story, when it comes to the battleground states, Wisconsin, from an unemployment perspective, from a labor participation perspective, it's just ahead of the pack in a different way. What has worked in the state?
Well, Wisconsin has a very diversified economy, which helps it. It doesn't fall too far when the U.S. economy goes into a recession, and it doesn't, go gangbusters, beyond, being able to maintain, when the economy is good nationwide. So it benefits from that standpoint. But also, Wisconsin is a state that has a really solid manufacturing base. It has one of the highest per capita manufacturing industries in the country. And it's diversified manufacturing as well. Everything from paper mills to automaking and more traditional what you think of as manufacturing. So in some ways, Wisconsin is well positioned to do well, regardless of what the U.S. economy is doing.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. We are watching a live feed of Milwaukee, a rally where Vice President, now presumptive presidential candidate for the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, expected to step up to the podium. Right now, Leah Esser, she's an educator with the Madison Metropolitan School District in the state, and she is making some comments at the podium, so we are awaiting Kamala Harris to step up. But again, this is a big stage in the state, nationally, really her first address, if you will, as she makes her race for the White House come November. So as soon as she does step up, we will certainly take you there to listen to her comments.
And one of the reasons we are hearing from Leah Esser right now is because she is an educator who did receive student loan relief under the Biden-Harris plan. And that's something certainly that obviously the campaign wants to get across as benefits of their administration.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's one of the, actually, folks, let's take you to the rally. Let's bring it up for everybody as she, what seems to be a pretty large crowd there in Milwaukee. Hug to Leah Esser for those who are listening on radio. But Vice President Kamala Harris, let's take you there to Milwaukee.
I do believe our teachers do God's work. They teach other people's children, and God knows we don't pay them enough. Let's thank her. And it is so good to be here and be back with so many extraordinary leaders, including my friend, the great governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers. He's here somewhere. My dear friend, Senator Tammy Baldwin. And you know, I had the privilege of serving with Tammy when I was in the United States Senate, and she is always fighting for the people of this state, and I know that the folks that are here are going to make sure you return her to Washington, D.C. in November. Yes, we are going to elect her back to Washington, D.C. It is so good to be here also with Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, Attorney General Josh Cole, Wisconsin Secretary of State Sarah Godlewski, County Executive David Crowley, Mayor Cavalier Johnson, and the great state party chair Ben Wickler, who I have worked with. Ben, you and I have been working together for years, and I can attest he knows how to build the infrastructure that delivers wins up and down the ballot. Thank you, Ben. So it is good to be back in Wisconsin, and it is great to be in Milwaukee. As many of you know, our state campaign headquarters are in this city. Yes, and there is a reason for that. The path to the White House goes through Wisconsin. Yes, it does. And to win in Wisconsin, we are counting on you right here in Milwaukee. And you all helped us win in 2020. And in 2024, we will win again. Yes, we will. So, Milwaukee, I want to start by saying a few words, and I could really speak at length, but a few words about our incredible President Joe Biden. It has truly been one of the greatest honors of my life to serve as Vice President to our President Joe Biden. Joe's legacy of accomplishment over his entire career and over the past 3.5 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, think about it, in one term as president, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who served 2 terms in office. And I know we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his continuing service to our nation. And it is my great honor to have Joe Biden's endorsement in this race. So, Wisconsin, I am told as of this morning that we have earned the support of enough delegates to secure the Democratic nomination. And I am so very honored, and I pledge to you I will spend the coming weeks continuing to unite our party so that we are ready to win in November. So, friends, we have 105 days until Election Day, and in that time, we've got some work to do. But we're not afraid of hard work. We like hard work, don't we? And we will win this election. Yes, we will. So as Leah told you, before I was elected vice president, before I was elected United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. Promise you, I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week. As Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students.
Brent crude futures settle at $81.01 a barrel. That's down $1.39 or 1.69%.
For committing sexual abuse. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big Wall Street banks and held them accountable for fraud. Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud on 34 counts. But let's also make no mistake, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This campaign is about who we fight for. This is about who we fight for. Just look at how we are running our campaigns. So Donald Trump is relying on support from billionaires and big corporations. And he is trading access in exchange for campaign contributions. A couple of months ago, y'all saw that a couple of months ago at Mar-a-Lago, he literally promised big oil companies, big oil lobbyists, he would do their bidding for $1 billion in campaign donations. On the other hand, we are running a people-powered campaign.
All right,
And we just had some breaking news. We just had the best 24 hours of grassroots fundraising in presidential campaign history. All right? And because we are a people-powered campaign, that is how you know we will be a people-first presidency. And Wisconsin, this campaign is also about two different visions for our nation. One, where we are focused on the future. The other, focused on the past. We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. A future where no child has to grow up in poverty. Where every worker has the freedom to join a union. Where every person has affordable future where every senior can retire with dignity. So all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because here's the thing we all here, Wisconsin, know. When our middle class is strong, America is strong. But Donald Trump wants to take our country backward. He and his extreme Project 2025 agenda will weaken the middle class. Like, we know we got to take this seriously. Can you believe they put that thing in writing? Read it. It's 900 pages. But here's the thing. When you read it, you will see Donald Trump intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations and make working families foot the bill. They intend to end the Affordable Care Act and take us back then to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Remember what that was like? Children with asthma, women who survived breast cancer, grandparents with diabetes. America has tried these failed economic policies before, but we are not going back. We are not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. We are not going back. And I'll tell you why we're not going back. Because ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom. Generations of America's, generations, and we have to remember this, the shoulders on which we stand, generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, Wisconsin, the baton is in our hands. We, who believe in the sacred freedom to vote, will make sure every American has the ability to cast their ballot and have it counted. We, who believe that every person in our nation who should have the freedom to live safe from the terror of gun violence, will finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban. Who believe in reproductive freedom will stop Donald Trump's extreme abortion bans because we trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do. When Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law. So, Wisconsin, ultimately in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country to your point, do we want to live in a country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate. And here's the beauty of this moment. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. We each have the power to answer that question. And in the next 105 days, then we have work to do. We have doors to knock on. We have phone calls to make. We have voters to register. And we have an election to win. So, Wisconsin, today I ask you, are you ready to get to work? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of
America. All right, everybody. First rally of her presidential campaign since becoming the presumptive Democratic nominee for President, Kamala Harris there in Milwaukee, talking about many of the issues that she would plan to pursue in her run for the White House, and if indeed she does become president in November, Tim.
Yeah, the crowd was certainly enthusiastic. She started off her speech by saying that the path to the White House goes through Wisconsin. No question there. It is a crucial swing state. And of course, she started by making comments about President Joe Biden and thanking him for his service and talking about his legacy, not just over the last 4 years, but through his entire career.
And saying my great honor to have his endorsement. But you're right, Tim, really addressing that first off with the crowd there in Milwaukee, and specifically getting into some of the issues that will be top of mind. Talking about affordable health care, affordable child care, paid family leave, that each person in the United States can join a union if they want. Also talking not just about younger populations, but older populations, believing in a future where every senior can retire with dignity. And talked about, and probably this played so well in Milwaukee, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of her presidency. Those were the words of now what seems to be certainly the Democratic run and candidate by Kamala Harris for the White House specifically. We do want to go back to Kaylee Lines, who's been listening to this, of course, co-host of Balance of Power. Busy 48 hours. It continues. What jumps out for you here, Kaylee?
Well, Carol, the first thing is that a lot of this messaging is similar to the messaging that Joe Biden was putting forward on the campaign trail, including what you just pointed out, talking about the middle class. We have heard Biden countless times talking about how the middle class built America, that unions built the middle class. The line we just got from Kamala Harris was, when our middle class is strong, America is strong. Talking about those many policies you were just alluding to, child care, health care, care for seniors as well. And she also made the point to try to distinguish what that agenda would look like versus a former President Donald Trump's second term, which includes the mention of Project 2025. We heard from her. I would just note for our audience that technically Project 2025 was put forward by the Heritage Foundation, not from the Trump campaign. Trump himself has tried to distance himself from a lot of that agenda, but we are seeing that being used as a talking point among Democrats, and certainly now the presumptive Democratic nominee. She talked about looking forward toward the future, not the past. There actually at one point was a chant that started, "We won't go back," in addition to chants that we were hearing at the beginning of Kamala, the first name, of course, of the vice president. But you clearly saw the energy in the room there, and in a distinction from what we had been seeing from President Joe Biden. Kamala Harris there, very clearly much younger than him. She's 59 years old. She was speaking with more vitality. She was raising her voice at points, definitely a high energy presentation. I would just note that not all of this presentation was completely new. We did hear her repeating almost verbatim some of the lines that she was delivering in Wilmington, Delaware yesterday about her history as a prosecutor and how she knows Donald Trump's type.
Kaylee, what about the differences from when she was on the campaign trail in 2019 and 2020? Who is this Kamala Harris that we saw today versus the Kamala Harris of 4 years ago?
Well, obviously, Kamala Harris 4 years ago really struggled to gain traction in the Democratic primary. She didn't even make it to the first in the nation Iowa caucuses in that year. But a lot of this messaging actually was consistent. She was running ads all the way back in that election cycle, talking about how she has prosecuted sex criminals, et cetera, and how Donald Trump is one of those. We heard her repeating a lot of the messaging today. So it does seem like she will be leaning, as we saw with her in the last cycle, on that prosecutorial kind of background and being able to be someone that goes up against Donald Trump. We also heard her focusing on other issues that we know have long been near and dear to her heart, and that she has been focusing on during her time as vice president as well, including reproductive freedom. She spoke about that, the idea that she doesn't want that taken away from women like Donald Trump, in her words, is doing with his abortion bans, that women should be trusted to decide what they want to do with their own bodies. We can expect her to continue to focus on that kind of messaging importantly. And just while we're talking about the Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump messaging, I would point out there is a campaign call for the Trump campaign going on right now. And Trump on that call just said that he would be willing to do more than one debate with Kamala Harris. Of course, there's one that is scheduled for September 10th on ABC. He had suggested he wouldn't like to see it on ABC, but we could maybe see at some point these two sharing a stage.
You know, which I think we would all look forward to, certainly as voters here in the United States. Having said that, what are you hearing, Kaylee? I think we talked about this a little bit before, but I think it's good to go back to in terms of the Trump campaign and how they are either redirecting efforts, thinking about what it is or what it might be like to go up against Kamala Harris versus Joe Biden.
Well, certainly they are trying to draw Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as close together in a painted picture as they possibly can to the American people, talking about specific issues that we know the Biden administration has struggled with, like the border. We already are seeing an effort underway in the House with the Republican conference chair, Elise Stefanik, moving forward with a resolution to condemn Kamala Harris's role as the quote-unquote border czar, given what has gone down at the southern border during the course of this administration. So that is going to be an area of targeting. The economy could as well. We, of course, heard her speaking to that ideas about the economy here in Wisconsin. But those are two issues are likely to see focused on incredibly heavily. And of course, we have to consider that the Republican Party as a whole is having to think differently about how it messages about all Democratic candidates, not just the presidential ones. At the very top of that speech there, Kamala Harris talked about Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin. She's one of those vulnerable Democrats who ultimately could decide the balance of the Senate in November. And it was because of concern about the down ballot impact of Biden being at the top of the ticket, in part, that he decided to leave the race. So we have to consider the whole picture here. This isn't just Trump versus Harris. It's Democrats versus Republicans. And as she just pointed out, this is going to be quite a fight for the next 105 days until the election.
Hey, 30 seconds, Kaylee. Is this what we see, but not just in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, the other blue wall states, the other swing states? Is this what we see the next 105 days?
It's very likely that she will be concentrating her time in those states she needs to win the Electoral College. And I would point out she does have funding to do this now. She called attention to it in her speech, the record amount in 24 hours that her campaign was able to raise from grassroots donors. We're talking well over $100 million in a very short period. That means advertisements. It means more rallies. And of course, Donald Trump is likely to do the same as they really fight it out in these battleground states that will decide who wins the presidency.
All right, going to leave it at that. Kaylee, thank you so much. Really carrying us into that first rally, presidential rally by Vice President, now the presumptive candidate, certainly for the Democratic Party, Kaylee Lines. She's co-host of Balance of Power, coming back at 5 p.m. Wall Street time. So looking forward to that. For those of you watching on television, we get back to the markets. The close is coming your way, tying it all together. Tim and I continue on Business Week.
Countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is the close.
Finally time for big tech to put its earnings cards on the table. Live from Studio 2 here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Romaine Boston.
And I'm Alex Steele. I'm pumped for Alphabet. I really feel it today.
And don't forget Tesla, too. Are you pumped?
Alphabet.
Okay. What about Texas Instruments?
Okay, Texas Instruments actually could be quite interesting. All right, let's take a look at the market here. S&P going nowhere fast. But we do get almost $6 trillion in market cap reporting over the full day today. Remember, you do get Google, you do get Tesla after the closing bell, really focusing on those, and Visa as well. The Russell 2000 continues to outperform. In the last, few days, it's been up about, I don't know, 10%, 8%. I mean, a really solid move for the Russell. 2-year yield getting a nice bid after the bond auction came in fairly strong. We get 5s and 7s later on in the week. But NYMEX crude down another 1.5%, Romaine. And this is something I feel like we're going to hear throughout earnings season. This is a China weakness. Copper also weaker. Iron ore also weaker. Aluminum, nickel, that China weakness coming through. We'll talk about that when it relates to some of those earnings later on, Romaine.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some bifurcation between the tech economy and, I guess, quote unquote, the real economy. Let's start off with the tech economy and those 7 magnificent stocks. 7 stocks responsible for 60% of the gains in the S&P this year. But with valuations so high, the fundamental case for further gains, that's in question. Alphabet and Tesla hopefully can provide an answer when they report earnings after the bell. Alphabet expected to post a slowdown in profit growth, while Tesla, as always, remains a wild card, the only stock among the Mag 7 that's failed to deliver a return for investors this year. Meanwhile, we're also going to get a look at the non-tech economy. We got earnings this morning out of Kimberly-Clark, a miss on sales growth. Out of Freeport-McMoran, a guide toward higher unit cash costs. And from UPS, which is shipping more packages, albeit smaller and less profitable ones. We're going to get some more insight into the so-called real economy post-market as well, with reports out of Mattel, Visa, Chubb, and Enphase. And of course, politics still in focus as presidential candidate Kamala Harris secures the endorsement of almost every major Democrat. Harris also posting record-breaking fundraising of more than $100 million and kicking off her belated campaign with a rally in Milwaukee.
So I am so very honored, and I pledge to you I will spend the coming weeks continuing to unite our party so that we are ready to win in November.
And that was Kamala Harris, overlaid with some commentary by Alex. And Alex, you're just itching to get back to earnings. And I think that's where we want to start the show, because that's where investors' heads are at right now.
I am, but also, it's kind of interesting and really inspirational, just what's happening right now in the political market. Okay, so this is a great chart that just shows what's happened from 1993 to 2023. And basically all it shows is you have stocks going a whole lot of nowhere from July through September. And this is something that Scott Rubner over at Goldman Sachs has been talking about quite a bit. So usually around this time you get a stall. Now the S&P is obviously not in the stall period. Yeah, we had a decline over the last week or so, but we're definitely not stalling out. So the question becomes, do we wind up having earnings that are good enough from, say, the small caps, good enough from big tech, and good enough from the other 493 companies in the S&P to prevent this sideways trading action as we continue in this election year, Romaine?
Absolutely. Let's kick things off right now with George Maris, Chief Investment Officer and Global Head of Equities over at Principal Asset Management. And right now, George, I think everybody is looking ahead to these big tech earnings to find out whether that fundamental case that sort of lifted these stocks off of those lows from last October is still there. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, we need to, I think the Alphabet numbers are going to be critical here. We need to see whether or not that Mag 7, the big tech, continue to drive the market. They've clearly been the driver for the last year and a half. And if we're going to continue to see the index power ahead, they need to continue to produce. And clearly a lot of enthusiasm behind those names. They need to deliver.
We talk about this rotation, though, that we've seen in something like 7, 8 of the past 10 sessions, where the Russell not only really outperformed, but did so in a much more meaningful and consistent way that seemed to get people talking, that big rotation out of tech into more small, mid-cap names, that was something that was sticky. Do you see that momentum, the momentum for that to continue is there?
Look, always hard to predict the future, but I do think that there's going to be lasting power to this rotation. Part of it's where we've come from, Romaine. We've had a historic level of large cap versus small cap outperformance. Really, over the last 30 years, we've only had large cap outperform small to this extent twice before. Once was during COVID. The other time was during the TMT bubble of 99-2000. I mean, those are historic levels, and we're there currently. So this rotation, I think, has staying power just because everybody's offside. Plus, as we see earnings likely broaden out and recover, you're going to see greater enthusiasm behind those smaller cap names.
So what kind of earnings growth do you expect for small caps versus, say, the broader S&P?
I think if we're looking at bottom-up estimates right now, Alex, you're looking at double-digit, low double-digit, 11 to 14% in small-cap land. I think that's about right. And we're seeing a convergence between those smaller-cap earnings and that Mag 7 earnings, those Mag 7 earnings numbers. Clearly, the last year and a half driven by tremendous growth in the Mag 7, earnings as well as multiple. Well, now we're seeing a convergence that should get people starting to think more carefully about small caps, and I think more enthusiastically.
I mean, so is that an aggressive, then you want to sell the Mag 7 to buy small caps, or is that like, no, just hang on to the Mag 7 and they're still going to be growing earnings at like 18%, and you also want to add to that small cap pile?
I think it makes small caps relatively more attractive. The market as a whole isn't particularly cheap if we look at aggregate multiples, but the market outside of the Mag 7 looks relatively normal long term, and in fact, in small cap, looks pretty doggone interesting. And so if you've got earnings growth fueling this and buffeted by rate cuts, it really will help small business. I think there's a very optimistic case for going long small caps right here.
How much of that is aided so far and will continue to be aided by this shift that we've seen in rates to the downside?
Well, I think clearly the rates are a catalyst for what's happened. We've seen it, Romaine, after that July 11th week CPI print. We've seen the strength in small caps, the biggest rotation we've seen again in decades. I think that persists. We're clearly seeing on a day like today it persists. I think that's just a reversal from what we've seen before. It's a catalyst towards moving your money where we think there's going to be earnings recovery. And remember, small caps tend to have more leverage, so they benefit from lower rates, but they also are more economically sensitive. And so that economic sensitivity benefits from cutting rates, getting the economy going, and trying to engineer this soft landing.
Do you have confidence, though, that we'll get that soft landing, that we'll stick that? Because for all this talk about this rotation into small caps, we've gotten a lot of economic data points, George, that does suggest there is significant softening out there.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think we've seen both the lower income consumer starting to suffer. We're seeing comments from dollar store management teams that indicate a consumer under stress. We're seeing credit card delinquencies, especially at that low end, really starting to spike. So there's pressure there. There's pressure on small business. We're seeing small business optimism numbers declining. So there is definitely pressure here. Whether the Fed and the government can stick the landing on a soft landing, I don't know. But I do know that the fact that we're going through a mid-cycle adjustment, cutting rates will be supportive, and the market is likely to take this as a sign that the government doesn't want us to have a hard recession, and I think that's beneficial.
In terms of earnings, then, I guess the question is what's already priced? So I'm just looking at UPS. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, but the magnitude of the decline based on an earnings disappointment makes me wonder if we haven't re-rated enough into earnings that the beat on the that the miss on the downside will be so extreme versus the beat on the upside. How are you looking at that?
Look, I think it's tough. And right now, near-term moves are challenging. One, because we've got so much volatility on a daily basis. And you all see this, that there can be overreactions on the good and bad side in response to earnings. So I think that the bigger picture here is what do earnings trajectories look like as we move into the second half of this year? I will say, Alex, one of the things that concerns you right now is we're seeing a resurgence in mentions of cost pressures. We haven't seen that for a while. That's subdued. That's coming back. That is counter to the data we saw earlier in the month. So it definitely bears watching. If, though, costs can be managed, margins can continue to increase, we're going to have a good market for the rest of this year.
George, always great to talk to you. George Maris, Chief Investment Officer and Global Head of Equities at Principal Asset Management, helping us kick us off to the close here on this afternoon, and a closer look at one of the biggest decliners of the day, UPS, having its worst day since going public back in 1999. We break down what from the company's earnings release is fueling that fall.
All right, plus highlights from our exclusive interview with Mark Zuckerberg. More on the debut of Meta's largest open source AI model ever, Llama 3.1.
And apparently, Alex Steele, people aren't popping the champagne the way they used to. Some interesting commentary by the CFO over at LVMH saying that demand for champagne is in the doldrums. A conversation coming up in just a bit, and so much more. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Season is here.
We're skating into another earnings season.
The expectation for earnings going forward are quite high.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Adobe earnings crossing
earnings out of Broadcom.
JP Morgan, we get Citigroup, we get Wells Fargo.
There is something for everybody.
With the smartest insights.
Now banks have earnings power.
There's a resilience in the bigger cap companies.
We're not talking about a collapse in earnings for technology.
We will have full and instant analysis.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back. It's time now for our stock of the hour and taking a look at UPS, biggest decliner in the S&P 500, a 13% plunge, worst day for the stock since it went public back in '99. And the CEO basically saying they're off to a slow start in those turnaround plans. Abigail Doolittle joining us for more on what's ailing UPS. And one thing that jumped out at me was this discussion that they had on the conference call about how volumes were actually still elevated, but customers were opting for the cheaper delivery options, basically the slower delivery options, and that seems to be the concern, at least for UPS.
It is really interesting that you're bringing up that point because that's gotten buried beneath the surface beats. So misses. Let's start off with those surface misses. So, coming into this quarter, I think investors and analysts were really expecting a disaster, but it turned out to be worse. What analysts were expecting were rising costs from the union agreement, the new union agreement put into place last August 1st. And then on top of it, it wasn't from the demand, to your point, but because of customers opting for the cheaper version, the ground versus the air. It was a lower shift mix from a yield standpoint, and it just really hit both sales and earnings. So sales were hit by the lower yielding shift, whereas earnings, it was a 3% mix on the top line, so that's not small. That was really the biggest surprise. And then profits hit by about 10% on the bottom line. So really a bit of a mess for the company.
So my question then is this just going to be sort of a volume game? Like as much volume as you can to make up for that lack in profitability?
That's a great question, because in some ways you could make the case that because volumes improve for the first time in about 10 quarters, that maybe this is the worst case scenario. If they can continue to increase volume, it probably will come down to the questions we're all asking about the economy, the state of the consumer, inflation coming out of the pandemic, as to whether or not you'll see some consumers start to go toward the more expensive product. We just don't know that. On the other hand, they're also seeing some helpful signs internationally. They're also talking about a $500 billion buyback in the back half of this year. $500 million buyback at the second half of this year. $1 billion buyback next year. They have a new contract with the USPS. So there is a possibility that the worst is over, although technically I would say this stock probably has a little bit more to go. It's kind of amazing that none of this was priced in, even with such low expectations.
I'm curious by that, and you see a little bit of a drag on FedEx today, down a couple percentage points. I do wonder about the read-through into the consumer overall, and it's gonna be a couple weeks before we get the sort of pure play consumer stocks reporting earnings here. But whether we can extrapolate something from these earnings into maybe what we're going to hear out of some of those apparel and other retailers.
Maybe. It's a really interesting question, Romaine, because I think that what it signals is, to the point of volumes being, on the upswing, that consumers are there, they're willing to spend, but they're going for the cheaper product. So I think that you may see more of that going towards, say, the Walmart, the Costco, as opposed to the Target, the more expensive product from a Target. Well, if Target got its Target back, then maybe they would have less of an issue. But I think that you're going to see some of that cost saving, but I don't think that we're going to see a black hole in terms of consumer spending. And it also seems like there's certain niche products like those Adidas sneakers that we both discovered on radio a few weeks ago, the ones with the stripes that everybody sees in New York that help.
The ones isn't that all of Adidas?
No, there's this one really.
Yeah.
It's like this fat. Yes.
Okay. Do you have a pair of these Sambas?
I don't. I only have my Michael Jordan, so I'm a Nike person and person.
I still get a kick
It's hard. I know we still have to get those on the show.
You have Sambas?
No, I have orthopedics. Remember we had this conversation. Abigail, thanks a lot. Abigail Doolittle joining us there. And then continuing on this conversation, another company we're watching is LVMH. So here was the kicker. The CFO saying today that champagne is facing, quote, severe demand issue. This is as the company reported that sales growth slowed last quarter as wealthy shoppers rein in spending on pricey Louis Vuitton handbags and Dior couture. I know we're kind of joking about the champagne thing, but in general, the sales were really grim on the leather side. The organic sales were only up 1%.
Yeah, it was grim all around, and you see the pullback. And I think one thing that jumped out at me, too, was that in the past, it seemed to be much more of a China story. But now it looks like a lot of this pain is much broader than just China, and this is a bigger issue. And we should point out that when that headline went by on the Bloomberg terminal about champagne specifically, that read spiked immediately because, of course, that hits home.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
to you. It hurts.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say we go through our fair share of bubbly.
I think it's my fault.
So, although we're not buying, we're not in the Moet camp. We go for the cheaper, the finest, cheapest champagne out there.
Oh, okay, that sounds good. I really cut back after I got long COVID, so it's pretty grim. But the ADRs really were getting hit here as well. But apparently Chinese consumers were going to Japan to buy stuff, but overall China was a little weaker. That I found to be a little confusing.
Yeah, interesting time for a conglomerate that, of course, really dependent on international spend. And, of course, interesting comments by the CFO on limited demand right now for champagne. When we come back here, we're going to talk about the first of the magnificent 7 stocks to report earnings. It is in our top calls as we get a view from the sell side on how Alphabet could set the tone for big tech. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
This case, the more it reads like a Hollywood script. The nature of the killings, the execution, the just brutality of it.
It wasn't in the psyche of people that they could be looted because they are considered so sacred.
And we did it the way you do every single investigation. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
It jumped off the page at me that you could see that there was a Ponzi scheme taking place.
I started hearing mafia.
Il sistema è perfetto, sono gli uomini che spesso non lo sono.
These are the holders of truth and justice. They cannot be possibly be doing this, but then they are. And the evidence is there. It's overwhelming.
All right, let's get a view from the sell side with our top calls, the big movers on the back of analyst recommendations. And we start off today with Coinbase, an upgrade to buy over at Citi with a huge price target lift to a street high 345, up from about 260. The analyst saying Coinbase can capitalize on a more conducive regulatory environment in the crypto space. given the changes in the U.S. election dynamics, as well as that recent Supreme Court ruling about U.S. regulatory agency overreach. Those shares, though, down 2% on the day. Next up, a fresh buy rating for Krispy Kreme at HSBC. The analyst says their operating outlook really looking up thanks to that new partnership with McDonald's. The analyst also saying that Krispy Kreme's sale of a majority stake in Insomnia Cookies, that's going to help it chip away at a debt faster and free up some cash. They're sticking by that $14 price target. Investors bidding the stock up by about 3%. And finally, let's take a look at Snap, an upgrade to equal weight over at Morgan Stanley, with the analyst encouraged by an improving advertising business, but he's not ready just yet to jump to an overweight rating, saying that the social media company's mixed engagement trends still giving him pause. Shares down about 1.5% on the day. And those are some of our top calls. We do want to stay in the sell side now and stick with technology. We're less than an hour away from Alphabet reporting its second quarter results. That could set the tone for how the rest of the mega cap tech companies perform and utilize ad spending, the cloud, and generative AI. Let's get some insights out of the managing director and global internet analyst over at Wolfe Research, Sawita Kajuria, joining us right now. Thanks for joining us here. Let's give some insights here into what's going to be the most critical thing, because last quarter, there was less of a focus on ads, less of a focus on revenue generation, and much more of a focus on that CapEx spend and the company's investments in AI. Is that still the focus?
It's first of all, thanks for having me. It's certainly one of the biggest focus areas. So in terms of top AI focused topic, it's not just the CapEx, but also any commentary around the monetization of all the investments that they're making, i.e. the return on investment spend, whether it is towards cloud, whether it's on their ad platform, or just in terms of cost savings across the company. So that is a top investor topic. Most expect them to reiterate their spend levels for 2024, which they have said is probably going to be close to around $50 billion, sequentially increasing each quarter through the year. And then the other areas of focus will also include any commentary on OPEX, given the rise in D&A from CapEx spend. So where are they going to get increasingly efficient? And then the obvious other two things are capital allocation, more dividends, more buybacks, and just overall advertising sentiment, given that the consumer is starting to pull back on spend. So how's the sentiment on ad spend? You used the word efficient, and I think the last big cycle that we went through with these big tech names, there was a lot of talk about, we'll just borrow a phrase from Meta, the whole year of efficiency. Do you think we're going to see more announcements on cost cutting out of Alphabet later tonight? That is pure speculation, but if I were to guess, I'll take the under on that in terms of headcount reduction. I think that'll remain an option value. They also have a new CFO coming in who will not be on this earnings call, but she starts end of this month. And so I would be surprised if in her early tenure at Google, she would start making cost cuts or headcount reduction right away. So my best guess, I would say, is that perhaps they will continue with operating efficiency gains with headcount reduction as an option value into 2025.
Shweta, we were just showing a chart of M&A targets that happened for Alphabet. Clearly, Wiz was like, thanks, guys, no thanks. We want to IPO. Alphabet also dropped HubSpot. What do they do now? Well, I think that, first of all, the Wiz acquisition price clearly was a very rich multiple. If they really did make $350 million in revenue, and even if the expectation was meaningfully higher revenue for this year, that's a really rich multiple. So that was an expensive takeout. I think that our view remains that for AI-driven cloud growth and acceleration and share gains, Google will, and same thing for Amazon as well, they will likely remain on a lookout for acquisitions, whether it's around security, whether it's around features that help startups onboard quicker, whatever the target area is, in order to compete better with Azure, our view remains that they'll likely try and make more acquisitions, both AWS as well as Google. To drill down a little bit into some of the specifics for today also, can we talk about gross margins for a moment? Because as we wind up seeing a higher cost for all the AI chips, they're also able to pass some of that on to Gemini users that actually pay for that stuff. How do you expect us to see that today when the numbers come out?
We expect a little bit of a beat across both top line as well as bottom line. So we expect that because the advertising environment has remained positive, generally speaking, in terms of the demand trends from advertisers, we expect a beat on YouTube. The demand trends for shorts, YouTube Shorts continues to rise, as well as on search, and that should allow them to flow through to the bottom line. And finally, to the operating margins, which is also an area of focus for Alphabet.
All right, Shweta, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Shweta Kujoriya, thank you very much for joining us over at Wolfe Research. Thanks a lot. I'm really looking forward to it. I think that what the demand is for cloud, how that measures up to Amazon is going to be really interesting. The gross margin part's going to be really interesting. And just, you know, YouTube is so massive.
Yeah. And
how they continue to monetize.
I remember there was all that talk a while ago about maybe they would spin off YouTube. And then, of course, they were like, haha, no, why would we ever do that? But it's getting kind of to that point where you're going to start to hear that drumbeat again here, because there's a lot of value there. I mean, we talked about this when we got Netflix results last time. I mean, it's the one quote-unquote streaming platform, if you will, that does better than only one that does better than Netflix on a standalone basis. Yeah.
Yes, that's what Mandeep Singh said, that their run rate is just so big that they beat Netflix. That's pretty staggering.
Yeah.
All right, well, coming up, Democrats coming together to center around Vice President Harris to take on Donald Trump. Our conversation with Brian Gardner, Chief Washington Policy Strategist over at Stifel, will be joining us. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
What legacy I would love to leave is to make sure that in my village I have infrastructure. So long when I'm gone, things are still working, then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or with something else?
Wow, I'm not the right one to just do that.
I think you are.
Yeah, but with the pressure you have, and then you try to be the good one, the fancy guy, the intellectual one, I have no advice than to believe in yourself and really work hard. You know, when I started, no one would have imagined that I will be able to see my name connected with Aga Khan or Pritzker or sitting at Bloomberg to talk about sustainability, about future of sales. No, myself 5 years ago, if you told me that, I will say no. I will never imagine. So I will encourage everyone to believe in what you're doing and not try to run after the newest of the newest. Just be consistent. Just work on things that matters for you. Really, at the long term, it pays.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges.
Britain's next.
It was going to keep winning World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
honored, and I pledge to you I will spend the coming weeks continuing to unite our party so that we are ready to win in November. So, friends, we have 105 days until Election Day, and in that time, we've got some work to do.
Just about 3:30 p.m. here in New York. This is the countdown to the close. Romaine Bostick here.
And I'm Alex Steele. So we just heard from Vice President Kamala Harris hitting that ground running after fresh endorsements from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Democratic Leader Joaquin Jeffries. Now, joining us from more perspective is Brian Gardner, Chief Washington Policy Strategist over at Stifel. Hey, Brian, did you listen to the speech, and what did you think?
I did listen to the speech. In market jargon, I think it was a bit of a relief rally that you heard at the speech. There was a lot of energy in the room. It was a speech to energize the Democratic Party, and I think that it accomplished its goals. She's going to have to shift now going forward in subsequent speeches to reach out to swing voters, but it was, I think, a pretty good start for her campaign.
What now? So if she's talking to the base, she's galvanizing the base. The base hasn't been galvanized in a bit of time. So what's next?
That part will go on for the next couple of weeks through the campaign, through the convention, excuse me. And then she's going to have to pivot and start to talk to non-Democrats, swing voters, gettable Republicans, if there are any out there. And that's an uphill fight for her. I mean, that's going to be a tough challenge for her because she has high negative numbers. So she's going to have to convince swing voters, gettable Republicans that she's up for the job and that she's not too far to the left, that she's not beholden to the left. And that's going to be very challenging for her.
I am curious, though, Brian, about the strategy that this ticket can take. Obviously, we still have to wait to find out who her VP is going to be. But there is a lot of discussion that this election isn't going to be decided on the traditional issues that maybe past elections have been decided, that this is much more about the personalities and the perception of charisma and things like that here. And I'm wondering how you think Kamala, whoever ticket, stacks up against someone like Donald Trump, who's obviously very charismatic, for better or for worse, and someone like J.D. Vance, who also has a tinge of momentum when it comes to his personality as well.
Vance being a lower key individual than the top of the ticket on both sides. He's more subdued. I'm not sure that it is as much a charisma, personality-driven election as you might have suggested. I still think it's a referendum on the state of the economy and what people expect for the future of the economy and the future of the country. So, and that kind of works into another challenge for Harris. She is going to be tied to Biden. They both have low job approval ratings. Consumer confidence has gained a little steam, but may have stalled out. People think that the country is on the wrong track, the right track, wrong track. Polling in the country is not good. So she has to convince people that the apprehension that they feel about the economy, about inflation, isn't real. And that's a very difficult task for her to pull off. People have kind of made up their mind of how they feel about the economy. She's tied to that. How does she get beyond that and tell people, yeah, it's going to be better under me than it was under Joe Biden?
Can you do that with such a short amount of time? I remember in the old days when I used to cover these races, they used to always talk about how a lot of voters' perception of this country and perception of the economy during an election year, that those perceptions are largely shaped during the summertime, that basically they go into the voting booth in November with a perception that was largely formed in July and August.
Very tough for her, but I think she has a better chance than Joe Biden, right? Because she brings a fresher perspective, more energy. Voters had decided on Biden. And let's keep in mind, in a Biden-Trump matchup, I think the election was close to over. I think people had made up their minds because you had two candidates who were very well known to voters. Donald Trump in his third straight election. Joe Biden would have been on the national ticket for the fourth time in the last 6. Mm-hmm. That dynamic has changed a little bit with Harris coming in. And so she has a chance that Biden never would have had to convince people to go with her because she's a little different, a little fresher. Biden never would have had that chance. So she has opportunities that Joe Biden would not have had.
Hey, Brian, on the issues, where is Kamala Harris, more left or more moderate?
In terms of overall, I think she's on the left for the most part. Remember, she was a senator from California. her primary upbringing in California is the politics more of the left than the center. One area that I think is kind of interesting is crypto, because I think there's a generational divide among Democrats. Older Democrats, like Elizabeth Warren, like a Joe Biden, they're crypto skeptic. Younger Democrats in Congress and throughout the country are more crypto friendly. And Harris, being a younger Democrat, also looking at how crypto campaign donations have moved towards Republicans, and Republicans seem to be co-opting Democrats on crypto, I think she may shift a little bit. That's one of the areas where she may show a little distance between her and the Biden administration.
Well, real quickly, though, Brian, we only have a few seconds left. I am curious whether that translates also into broader perceptions about her stance on big tech. This has also been somewhat of a campaign issue, the kind of the crackdown or the attempted crackdown that we saw in the Biden administration on big tech. Do you think a Kamala ticket changes those perceptions?
No, so she was pretty close with the industry when she was a senator from California. You would expect that. She's representing Silicon Valley. The Biden administration, of which she has now been a part, has taken a different tack, and I think she can't think in terms of California. She has to think nationally. Tech is not beloved around the country, especially big tech. And so I suspect AI, social media regulation, I expect it to be more of a continuation of the Biden administration and less Harris in the Senate when it comes to policy.
All right, Brian, we have to leave it there here. We're going to catch up with you again, certainly over the next 100 or so days as we count down to the U.S. election here in the United States of America, an election that has been completely upended, Alex Steele, of course, by Biden dropping out, unprecedented move for a major party to basically abandon their presumptive nominee for Kamala Harris. And maybe, as Brian said, she brings something to the table, which is that maybe people know less about her than they know about Biden. And maybe in this political climate, that might work to your advantage.
And energy.
Yeah.
It definitely brings a lot of energy. But is it 105 days? Are we 105 days away?
It's 100 days roughly or so.
You have a countdown clock?
I don't, because I would rather kind of forget this all. But honestly, just hit me up with something. Let me go to sleep for 3 months. Wake me mid-November, and we'll go from there.
Even after the
I don't think we can do that. Anyway, we have to continue the show here. The close as we count you down to those closing bells. Just about 23 minutes left to go here. A conversation up ahead with the CEO and founder of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg. Emily Chang had a chance to sit down with him, even had a chance to go windsurfing with him. We're going to hear from her in just a second after the break. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching The Close.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. A lot's happening on Wall Street.
I couldn't have been more wrong.
It's going to stay volatile for a while longer.
It's a bifurcated market.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Year over year, you could start to see some cracks.
It might be overhyped short term, but it's underhyped long term.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
A lot of the doom and gloom has been somewhat overblown.
If you're not living near the edge, you're taking up too much space.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Do you ever get suggestions from your friends at dinner, this is what you should do? And how do you respond when they kind of say, maybe you should lower interest rates?
People I don't know will always say, hey, cut rates. Somebody said that in the elevator this morning.
Did that influence you or no?
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to The Close. A focus on big tech today with Alphabet and Tesla earnings after the bell. We have to wait about one more week before we hear from Meta. But our very own Emily Chang, she actually had a chance to catch up with Mark Zuckerberg. She talked to him about what's going on in the AI space, its new Llama 3.1, and updating its Meta AI service billed as a rival to ChatGPT. As part of Emily Chang's new show, The Circus, she had a chance to check up with Zuckerberg on both land and sea, I'm told. Take a listen as to what they had to say.
So you're releasing Llama 3.1, this family of models, big and small, including the biggest open source model ever, 405 billion parameters. What does that jump unlock?
I actually think the main thing that people are going to do, especially because it's open source, is use it as a teacher to train smaller models that they use in different applications. If you just think about like all the startups out there, or all the enterprises, or even governments that are trying to do different things, they probably all need to, at some level, build custom models for what they're doing. And it's really hard to do that with closed systems out there, whether that's OpenAI or Gemini, Google's thing, or whatever. And this is like, gets to a pretty core part of our philosophy is we don't believe there's gonna be like one AI to rule them all. Our vision is that there's going to be millions or just billions of different models out there.
So not one God, but many? Is that the way to think about it?
Well, I don't think they're going to be gods, but I do think that to some degree, if you're like an organization and you think you're going to create like this one super intelligence, it does have this feel to me of like people trying to create a god, and that's just I find that both the wrong way to look at it, but just also very unappealing. You know, there's almost 200 million creators on our platforms. They all are trying to build their community. People want to interact with them. There aren't enough hours in the day. Like I want to make it so that every single one of them can easily train like an AI version of themselves that they can make it what they want. So it's almost like a kind of artistic artifact that they're putting out there for their community that allows their community to interact with them, but also gives them control over how that interaction happens.
Facebook and you have been blamed for a lot of things, whether you agree or not. Why should we trust you with AI?
Well, it's a loaded question. We have gotten blamed for a lot of things. And I mean, look, I take our role in all this stuff seriously, and I think we've tried to handle all this as well as possible. I'm not sure that it's all been fair, but like, I'd like to think that we're an important and relevant company, so I think the scrutiny is generally healthy. One of the defining things around open source is that anyone can scrutinize the work. And because of that, I think it just puts a lot of pressure to make sure that the quality of the work that you're doing gets better really quickly.
Emily Chang, host of The Circuit, joins us now. Hey, Emily, just to sort of jump off on that, Zuckerberg's playing from behind with ChatGPT and Gemini. How does he catch up?
Well, and he acknowledges that his models haven't totally closed the gap on ChatGPT and Gemini, but they say they're already working on Llama 4, and he believes that that will completely close the gap. You know, what's interesting is Meta AI just, you know, if you look across Facebook's products, they just have so much scale that this is something that he can scale really quickly. He said that their chatbot, which, you know, it's built into all their products now, and it is also a standalone chatbot, will be the most used chatbot by the end of the year. It already has hundreds of millions of users, and that's because they can just instantly scale things like this so fast. And so, you know, obviously the models have to get a little smarter, but they're going to have this incredible reach that he believes is going to give them the leg up in the future.
Look, Emily, I know you talked to him about a lot of really important and critical stuff, but I have to point out two things. First of all, we're looking at pictures of him. He clearly has gotten a little cooler with that gold chain and the tousled hair. And you also had a chance to go out to one of his homes out there. I think it was on Lake Tahoe. And I watched this episode. You actually went out there and did what I'm told is wake boarding, not water skiing or whatever I said before. But you actually got out there in the water with him, and we've seen some of his social media posts. This seems to be a favorite pastime for him.
This is one of his side quests. It's something that he has learned how to do and is now incredibly good at it. Priscilla joined us, his wife, and he taught me. So I got to see what Mark Zuckerberg is like as a teacher, and he was actually super patient and gave me a lot of tries, and I barely escaped with a shred of dignity, but I did it. You'll have to watch the full episode to see. But in general, like, how does this tie into his leadership? You know, what I learned, he just has like a ton of energy. Yeah. And all of these activities help him burn off energy and ultimately help him focus. But he said what he really cares most about is building. Yeah. He's not going anywhere. All right. He's not going anywhere.
All right, Emily, we have to leave it there. I encourage everyone to catch this wide-ranging interview that she had with Mark Zuckerberg, including that visit out to his retreat in Lake Tahoe. It's The Circuit with Emily Chang. It airs on Bloomberg Television, 6:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. New York time. This is Bloomberg.
In global leadership are on Bloomberg.
I envisage not only some kind of a bridge towards membership or language linked to the irreversibility of Ukraine's membership in NATO, but also some kind of a broader package of military material, of financial aid. The more we support Ukraine right now, the sooner the war will end.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio.
First of all, global trade, which had adverse consequences that we're learning about to this day, still unleashed an enormous amount of gain for humanity. And with the rise of global trade became the rise of information sharing around the world, which rapidly accelerated the trajectory of mankind. I mean, of note, the Chinese, for example, are leaders in solar. They're leaders in EVs. They're leaders in a number of emerging technologies. In a world which is more splintered, we'll see the gains that the Chinese have achieved in these important areas not shared by the Western countries. And conversely, the United States is a clear leader in AI, along with a number of the European countries. And those gains will not be shared with China and the countries in its sphere of influence. So it's a very clear-cut loss for all of humanity when we have the severing of ties between our countries.
On a practical level,
so 1 minute till we get the market on close data.
To manage the risks you face?
I think that one has to be aware that there are more tail risks that are harder to ultimately manage.
Bloomberg Power Players is back this September. As the top names in tennis take the court over in Queens, we are convening the best of the sports world right here in New York. We'll host some of the most influential voices in the business and identify what happens next for players and fans in this multi-billion-dollar global industry. Bloomberg Power Players, September 5th. Register now at BloombergLive.com/powerplayers.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz,
So the market on
and
close
Henry
imbalance, the S&P 500 840 million to the buy side, the NASDAQ 100 330 million to the buy side, the Dow 30 430 million to the buy side, and the Magnificent 7 220 million to the buy side.
I think the alphabet numbers are going to be critical here. We need to see whether or not that Mag 7, the big tech, continue to drive the market. They've clearly been the driver for the last year and a half. And if we're going to continue to see the index power ahead, they need to continue to produce. And clearly a lot of enthusiasm behind those names. They need to deliver.
George Maris, the CIO over at Principal Asset Management, kicking us off to the close just about 50 minutes ago with a push ahead to maybe what happens in about 10 minutes when we get those results, Alex Steele, out of Alphabet.
I'm excited. You know what's also exciting?
What's
the
that?
Russell continues to outperform.
Yeah.
The S&P is going nowhere fast, but the Russell's up over 1% again. On the downside, though, energy stocks are now up at 1.5% in the S&P, and UPS just continues to get smoked.
Well, that's the dichotomy that we're seeing, though, right? I mean, you mentioned this earlier on, at least on the energy side, that this might be some concern about the industrial economy over there in China, and with UPS, I guess that's more of a U.S. economy story. So why am I supposed to be excited?
As we keep in mind now, we're less than 10 minutes away to the cash equity close for the US markets today, on which at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we get Alphabet reporting their Q2 2024 earnings, kicking off the Mag 7 stocks earnings season. The estimated EPS for Alphabet is $1.81, with an estimated revenue of $73.2 billion.
We'll see if all that changes over the next few minutes. Remember, in addition to Alphabet, we're going to get Tesla earnings as well as Texas Instruments. Let's get a read here on some of the market moves on the day and maybe some of the market moves up ahead with Steven Sutmeyer, Director and Chief Equity Technical Strategist at Bank of America Securities. Hey, let's start off, Steve, talking about this rotation here and kind of what actually drove that. Because obviously some of it is based on interest rates, the macro and fundamentals, but there were some technical tailwinds, I should say, that also seem to have sparked that rally.
Definitely. We've seen a nice broadening out. We see some bullish rotation. We're talking about small caps, the Russell 2000. We've had investors doubting the breakout. But when we look at that particular chart, we just noticed a surge in new 52-week highs as that index has broken out from its two-year base. So we actually think small caps do have legs here on an absolute basis, and maybe even more legs relative to the S&P. So they're looking good.
When you talk about the momentum behind that trade, is there evidence that you can see in the data that shows that this is sort of broad-based? I don't mean broad-based in terms of the number of stocks, but broad-based in terms of the types of investors piling into it.
I think, when you're looking at the types of investors, we have some fast money investors, chasing the rally. But I think when you look at positioning from asset managers and leverage funds, there's still room for the broader equity market rally to move higher. If we look at that data on the S&P in particular, they confirm the rally. So you see asset managers, buying as the market has gone up, which they tend to be more on the correct side. Then you see the leverage funds, which tend to be more incorrect, and they've been increasing their shorts as the market rallies. So I think there's a little bit more room to go here.
If you take a look at the Russell 2000 and moving indices, there's a big gap up. Do you think we have to go back and fill it, or do you think we can continue from here?
There's a chance that could very well be a breakaway gap, which is a bullish technical pattern that if you do back and fill, that gap should act as some support in the market. So the Russell 2000 has support roughly around, actually in front of that gap, around 2130 to 2100, and the gap's just below that. And resistance is at the old highs, but I think you can see 2620 on the Russell based on this pattern that we just broke out from.
When?
That's a great question. It's probably sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. Sometimes though, if there's a lot of money being forced into these smaller names, it can happen quicker.
What about for the broader S&P?
Well, the broader S&P obviously has taken a back step. We hit a target that we've had out there around 5,600 in that range, cup and handle breakout from last year above 46. So we were happy to see that, but we hit a wall in that range. And we hit it just as everybody got what they wanted, broadening out, improving breadth and all that. So I think, obviously it's driven more by the tech sell-off, and we'll get more answers on the mega cap growth stuff in a few minutes. So, I mean, I think that's one main driver of it, but it's also encouraging to see other stocks come in and start to take on leadership, some selected financials, industrials, and a few other names. So, so I think, it's really important not for tech to just roll over and die.
Right.
It has to, participate, but may not lead.
But on that point here about the potential for big tech to provide a lift to the broader market, I mean, what do single stock correlations look like right now? Because there's been so much talk about how this has become much more of an idiosyncratic
It's involved in its time now. At the top of the hour, do you see the cash equity close, as well as Alphabet reporting their Q2 2024 earnings. Estimated EPS of $1.81, with an estimated revenue of $73.2 billion. That also brings us to 10 minutes away till we expect Visa's Q3 2024 earnings. That's at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Estimated EPS is $2.43 for Visa, with an estimated revenue of just $8.96 billion.
I think it is very idiosyncratic, and we're hoping it becomes less so in the future. We're hoping that because we are believers in the bull market. We like the secular trend, the cyclical trend, mid-cycle in both. So the next part of this rally could very well see, it may not be just about mega cap growth and tech. You may see some other groups, other sectors start to do better, and we're seeing signs of that over the last month or so.
I know that right now everyone's focus, their head is right now in the earnings season, but as we kind of look ahead to the election cycle, as well as the typical seasonality you get in the summer where we start to see volumes and price action drop off here, what are you anticipating in terms of, I guess, not so much whether the market goes up and down, but I guess the volatility that we might see over the next few months?
Yeah, I would think you get downside volatility ahead of the election, because we are in the midst of that election year summer rally, which tends to be very strong. I mean, election years, the summer is the strongest part of the year. It's actually amazing how that works. And then people start to think after the summer, oh my God, we got this election coming up, uncertainty, investors don't like that. Typically, downside volatility increases during those periods. So that typically sets up what you normally would get is a post-election relief rally. And we ran the data. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. It's really just, the fact that it's over, people are relieved. And you can rally into year end. So I think up in the summer, maybe in the mid to late stages of that summer rally now, and then a dip in September, October typically is what happens, and then it sets up that year-end rally after the election.
All right, Steve, great stuff. Great to have you here in studio, too, at Bloomberg headquarters. Stephen Suttmeyer, Chief Equity Technical Strategist over at Bank of America Securities, here on another interesting day where we actually see the broader market and tech stocks, for that matter, on the back foot once again. The lone bright spot out there is the Russell 2000, up 1% on the day.
Yeah, go figure. And that move that you could potentially see on that breakout, I mean, over 26, that's a huge move. That would be like a real confirmed rotation that we've been waiting for years, it feels.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is driven by some of those idiosyncratic fundamentals, or if this is more that broader macro story, the idea that as interest rates drop, that provides a reprieve for a lot of those names that were, as I think one of our previous guests, George Maris, talked about being over-leveraged.
We just got to have the earnings that come through, right? So you got to have not a lot of debt maturity wall that's coming, and you got to have the cuts, and you got to have the earnings. So if you deliver those three, we can probably get one, right? We're expecting the cuts. The other two, we got to suss out.
All right. Well, speaking of earnings, we are going to get Alphabet after the bell tonight. We're also expected to get Tesla, Texas Instruments, Visa, Chubb, Capital One.
Capital One, yep.
And Mattel. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm just trying to remember what they all are.
I hear you, because to that point, there's a lot.
All right, we are moving closer to those closing bells. Our full coverage of all the day's market action and all the earnings after the bell, it starts right now.
The closing bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you through the closing bell. It's a global simulcast, starting now with Scarlett Fu joining us in the TV studio, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, as we bring all of our audiences across all of our platforms together, including our partnership with those folks on YouTube. Carol Masser, another interesting day here, giving back a lot of the gains from yesterday on the tech side, but on the small cap side, that rally continues on.
Yeah, interesting to see. We just had a guest on who just talked about the move up that we've
Shortly
seen
expecting Alphabet's Q2 2024 earnings.
How he said, was it like 70% of the names in the Russell 2000 are now above their 200-day moving average, just showing the momentum that we've seen in that space.
Yeah, that rotation continuing. That's Jimmy Lee, the founder and CEO over at the Wealth Consulting Group. I don't know about you guys, but earnings season in full swing. We are awaiting numbers from Texas Instruments, Alphabet, Tesla, Capital One, Visa, And that's just the ones reporting in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's the heart of earnings season, right? This is when we start to get a narrative on what's going on. What's going on within equities, and I'm saying this now because I don't know if we're going to have time to get to it, is even though we're looking at modest losses in the S&P 500, by and large, most of the sectors in the S&P are down, and the only groups that are bucking the decline, materials and financials, and barely at that.
Yeah, and energy just keeps rolling over to the downside here. It looks like it's having a hard time catching a floor. It's almost $6 trillion worth of market cap comes out with earnings today. We got a bunch in the morning, and now we wait for the afternoon.
On a cross-asset basis here, we should point out, looking at a mixed day for yields, pretty much down on the shorter end of the curve by a basis point or two, a drop in Bitcoin. A little bit of weakness that we're seeing in the dollar on some levels, particularly when it comes through some of the more developed market countries, and a drop that we're seeing in oil as well. As for equities, you're seeing red across the screen for the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P 500.
Still no sign of these Alphabet earnings coming through.
On the Dow, about 0.2 on the S&P, and barely, not even a whole
Keep in mind as well, we are 10 minutes away now to expect Tesla's earnings as well. So they're printing Q2 2024 earnings, 10 minutes time. Estimated EPS of 60 cents with an estimated revenue of $24.59 billion. Also 5 minutes away from potential Visa earnings as well. They'll be expecting Alphabet any time from now.
Groups lower today. 315 names in the S&P trading lower today. Scarlett, 186 to the upside.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned 2 groups bucking the decline. Actually, it's turned into 3. You have consumer discretionary unchanged right now, but just in the green column. Materials and financials are the 3 groups that did decline, that did advance, excuse me. And as Alex mentioned, energy down 1.6% on the day.
All right, guys, as we await those earnings, quick check on some of the individual gainers. GE up almost 6% in today's session. Second quarter profit was a jump, raising its guidance for the year. So we did see some outperformance there. Pentair, also another one that outperformed, up almost 9%, a top gainer in the S&P 500. And this company reported second quarter sales and adjusted EPS that topped expectations. All right, let's get to it. Texas Instruments out, folks. A read on the semiconductor space. So let's get to it. Second quarter revenue, it is smack on, $3.82 billion. That's exactly what the street was expecting. Second quarter EPS, $1.22 a share versus $1.87. That's year-over-year comparisons. Let's get to the outlook. Third quarter revenue, $3.94 billion to $4.26 billion. The estimate is $4.14 billion.